Welcome, everybody. Today is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It's Wednesday, April 24th. We're going to jump right in. We've got a pretty full agenda today. Additions or deletions?
Two changes. The agenda had listed a tentative item of appointment of board members. That will not be today. We did not have a work session yesterday to get direction on that. So we'll have that discussion during open discussion today, time allowing. There's another conversation with the board about moving the open discussion ahead of the SCICO item because we do have one commissioner that is recusing from that conversation. So you may want to make a formal motion since this is a regular agenda to change the agenda to have the open discussion ahead of the SCICO item.
So I'll make that motion.
Second. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So we'll move that up to item 14.5.
Okay.
Just before, after we take our break with SCICO, we'll move that so that Patty can.
15.5?
Well, the
No,
agenda's.
it's a different agenda.
Since the
different agenda. Okay.
Yeah. It's that.
I don't have.
Trust me. Yeah, this is the new version. Okay, public comment. We're accepting public comment. Would anybody like to, Lee, come on up? I've give you 3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Lee Mulcahy, and I hope you guys all had a wonderful Easter. Thank you so much for trying to make the Housing Board more accountable. I don't know if you're aware, but they adopted a new public comment policy. And we have been told 3 times that members of the public are not allowed to criticize APSHA, the board. And the last time I checked, we had a First Amendment in this country, and the Colorado Supreme Court has ruled that our Colorado Constitution allows greater freedom of speech than even the First Amendment. After we came back from Kenya in 2015, the Housing Board sent me an email, and I have it right here, and you guys have it in your record, but they asked me to provide 8 different things to prove that I was an artist. And, this community was built around the arts, and it was built around artists. And when a Housing Board is removing a family, trying to evict a family from the home that they built themselves, that are both artists, then I think that we all need to be aware of that. And I have, so you guys are aware, I have this folder here. I'm ready to present this when I went in for an appointment after we returned from Kenya. So this email was sent October 14th. I went in around the 22nd of October, and they refused to look at it. And the APSHA person marched out, and she happens to live in a 3-bedroom by herself, and she refused to look at the records. Now, I don't. I have it here. I'll be more than happy to provide it to them anytime. But this community has hired a gentleman from Denver who, frankly, is a pit bull. And when you have someone like that will, frankly, tell the newspaper that he was in, we had a discussion in the bar section in BOCC a few years back, and he said that we were in the restaurant, and that wasn't even close. It was at Heather's, and we all know the difference between the bar and the restaurant there. I think that this board, I appreciate you listening. We're in a divided country right now, and we seem to have gotten into separate tribes. And yes, I am from the opposite side of the political fence as most of you, but I know that you also know that we're a family of love and peace. And I just hope we just don't go down, that we can show the nation a way forward with compromise, and just to be allowed to show these records to APSHA to prove that I comply with their rules. And in this email, they did quote a case that said artists can lose money. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Lee.
Thank you, Lee. Other public comment? Anyone else? No? Okay. Moving right along to commissioner comment. I'm sure we've got.
I'll just say, closing day on Aspen Mountain on Sunday was really a kick. Amazing costumes, amazing people, music. The day transformed from rain and wind and snow to sun. So I appreciate everybody being up there and everybody enjoying it and having a great time. And so we're looking forward to when the snow is off Bell Mountain and I can actually plant my garden. So everybody enjoy the spring.
Kelly?
Sure, I have two comments. The first is now that winter is ending and we're heading into spring, just a reminder to keep your eyes out for cyclists on the road and our youngest bikers who don't always have the best stopping abilities. I know in our neighborhood they dart frequently into the road, and so, take your time, pay attention to the marked crosswalks. 4th Street and Main is a tricky one frequently, trying to get across that in a bike with a trailer and a child and etc. So just a little reminder to all go a little slower and pay a little more attention for our oldest and youngest cyclers. And then another comment I have is just between now and the next time we meet, the state legislature will have wrapped up their business. They're mandated to finish by May 3rd, 11:59 p.m., I understand. So if there is pieces of legislation the public is interested in seeing get completed in the next 8 days, feel free to reach out to your local representatives. There's some great legislation that has not been passed through and signed yet that I'm hopeful will get done.
Right.
No talk of a special session yet? Too early?
I haven't heard any yet.
It's usually a last-minute deal.
Yeah, at 11:58.
Right. They've got a full, heavy plate. Nothing else, George? Steve?
Well, this is the season for road cleanups and the frying pan cleanup and various things. And I don't have the exact dates, but people should be watching the news for announcements about the different cleanup efforts. I know that we will have one for Snowmass and Lower Snowmass Creek Road, Capitol Creek Road, and 1 mile stretch of Highway 82 by Old Snowmass, and there will be the frying pan cleanup sponsored by the Roaring Fork Conservancy. So,
Do you have dates on the snow cap cleanup?
I think it's on May 4th, but I'm not absolutely positive. I think that's the date was settled on.
Got it. I know also, because we've had so many inquiries about highway cleanup and really the deplorable condition of Highway 82 between at least the business center and the landfill, which we've taken responsibility for in the past, and I know RAFTA has, and there's discussion of May 15th being a cleanup day, and I can't say it's definitely happening yet. I'm looking at John, but I know May 15th, tentative highway cleanup day for county employees. I know Eric Scarvin and our other friend who does the business lunches does a highway cleanup as well. And there's a group of anxious middle schoolers who want to get out there and do a highway cleanup, and we're just trying to figure out how to do it in a safe manner for the Aspen Junior Environmentalists. So it's on everybody's minds. The highway really looks awful, and I'm embarrassed every time I use it, and I'm sure other people are as well. Hopefully we can figure out how to get the community out there and get CDOT helping us. I wanted to add just a little bit. Earth Day came and went, and I talked to a friend who's actually a pretty serious conservationist, environmentalist, and he said, "Darn, I didn't know it was Earth Day. I would have taken the bus." And I thought, okay, just on one day a year. I kind of got discouraged at that point. I walked out and looked at my neighborhood, and we have incredible solar access in our valley, and so few houses have actually done much to put solar. We could be putting solar on every roof, and I think Holy Cross Electric would approve of that and appreciate it, and certainly it would move us toward renewables and carbon mitigation if we're going to get serious about this. So Earth Day is every day, folks, and I guess that's the message, is we all need to buck up and take it seriously.
I have one other quick thing.
Sure, Patty.
Last Wednesday, Kelly and I had the great pleasure honor and great fun, helping out with Habitat for Humanity's project at Basalt Vista. It's the joint project with the school district, Pitkin County, Basalt, and Habitat. I thought they'd give us a broom and a dustpan. They give you like power tools, and and you go for it. And we had a great time. So it was Kelly, Jess, and Dan from the assessor's office and I. And so anybody, if you ever have the opportunity to help out with a Habitat project or just at the Habitat Restore store, please do. And we were able to donate our time to the families who have the opportunity to move into those new houses. So it was great. It's a great project, and it was really fun. So I want to thank Kelly for helping set that up.
That's right. Habitat's looking for volunteers for this. Go ahead, Steve.
The Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus Road cleanup is Saturday, May 4th, meeting at 9 a.m. at the Park and Ride.
Okay, Saturday, May 4th. Thank you. On the topic of, let's see, what else did I have here? Oh, I've been instructed by my kids who are hosting a snow leopard scientist at ACES on Thursday evening at 6, and at the middle school, who will come in and speak about snow leopard conservation projects in Mongolia, both at ACES at 6 p.m. on Thursday night, Hallam Lake, that is, and then at the schools as well. So all about snow leopards. Come on down. I think we're done with that. Thank you all. We're moving into individual consideration items. First reading for public hearing on May 8th. First
we
one
have
up.
to do the minutes first.
Oh, God, I skipped right over it. I already checked it off. Minutes of the regular meeting. Jeanette Jones. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Approving the minutes. Thank you. Glad you got my back on that. Now, moving on to our first reading set for public hearings for May 8th. Jesse's here. She's not here. You're Lindsay. No, sorry, I don't have my glasses on. I know. It's like, you're not Jesse. Ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners amending the 2013 Roaring Fork Gorge Management Plan to allow dogs to be walked off leash, under voice, and sight control along a portion of the Jaffe River Trail. And that's Lindsay who's coming up. Yes, I know. Who you
I'm
are.
Jesse and Gary today.
You're Jesse today.
Get a map up. So I am here for an ordinance that essentially amends our 2013 management plan for the Roaring Fork Gorge area. Oh, is this gonna make me sign in? No. If anyone's not familiar with that stretch, it's
Hey, John,
Stein
can you
Park
power us
to Jaffe Park. And so in 2013, really 2012 to 2013, we went through a whole management plan process with the public and everything to look at the different action items for that stretch of open space. And out of that came a conservation plan, which was to focus on the different access routes from both sides of the river down into the gorge there, one of which being this trail. And so what we've decided to do is pull this trail out separately because the issue, or at the time, I guess maybe the concern was that it was actively being used as a dog off-leash area. The regulations do not reflect that. So we decided to pull that out and discuss it now and then work on the other routes, which are really fisherman access separately, which we're continuing to work on this summer and have been working on. So this stretch, I was gonna get the map up, that we're talking about is roughly a mile long. It starts, the stretch that we're talking about having voice and sight control on would start just past the boat launch in Jaffe. So you would still be required to have your dog on leash in Jaffe Park and by the boat launch. And then once you get to where there's a Y in the trail and the connector goes up to the Rio Grande Trail and then the river trail continues along the river bottom, this stretch would become sight and sound control up until the point where there's another connector that goes up to the Rio. And then that is also where the canyon opens up more and there are wetlands. And it's really where the natural resources, different habitat, things like that start occurring upstream. That then becomes, there's a short stretch of trail it continues on. And that would be a leashed stretch. A lot of users turn around before this point or at this point currently. So our goal was to make it make the regulations basically match what the use on the ground has been. I can't think of another scenario in our system that has been this way, as far as the use and the regulations not being in alignment. And as you guys all know, Smuggler is really our only other sight and sound control area. There's a little patch by Lazy Glen on the highway side of the river, which has a similar scenario to this, really, where the highway wall limits where any dog could go. It's either the river edge or the highway vertical face. And this topographically matches that a lot, where the topography really limits the user between a cliff face and the river bottom, the river edge. And so the rangers did a lot of outreach this winter, January and February, to get feedback and comments. We got 88% of people. We had roughly 150 comments, I believe. 88% wanted the regulation to match what had been happening on the ground with the sight and sound control. We currently, it's been an issue as far as being able to manage it, just because the historic use in there wasn't matching regulations, so the rangers weren't spending a lot of time down there. So the goal is to get that in alignment, and then we'll spend more time down there and sign it and provide leashes like we do on Smuggler. The sight and sound control, just so everyone's aware, means that the animals need to still be in sight of the owner. The dog needs to respond to the owner, so if the dog is not trained well, it still needs to be on a leash. The owner must have a leash and carry their dog, the poo bags, with them, and no more than 2 dogs are allowed off leash. So if someone's walking 3 dogs, that means 1 dog is on leash, 2 dogs could be off leash. This went to the Open Space and Trails Board April 4th. They supported it and passed it on, recommended it to the BOCC to change this regulation. Does anyone have questions about it all?
I did get a call at lunch from someone who was traveling, and I referred her back to submit her comments for the public hearing on May 8th. But before I could tell her that it was an item before the board, she was already on a roll. And her concern was that the survey was done in January and February, not in the middle of the summer. I said that she needed to read the survey results, and also that we did get we got a significant amount of comment.
Yeah,
I
we
think.
did.
And the survey results were very interesting. If you read through them, they're very interesting. There was one, this is just a little minor technical. It said 1 leash per dog, but some people have 1 leash with 2 attachments for dogs.
Oh,
So
yeah.
is that still suitable? I mean, I didn't want to get too picky, but I think it still
that could be
counts.
considered counting, yeah.
Yeah, and I know that this is an area, and another comment was, well, why don't we just leave it like it is, because people walk their dogs without leashes anyway. I said, well, because then they're in violation right off the mark. So we're trying to make it so it's conforming, but if people abuse it, have dogs off leash that are not under voice control, or don't have a leash at all with them, so they couldn't leash their dog if their dog needed to be leashed, then those would be issues of concern for enforcement. And then we're going to have a proper signage, and we're going to have, I'm sure, increased ranger presence down there while we're kicking this in, so people get educated. And that's the key thing. A lot of people, you hear this all the time. It's not the dog who's bad, it's the owner. But we hear that everywhere, anywhere in town or outside of town. So I think this is worth moving forward to a second reading and a public hearing and hearing more from the public.
Steve?
Yeah, likewise, since the survey was done in the middle of the winter, there weren't any people out horseback riding right then. And I am curious how many horseback riders park at Jaffe Park and ride up to the Rio Grande Trail on one of the 2 trails that angle up the hill to go up there. I would hope that we could get some input or maybe the rangers know, but I'd like to know what is the usage by horseback riders?
Well,
And maybe you already have it, but
She has it.
also,
Janet handed me this.
one of the concerns that people expressed on the comments was the dogs. Some dogs are so friendly, they'll come up and they'll jump up on people. Like there's a newcomer there, they go jump up on them, and that can be scary and uncomfortable for the person getting jumped up on. And so that would be a concern of mine. I hear the people who want to have a place to walk their dog where they don't have to be on a leash, and I'd be willing to do this I would put it on a probationary basis for a year and then reevaluate it in a year's time and see what issues came up, if there were any problems, and get a report before making it a permanent part of the policy.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, do you have
so
the
this
information
question
on
had
the
come up-
horses right now?
Yeah, I think it came up in the open space board meeting, so Janet pulled the numbers. So we did a camera count for roughly a year from 2016 to 2017. And so roughly speaking, hiking and running, people hiking and running were roughly 2,000. Dog walkers were roughly 1,600. There were roughly 1,300 anglers. There were 20 bikes, 8 equestrians, 26 deer, which Janet said was one night. There was a group that moved through, or 26 elk, sorry, which is usually we don't see elk in that stretch. But so that was one night. She said there a little pack went through. 8 deer, 1 moose, and 1 llama. So
And a llama?
we did expand. We
By
did.
himself?
I don't know. That's
A
what
lone
she said.
llama.
So this original management plan did call for expansion of equestrian parking in Jaffe Park to provide access to the Rio Grande Trail on the Upper Valley, because right now there were no prior great spots for trailer parking. So we did expand that and provide that access, keeping in mind that the Jaffe connector, not to say obviously 8 equestrians do go on the river trail, but the Jaffe connector, which dogs are still required to be leashed on. So if this is the river trail, is the purple, the connector climbs the hill, it's this one in the orange.
So do the equestrians who do ride go up the first trail there?
Yeah, I would say most do. This one right here, the connector. The river trail is the purple one. But that being said, we saw in the year 8 equestrians on that trail.
Okay.
Kelly?
Yeah, thanks, Lindsay. I have 2 questions. Do you have any recorded complaints or incidents as recorded in the last year for, I don't know, negative human-dog interactions on the trail?
I don't know about the last year. When we first discussed this, we said that there had been one situation, which, given the use down there, is not abnormal. But there hadn't been enough really, or anything of note to make it that we shouldn't change the rule. If that made sense.
Okay.
But I don't think it was within the last year. I think it was 3 or 4 years ago.
And would that information make it back to you guys if it had gone through like the sheriff's office or something?
Yeah, it should go through our rangers and the sheriffs. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And then I noticed in the management plan there's some discussion about water quality testing and management in collaboration with other county boards. And has any of that taken place since this has been put into effect?
The Roaring Fork Conservancy does the sampling. It's, I think, miles upstream from here. It's more towards Stein Park.
Okay.
I'm not aware of any issues, but I could ask them.
I guess I'm concerned, given that the trail and the river are right next to each other, if we will see any increased incidents in like E. coli pollution in that stretch of the river, and if we would know if that was happening.
Well, I don't know that we've sampled that specific stretch to date. We could work with the Conservancy on that. But yeah, I can make that note, and we could try to track it.
I'd be interested to know more. Thank you.
Yeah.
But if people use their dog poo bags like they're supposed to,
I know. And that
Yeah.
works
we'd
on
be
smuggler a
more
lot,
concerned about
but
human
no,
waste up there than maybe dog waste.
Now, that brings up the question on the signage. It will be clear enough to somebody who's using the trail that the dogs are off leash, and that might imply that they could be approached by a dog. Just trying to think, is the signage going to be clear enough that if somebody goes down there, they can anticipate a dog could come up to them to greet them, or, it's off leash. I just want to make sure it's
Okay.
clear enough for all the users. So the signage
Is this dog off
you guys
leash
are
in this
good at.
section of the trail or something?
Yeah, dog off leash, maybe what that implies. I don't know if we want to go deeper into it. And then regarding the worst thing that I see on Smuggler, of course, is when people use the poo bags but then just leave them next to the trail and never return to pick them up. At least
Which
not.
is not allowed.
Which is not allowed.
I mean, that
Right.
would violate the
Yeah.
regulation.
Will there be a dumpster? I think there's already a
There's
dumpster, trash
yeah.
cans down there. So the trash cans will be there. So it sounds great. I think I'm
And that, I believe that specific concern is part of the rule, part of the regulation, is that you're
Right.
not allowed to leave your bag behind.
Yeah, that
And you have
doesn't
to
count.
carry them with you at all times.
Keep it, yeah, keep it with you. All right, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion. Public comment is on May 8th.
May
It
8th,
said in the paper it was today.
No, it didn't.
public hearing on May 8th.
It's May 8th. It's on our agenda as public hearing, second reading and public hearing on May 8th. It's on our,
Any way you all would consider taking public comment since I drove all the way up here?
wait, let's
Well,
just let Greg.
If you keep it really short, I would.
Yes, I
We
will
can,
keep it
well,
short.
okay, come on up, please.
I
Yeah, we want to hear what
appreciate
you
it.
have to say.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much, because I did read that in the paper.
Okay, all right.
All right. Is this, where do you want me to?
Right there, perfect. Just identify yourself, please, when you come
Is her
in.
mic on?
The mic,
I think so, yeah.
great.
Hello, thank you. This is Leslie Thomas from the Roaring Fork Valley Horse Council. And I just wanted to point out to some of the comments that you all made. One, the parking was not actually available until 2018 for horse, truck, and trailer parking at Jaffe Park, even though the survey was taken, before that, when they counted the user numbers, and it was only in the middle of 2018. So we haven't put that information out to the horse community that they can now go there and ride. And then, two, we all are dog lovers, and if the dogs all behaved, there wouldn't be any problems. But what I would like to see that you all do is put in ramifications for problems. Not just that they will be noted, but that, there'll be zero tolerance. If there are problems here with the dogs, it's over. The BLM, the U.S. Forest Service, is moving in that direction, whether it's dogs or whatever, people not complying with the rules and regulations. They've just skipped over all the steps of cameras and fines and, all the other kind of educational means that just don't seem to get the message across. When you tell people, if you don't manage your dogs so that they're safe, you're just not going to be able to do this anymore. And that fixes a lot of the problems. That catches people's attention. And that is what is constantly a problem with Pitkin County, is that we can't seem to get any compliance that is strong enough to deter, whether it's wildlife violations or whatever it happens to be. There just never is that piece. And I think that's really critical.
So Leslie, you're saying
One person violates it, everybody else is off.
signage that specifies that?
Cameras, fines, all that stuff, probation, that just doesn't seem to be enough of a deterrent on Pitkin County lands, managed lands, open space lands. So the Forest Service, the U.S. government, we're local taxpaying citizens using these lands here. And the U.S. government has just said, to heck with all of that. We're going to zero compliance. You break the rules, that's it. You're just not going to get to do this anymore here. And I would like to see some real teeth
Teeth in the
in
rules.
your regulations.
Okay.
And move in the direction of that on everything. And I'm willing to say, let's try this. I don't think that, because I said the parking was only available recently and we haven't even advertised it. But you've gotten hundreds and hundreds of letters from the horse community saying how interested they are in riding on your trails. It's just taking a long time to catch up to making it accessible for them to do it. So that's it. That's all I want to say. And then we'll write our letter.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thanks.
much for listening.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Greg, I just have to say that I think it would be very interesting to have a zero tolerance. So that means if the first horse person that violated something, it would be closed to horses. The first jogger that did something like leaving trash would be close it for running. So we have to be very careful, and I really haven't heard of a federal government, Forest Service, BLM, zero tolerance, but it's something we need to think about. If we do have a fine system set up for there, and it's pretty significant. And we're going to, like I said, increase our enforcement when we first open this up, just to make sure that everybody's educated. And sometimes you do have to give it a try. And I'd hate to spoil the experience for everybody else because one person had a dog that was misbehaved. And it'd be hard to say your dog is never allowed back here again, but it could be part of the discussion on second reading. So I will make a motion.
Does anybody else have a No, don't see any hands up. Okay. Your
I'll make a,
Well, I would like to have the one-year probationary period included in our motion.
I'm not going to include that in the motion at this time. I'm going to move it forward. I think if anything, it says very clearly in here, if it's found that there are issues, it will be rescinded. It's already in, as part of this motion to move, I mean, the
Did say that,
resolution.
yeah, I read
Yeah, so I'm going to move it forward as written and set for public hearing and second reading on May 8th.
Second.
We've got a second. Any further discussion from John?
Just an aside, to make this item complete when it comes back on second reading, I believe we should be doing a code amendment as well. There's a prohibition of dogs at large within the county. There's a prohibition of dogs at large in the county. It's embedded within the county code, and that takes precedence over open space and trails rules.
Is that a two read also?
Yep.
So we'd have to,
Ordinance.
we'd have to bring that forward for first reading and then move that to a second read after we approve this change? Or continue to line
Well,
up?
however you want to
So
do
it
it.
could
you
be
can
3
do it.
reads out.
It just would not be a complete action until there is either some modification or another in the county code.
Okay.
Got it. Have we discussed the entire issue so it doesn't have to come back again? It looks like we're going to have.
No, we'd have to bring the code amendment back at second reading, but it would be a first reading for the code amendment. We could then continue this for a third reading, which would be the second reading for the code amendment, and do it all at one time, correct?
Or you can do this right now if you
Yeah,
want. It's
we could do it separate and just clean that up afterwards.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be at the same time.
So we'd have first reading on the code amendment at our next meeting.
Yeah,
we
that's
do that for-
that's just a cleanup, an added item.
Lindsay,
agenda.
what were you adding?
I'm just wondering if we did that for smuggler even, do you recall?
I don't.
We may need to do it for both if that's the case.
Yeah, we should clean it up.
Yeah, it's just a cleanup.
Good point, thank you.
So we have a motion and a second, and we're,
Do we have a second?
Have
You
we-
seconded.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thanks, Lindsay. Thanks for
Thank you,
bringing it
guys.
in. And Leslie, thank you for coming, and the other folks as well. Moving right along here, resolution, repealing resolution number 097, 2015, Emergency Operations Plan, and adopting an updated Pitkin County Emergency Operations Plan. And we have Valerie McDonald.
Good afternoon. I'm Valerie McDonald. I'm the Pitkin County Emergency Manager, and I work for the Sheriff's Office. Before I get to my EOP, Emergency Operation Plan update, I wanted to say that the Frying Pan River cleanup is this Saturday on the 27th, and people can go to roaringfork.org to get more information on that. And then also, my second public announcement is there's a post-Lake Christine fire panel discussion at the Basalt High School on May 6th from 6 to 8. And that is being facilitated by the Roaring Fork Conservancy.
You said May 6th?
Can you send that out to us? That May 6th? That'd be great. And can I, real quick, can I make a third announcement for you? There is an event being held tomorrow. Would you please fill us in on that? And what time you would like members of the board to be there?
Yes. Tomorrow, we've been in a planning process for a year for a disaster emergency training exercise. It's taking place tomorrow, 8 o'clock. Doors will open at 8 to 8:30 is registration. It's being facilitated by a Federal Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity, and Infrastructure team. We've been working with them for a year. Our local team, planning team, is the Pitkin County Incident Management Team, Emergency Management, Aspen Police Department, Aspen Ambulance, and the Aspen Skiing Company has been on our local planning team. So it's a tabletop exercise. It will be a discussion on what we would do with a terrorist attack, mass casualty event at a large outdoor venue special event. It's really important to us, this work. Special events are identified as our #1 hazard risk, man-made hazard risk in the county. We have about 150 people coming. We invited all of our public safety agencies, our incident management team, our emergency support function teams, emergency management, And we've also included some non-government organizations. The chambers are coming, schools are coming, so that takes place tomorrow, and hopefully it will be very meaningful, which means it improves our response and recovery.
So the best time for the members of the BOCC would be the morning session, is that
The whole day.
the whole day?
We're asking people to resist the urge to leave so we get the feedback during the hot wash so we can improve our planning.
Okay,
And this is at Bumps? Got it. Starts at 8 a.m. registration.
Correct. It's
And
not a public event.
It's not public, so this is only for,
by invitation, but I just want to make sure that it was clear that the board knows.
Yes, and I
Thank you.
believe there are electeds coming from all municipalities, and city, county, town managers will be there as well.
Okay,
great.
thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Now,
Sure.
Yeah, now.
what else you got?
Okay, my official reason for being here is I'm here with the update of our county emergency operation plan. Quite simply, that plan talks about the structure and guidelines we have in place to transition quickly from day-to-day normal operations to full-on disaster emergency. It talks about the role of the Pitkin County Emergency Incident Management Team, which operates under, it's multi-jurisdictional, but it operates under the umbrella of the Sheriff's Office. And it also talks about our emergency support function teams. We've got 15 teams that would staff the County Emergency Operations Center to support the incident management team. We've got over 200 people organized in those positions. So it just talks about the structure, guidelines, and the roles and responsibilities of the different team. The whole point of it is so we can respond quickly, which will, again, improve our resiliency, our recovery. So that this plan, the Pitkin County Emergency Management is required by statute to develop this plan and maintain it. Not much has changed since I was here in 2016. That's the last time you I updated it and you adopted it. We didn't make many changes to the plan. The structure is still sound and intact, but since I work under the Emergency Manager's Performance Grant with the state, I'm required to come in front of you every 2 years to get the plan readopted. Does anyone have questions about the Emergency Operation Plan?
I just have a comment. Well done.
Thank you.
It was great. It's great. It's believe it or not, it actually is really informative, good reading. So I have this copy saved, and we'll keep it on my desk.
And we're looking at a couple hundred pages. It's fairly comprehensive. I remember when you first brought it to us, it was fairly impressive in size. And it's good to know you didn't have to revise the entire thing. You've had some emergencies since that update that you've had a chance to perhaps explore the way the plan works.
Yeah, no, this plan is solid. It's used across the country. We follow the National Incident Management System. Our plan is consistent with what's used across the country. So if I was sent someplace else to work and they told me what position I was filling, I would know what that was. The same applies to our IMT, or if we had to bring people in, we will all use the same structure. It's a sound plan. It's actually a meaningful plan.
Excellent. Great. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
It feels good that you're running this thing. Kelly and then Steve.
Hi, Valerie. Thanks.
Hi.
Can you talk a little bit about your collaborative process to put this together? Do you vet this with like the Public Safety Council and other groups before bringing it here?
The way it's structured and the way my job runs is if I sit in my office and write a plan, it doesn't work. It doesn't count. It doesn't even count. Everything I do in my office is a collaborative effort. None of us work in silos, but this plan is a collaborative effort. All public safety agencies, all emergency support function teams have input into the plan, and then it is definitely vetted through the Public Safety Council and approved by them. So we go through several different drafts before we finally get here to make sure everybody's in agreement.
Great, thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, thanks. And my question has to do with the federal government. Looking at FEMA and the Department of Homeland Security, do you have any sort of direction from them that ends up in our emergency management plan And have things been changing for you in relation to what you are getting from the federal government?
There are over 200 pages of guidance from the federal government on how to write an emergency operation plan. So that's the federal guidance. And then I get guidance from our Colorado State Office, DHSD, Department of Homeland Security Office of Emergency Management as well. So there's no shortage of guidance.
There's a lot of guidance.
Is that it? Okay, great. Thank you.
I will make a motion to approve and move to second reading and public hearing on May the 8th.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
I just would like to acknowledge you, Valerie. You have a really difficult job. I can't imagine what keeps you awake at night. So thank you.
You
for
don't
all
want to
the
know. Thank
Does she
you.
get to sleep at night is the question.
Thanks.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
And then all
Thank
in
you.
favor, just to finish this up?
Aye.
Hi.
Aye. All right. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks, Valerie.
Okay, moving right along, we have a resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2019 budget and amending the 2019 budget for 2018 carryover projects. And Connie's here. Ready when you are.
Good afternoon, Connie Baker, Pitkin County Budget Director, and we're here for carry forwards from the 2018 budget to the 2019 budget. In this resolution, you will see listed the fund that all of the carry forwards are in, and then the department, if it's relevant. It shows the 2018 budget, then the 2019 budget if there is one, the revenue change if we're carrying forward a revenue budget line, or expenditure change if we're carrying forward an expenditure budget. And then the revised budget is just the adjusted budget after that carry forward takes effect. There are 4 different categories of carry forwards that we allow. And so I thought I'd just give a couple examples of each one just so you have an idea. One is for multi-year projects. We budget the full amount of a project up front so that we can enter into contractual agreements, knowing that it won't be spent all in the first year, that it's going to be spent over the course of 2 or possibly 3 years, depending on the project. So one example of this is on page 214 in your packet for the ambulance fund. And you'll see that we had a budget of about $6.4 million in 2018. In the 2019 budget, we estimated how much we thought wasn't going to be spent in 2018 and budgeted it right from the start in the original 2019 budget. But then at the end of the year, we have to go back and true up and see, well, there was still part that we thought might be spent in 2018 but wasn't. We need to carry it forward so we'll still have the full budget amount for the project. And so you see here we have $1,372,000 that we're carrying forward for the ambulance. So many of the larger projects, we will re-budget part of it in the following year, but knowing that we'll need to do a true up in the budget carry forwards at year end. There are a few projects that we did not do this estimate for. For example, in the capital fund, the ERP conversion, we had a little over $1 million budgeted in 2018. We did not re-budget anything in 2019. We had $688,000 left over in budget at the end of 2018, and we're carrying that forward. So just as an example of how we handle the larger multi-year projects. Other types of projects that we carry forward are one-time projects. And sometimes these are projects that we just weren't able to be finished in the year, or sometimes they cross over timing-wise between 2 different years. And an example of that is on page 213. In the translator fund, there are a number of lines here for broadband equipment, and these were a supplemental request that came to the commissioners during 2018, and staff thought that they'd be able to get going on this at the end of 2018, but timing changed a little bit, so we're carrying forward those budget amounts into 2019. Another example is on page 211. Elections video surveillance system, a small project that we thought was going to be completed in 2018, but there is a small amount that didn't get done in 2018 and was finished up at the beginning of 2019. We're carrying that forward. So just as examples. There are also replacement schedule items that are carried forward. Many items, departments have a schedule, and they estimate the lifespan for certain types of items that they regularly use but don't need to budget every year. So one example of this is copiers, and in the airport budget on page 217, you'll see a copier purchase budgeted at $15,000 in 2018. If they see that the copier they have or the replacement schedule item that they have doesn't need to be replaced yet, they might hold out and carry forward the budget as that placeholder for it. Or further up in the sheriff's office, I can get there. Night vision goggles were on their replacement schedule in 2018. They weren't purchased, and so that full amount is being carried over into 2019. And then the last category of carry forwards are dedicated revenues. There are times when a department will receive grant money or a donation to be used for a specific purpose. And we will take that revenue and carry it forward as a budget appropriation the next year so that the revenue can be spent for the purpose for which it was given. And a couple examples of that are in the jail, the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, the SCAP grants. There was a little bit of grant money left over in that program that we're carrying forward as an expenditure so that the jail can spend it for the reason that the grant was given. Another example is in the library fund on page 216. Friends of the Library has book sales and collects donations to be used for different projects or book purchases in the library. So we'll take the net of donations and money that's been raised by Friends of the Library, less anything that was spent against that during the year, and carry forward what's left over as a budget appropriation. So here you see $2,700 being carried forward. So these are just a few examples so you have an idea of what the carry forwards are comprised of. There are some things that we don't allow to be carried forward, and that is ongoing operational line items. So, for example, if finance did not spend all of our office supplies budget in 2018, we can't carry forward what we didn't spend to the next year because we have an office supplies budget in 2019. So ongoing operations don't get carried forward. Another thing that we generally don't allow during the carry forwards is to take savings from one project and carry it forward for something different. It needs to be straightforward, carrying forward for the reason that it was appropriated as we've come to the board for these different projects. There is one exception, and I believe GR had come to the board a couple weeks ago to mention this, and that is in the engineering department for slope stabilization. And let's see, go to that section. So in the Road and Bridge Fund, they budgeted $200,000 in 2018 and then another $125,000 in 2019. But when bids and cost estimates were coming in for the actual slope stabilization projects, they realized that this budget was really insufficient for that. They did have enough savings from other road projects in 2018 to be able to add them together, add them on to that slope stabilization budget, and carry forward a larger amount. Again, this is something that we don't normally do, but I did ask GR to come in, mention it to you, get a thumbs up ahead of time, and then to go ahead and appropriate it here in this carry forward budget.
Got it. Thank you for that.
There are a number of large items that are carried forward that are mentioned in the memo, in open space, airport, housing, ambulance. All told, the carry forwards are $17,288,394 in expenditures, and that's offset by revenues of $576,860. That's a net change to the 2019 budget of $16,711,534. So it seems like a large amount all put together, but then when you go through and actually look at the individual line items, most of them should seem at least somewhat familiar to the board, items that have been to you either in supplemental request or in the original 2018 budget. Are there any questions on any parts of this resolution?
So, Connie, so some of these may well be carried over into 2020 as well.
That's correct. For example, the courthouse renovation project will be carried forward again into 2020. So projects that are of longer duration are ongoing, yes.
Kelly?
So just to clarify, when we're looking at this slope stabilization screen, so the expenditure change, that's the amount they needed to complete these projects and what they cobbled together from savings from others?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And so we're adding that to what we previously budgeted for
Yep.
this year? Okay, thank you. And then do replacement schedule items automatically roll over, or do they each individually get vetted?
No, we ask departments what they need to carry forward. And this year, Mara was a great help in kind of collecting all of those requests and compiling and putting everything together. And so we do ask the departments, if they don't need it, occasionally there'll be something where a department says, no, we're really not going to do this for another 2 years. Let's just drop it for now, and then rebudget it in 2020 or whenever they think they might do it. So it's not an automatic.
Okay, great. And then I guess the last question, this is a little theoretical. If we have grant money that we don't spend and either maybe can't spend it before the grant term is finished, would that show up here, or is that?
No,
somewhere else?
most of the grants that we receive are drawdown grants, so we first have to spend the money associated with the grant in order to draw the grant money. So if there's something that we're not able to spend the full amount, we simply don't receive the full amount of the grant.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Questions?
No, I just want to thank you for the explanation. Sometimes you remember, sometimes you don't, and sometimes it's confusing, and your clarification was great. Thank you.
Con, I just wanted to ask another theoretical question. From year to year, do you track the amounts of the carryovers? Is there a trend? Or, I assume you like to be closer in estimates, but that's not always possible. So we're going to have them. Just wondering, do we keep track of that? Do we see how it's going?
Yeah,
Something-
we've started, in the past, we did not rebudget for amounts that we thought weren't going to get spent in the current year. And we did start that process, and that hopefully will reduce the overall grant amounts, the overall carry forward amounts. But I have not actually tracked that yet to see, are we seeing a reduction?
Just be interesting to have for somebody's interest.
I would
going
love to
forward,
see
what that
them
looks like.
gradually getting smaller, yes.
One of the challenges, they'll never go away because so many of our large projects are multi-year projects, and you encumber the full budgeted amount when you sign a contract. So you have to appropriate the full amount of a multi-year project in year one. And so there will, some of these, I think, we can probably not have quite as many carry forwards, but as we do larger projects, you're always probably going to have these carry forwards because you have to appropriate annually.
And not to pick on GR, but, how come he doesn't understand what the slope's going to do before he digs? So, Kelly?
Can you talk about the $650,000 for project management at the airport?
I don't have a lot of details on that one. I'd have to defer that to the airport staff and ask them to bring you comments on that.
Yeah, so that has to do with the program management. So that is the Kimley Horn contract, and it's going to be inclusive of the ramp rehabilitation projects that were put on, as well as the visioning and design processes that we're in for the future of the airport.
So it's a total of 6 million something?
Correct. There are different task orders that get signed and then carried forward. But that brings us through the design and engineering of whatever.
So we'll see this again in
gives
further
us
detail.
direction. Yeah, you're going to be seeing this for a while.
I'm like, that's a lot of money, yeah.
Other questions? Do I see a motion?
No,
Steve?
I have another question. Just looking at any of these where there is nothing budgeted for in our 2019 budget. So that means last fall, when we were approving the budget for this year, it looks like they weren't anticipating spending any money. But they were counting on this carryover money. So I think when we look at the budget in the fall, it's misleading because it actually should have been almost $17 million more that was anticipated to be spent this year.
There's part of that actually does get anticipated in the budget process. When we prepare the 5-year plans, we do have a column where we're taking into account the current year projections. And so if we know there's an item that, even though it may not be fully spent in the current year, we do think we'll carry forward the budget for it, we'll put in the projection to make sure that we've are anticipating spending that full amount. That means that our fund balance that we're projecting at the end of 2018, that's the starting point for the 2019 budget, already has built into it the fact that we're going to spend that full budgeted amount. So, for example, we have the airport pulled up here. A fence security system, $2.5 million. In their 5-year plan, it anticipated that full amount would be spent in 2018, even though it wouldn't be, but just so that the ending fund balance would not show too much available, but would take into account the fact that would be carried forward. So whether it's spent in 18 or 19, we've accounted for the fact in our fund balance projections that the full amount would be spent. So we do try to anticipate as much as possible and build that into the projections so that we're not way off when we get to the next year and carry forward such a large amount of money.
Okay. And is there any way that you track the money, the unspent money that is then returned to the general fund because it's no longer needed?
We do look at that at the end of the year just for overall savings. And I just gave John a rough estimate for the general fund, taking into account where we thought we'd be in the budget process and the carry forwards and savings and excess revenue, where we thought we'd end up, where we actually ended up. But then you take out the first quarter supplementals, see where we're actually at compared to budget. So in the general fund, we're about $500,000 to the good. All things taken into consideration with carry forwards and first quarter supplementals.
Yeah, that could be, well, it could measure a couple of things. One, it could measure that how a department is being efficient with the money. and they didn't need to spend it all, and so it's like a feather in their cap that they were frugal, they got the project done, spending less money. It also could indicate that they
That they
took a
over
wild guess at how much it was gonna cost, or maybe not a wild guess, but an educated guess at how much it would cost, and they just
Yeah.
misestimated how much something was gonna
We're
cost.
always working on that balance in the budget process, not wanting departments to budget too much, to put in too large of a placeholder, but also wanting to be reasonable.
In general, though, Steve, we try and be a little bit conservative on our revenue estimates. So revenues tend to come in higher, except when we hit those downturn years. But generally, revenues are coming in a little bit ahead of where we projected, which is what happened this past year. And then on the expenditure side, you want to be sure you're probably budgeting just a little bit ahead of where you'll actually spend. And we're talking, a couple percentage points, not big. And so overall, we generally run a little bit of a surplus, and we try and take account of that, but we find that we're typically a little more conservative, and so you tend to have a little bit of extra fund balance at the end of the year, but it's not excessive. And it's a combination of revenues are coming in higher than were projected in the budget, and then spending right under those appropriation levels.
Mm-hmm.
So it's tightened up quite a bit from where it's been in past years.
Okay.
Thank you
Well,
for
thanks
that.
for,
Thanks for the elaboration.
More education on budget things all the time.
I'll make a motion.
We have a
I'll
motion.
make a motion to approve, on first reading, a resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2019 budget and amending the 2019 budget for 2018 carryovers. Second reading and public hearing will be on May the 8th.
I'll second.
We have a second. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Thank
coming
you.
in, and thanks for clarifying and explaining it so well. It really, it does help. Okay, up next, Lisa McDonald is in the house. Resolution supporting the grant application for the Fishing is Fun grant from the state of Colorado, Parks and Wildlife, for the Robinson Diversion Modification Project. And if awarded, acceptance of the grant. If awarded, acceptance of the grant. Can you explain that, please?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I am Lisa McDonald of the Healthy Rivers Program. And in front of you today, as Greg mentioned, are actually two separate resolutions supporting 3 grant applications for the Robinson Diversion Modification Project. The Fishing is Fun grant application, we applied for $77,817. We will hear about that in Denver. Those awards are May 7th, and so we will be in attendance over at that meeting. Do you just want to do the Fishing is Fun grant
I
first?
think we do one at a time.
One
just
at a
to make
time?
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we could. Yeah,
Sure.
that'd be great.
As you know, the diversion is located just at Two Rivers Road and Highway 82 in Basalt, just upstream of the Aspen Basalt Campground, or the old KOA, I think, as it's been called. We started developing the project in early 2017, and after presentations to both the Healthy Rivers Board and this Board of County Commissioners, staff was directed to pursue grant opportunities and local funding partners, along with community support for the project. We have since met with the Roaring Fork Fishing Guide Alliance, the Roaring Fork Conservancy, local anglers, whitewater enthusiasts, American Whitewater, Town of Basalt, Eagle County, Robinson Ditch Company, and the CPW. We've had site visits out there with CPW. We've met with the Ditch Company several times, and the support for the project is overwhelming. We will meet with Eagle County commissioners, I think, at a meeting next month when they're over here in Elchville. So the first grant is through CPW, as Greg mentioned, and so we're seeking support for that, and if awarded, acceptance of the funds.
Great. questions or a
I
motion?
just have a comment.
Comment?
Ironically, in the paper today, there was
I
an
know.
article about this ditch, and I'm glad to see that some adjustments were made to
Yes.
what was happening to make sure that there,
Safe-
that
a
the
little
ditch
safer
availability
passage.
was okay. And so the public safety, I think, has been addressed in the interim until we actually get in there and do the real work.
Right.
So I was really happy to see that article today.
The ditch company has been really receptive to,
That's great.
you
We
know,
wanna thank
helping
them for
out with
that.
everybody. Yep.
That's great, because there was a huge public safety issue there, and there still is. It's not the safest.
It's
and the
not a
best.
fix. Yep. It's just a little quick.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Okay, Kelly?
Hopefully, assuming we win all these grants, when would work start to take place?
We'd hope to start work in the fall. Yep. There's a window that we can be in the river because of spawning. So, yeah, hopefully
Would
this
it
fall.
finish in that window, or do you have to phase it?
Sorry?
Would it finish within that window in the
Yes.
fall? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Just as an aside, you mentioned that you're going to be meeting with the Eagle County Commissioners next month on this particular project.
We hope to. Yep.
Hope to. And I'm just curious, John, that we were tentatively setting up a meeting with the town of Basalt regarding the Whitewater Park, and it'd be nice if we were able to coordinate to have the commissioners see that project as well.
Yeah, we might be able to do that. I think that's part of my open discussion for you guys is it looks like the date for that is going to be moving because our
Right.
consultant wasn't available. So we're looking for some other dates on that. We could
Sure.
certainly see if Eagle County is available and wants to see that.
Yeah. That would be great.
Great to combine the agendas. Okay, I think I'm ready for a motion on this one.
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution on first reading supporting the grant application for the Fishing is Fun grant from the state of Colorado, Colorado Parks and Wildlife for the Robinson Ditch Modification Project, and if awarded, acceptance of the grant.
I will second.
We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving right along to the next piece of business on the Robinson Ditch. Resolution supporting applications to the Colorado Water Conservation Board for a water plan grant, water supply reserve fund grant for the Robinson Ditch modification project, and accepting the grant from the Water Supply Reserve Fund, and if awarded, accepting the water plan grant. It sounds like we're talking about the same
Mouthful.
thing. I know, same thing from a different granting organization.
Exactly. So the other two opportunities we applied for were through the Colorado Water Conservation Board. Their Water Supply Reserve Fund, we applied for a $45,000 grant with them. We actually were awarded that on March 21st, and the resolution contemplates acceptance of that award. The CWC Water Plan Grant will be heard, and awards will be issued next month in Gunnison, and we applied for $171,216 for that grant. So,
Fantastic.
yeah.
George?
So
question?
do you go over to Gunnison? Or do we have
I
staff?
will.
You will?
Mhm, I
Because
will.
you
Yep,
probably
and to
make a
Denver.
presentation and answer questions and.
Yes, yep, you present. I had a river board meeting on the 21st, so Quinn Donnelly with River Restoration, our engineer on the project, went over and presented to the CWCB Water Supply Reserve Fund.
Will this be like a gala award ceremony?
Yeah, I haven't been,
Anywhere?
so yeah, we'll
Yeah.
see, yeah.
We have to have one heck of a party for all of these, and I'm happy to do that.
It's exciting. Let's
Yeah.
keep it going.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I think I'm just looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve on first reading the resolution supporting the applications to the Colorado Water Conservation Board for a water plan grant and the Water Supply Reserve Fund grant for the Robinson Diversion Modification Project, and accepting the grant from the Water Supply Reserve Fund if awarded.
Second.
Got a second. Further discussion? I don't think so. Thank you for all this.
Thanks,
It's
Lisa.
exciting.
Yep.
We're-
Good job.
We're cleaning up a mess that the river runners have all been afraid of for a long time.
Exactly.
This
We've
is-
got a lot of support from
This is
all
good.
that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right.
Great.
Thanks, Lisa. That was quick. That's how we like it. All right, and Paul Holsinger is up next. We're going into individual consideration items, public hearing, second readings. This is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving an amendment to the Capitol Creek Ranch Conservation Easement. Welcome.
I'm recused from this. I'll be out in the hallway.
We'll call you. Somebody will remember to call you. I'll try to put it on my calendar that you're not here.
I'll be quick.
You can watch it on the TV
Paul
out
can
there.
go get him on his way out.
Yeah.
It's up on
Okay,
the screen out
Paul,
there.
You're up.
Yeah. My name is Paul Holsinger. I'm the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Administrator for Pitkin County Open Space and Trails Department. And I'm here to talk about an amendment to Capitol Creek Ranch, which the Capitol Creek Ranch Company is, Steve Child is a part of. So what brought this about is in 2016, the lots 1 through 5 of the Capitol Creek Ranch, which sits right over here, it's split right here. This is the Harvey Ranch on this side. It's Capitol Creek Ranch here. And lots 1 through 5 are basically, if you take a line and cut this section off, it's the larger piece of that. So the new owners bought the majority of the ranch back in 2016. And while they were going through that process, they went through Community Development Department to adjust some lot lines. And they got that accomplished. But commemorated in the conservation easement for this property, the exhibit had the lot lines as an exhibit to the conservation easement, which looked like this. And since these lot lines have now changed, we need to update that exhibit. None of the permitted and prohibited uses have changed, it's just simply the lot lines. And what they did is they wanted to make sure this line here was actually on the fence line. They also moved these lot lines around and clustered these 2 building envelopes closer down here, kind of on the backside of a hill. And that's what it looks like now. So,
Zig and the zag in the fence.
little zig and a zag, yep, in the fence. And it can toggle through. You can see it.
I'll go back and forth. Thank you.
It slightly changes, but the more substantial change is just where these buildings are, and they're going to get clustered together since there's one owner now for both of these lots, and they didn't want to change the size of the lot, so they kind of made it a little funny there. But that's what we're doing, and I'll take any questions.
Any questions? I think it's a testament to the quickness in which we can all work through the process here that Steve didn't, or the new owner didn't decide just to change the location of the fence instead of.
Actually doing it by the book.
Right.
So this is the easier way to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Glad to hear that. I guess I'll need a motion if I don't have any questions. We've seen this.
Public hearing.
Oh, pardon me, it's a public hearing. Thank you. Any public comment on this? Do we have anybody who'd like to say something? Seeing none, we're going to bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance amending the amended and restated deed of conservation easement for Capitol Creek Ranch.
Second.
Looking for a second. Any further conversation on this? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It passes. Thanks,
Thanks,
Paul.
Paul.
That
Thank
was
you.
quick.
I'll go
Brevity is
grab
the soul of wit.
I'll go grab Steve.
You've won the prize so far.
I'll be back.
Okay, yeah, you can tell Steve he's welcome to come back now. Here he is. All right. And coming up next, we have GR, an ordinance, the Board of County Commissioners granting an easement to the City of Aspen Water Department on the Roaring Fork Transit Bus Authority bus maintenance parcel to facilitate the Aspen Maintenance Facility expansion. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I'm G.R. Fielding. I'm the county engineer, and we do have second reading for that ordinance and 2 more. The first one's to the City Water Department. It's on the Rafta lot. This is a cleanup from their AMF expansion project that was completed a couple years ago. They had to relocate the water main that services the bus facility, the public works facility, the cabin, and the animal shelter.
Can I ask, are there any changes from first reading?
There's no changes from the first reading.
Questions going forward on this one? Well, if not, we can, Steve might have
So
one.
I don't have any questions, but I'd like to make a motion.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a public hearing.
Public hearing. We're
It
gonna
is a
open up.
public hearing.
We're going to open this up to public hearing. If anybody has something they'd like to say. Seeing none, we're going to bring it back. Ready for a motion.
So I'd make a motion to approve the ordinance granting an easement to the City of Aspen Water Department for their RAFTA bus maintenance parcel.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye. Okay, and GR is going to stay put because up next, we have an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners granting an easement to Holy Cross Energy on the Roaring Fork Transit Authority bus maintenance parcel to facilitate, this time, a bus electrification project proposed by RAFTA.
And yes, these next two are for the bus electrification project that RAFTA is undergoing right now. As the board well knows that they have, I believe, 8 electric buses on order. They're expecting them to be in service for this fall off-season, is my understanding. In order to do so, they need to install some bus charging stations at the Aspen Maintenance Facility. The infrastructure needs to tie into the transformer that sits at the end of the driveway at the Public Works facility. And so that's on the Public Works parcel. It needs to cross the road and go on to the RAFTA bus maintenance parcel, which is also owned by the county. There's no real changes from first reading.
Thank you.
Steve, questions?
GR, have they designed this so it's kind of expandable without coming back and doing another ordinance, or to serve twice as many buses, for instance, as they are ordering right now?
My understanding is there may need to be changes in the future, but it'll likely be able to be serviced because those changes will likely just be the transformer that sits there would need to be upsized. Whether or not they would need more conduit or anything else of that nature, I would imagine that within the size of the easement, since those conduits are only about 6 inches, we could probably put more infrastructure in that area.
Mm-hmm. Good question. Other questions? It's a public hearing. Anybody would like to come forward and make a statement on this? Assuming Sarah's not here for that.
I don't think Sarah wants to comment on
She
this.
doesn't want to comment on it.
No, sorry.
What do you want? Okay, bringing it back to the board.
I'll make a motion to approve granting an easement to Holy Cross Energy on the RAFTA bus maintenance parcel to facilitate bus electrification project proposed by RAFTA.
Second. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And since GR is here, we're just going to get the next one done too. This is an ordinance granting an easement to Holy Cross Energy on the Pitkin County Service Center parcel to facilitate a bus electrification project. So this is part of the same thing, just on a separate piece of land.
Yes.
And no changes.
No changes.
No changes. Do we have questions on this one? Do we want to make a motion?
Public
We want to
hearing.
have a public hearing? Yes, it is open to public hearing. Seeing a new person in the audience and want to make a comment on this?
I'll make a motion granting an easement to Holy Cross Energy on the Pitkin County Service Center parcel to facilitate a bus electrification project proposed by RAFTA.
Second.
Got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, GR. Boy, you and Paul are just smoking.
Terry, you had a
it.
birthday recently, didn't
Today.
you?
Yes.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Great pictures
Okay.
of that kid skiing out
So,
there,
continuing our individual consideration item, public hearings, second readings, ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners accepting a public trail easement from Crystal Basin Holdings LLC. We have a special guest here today.
Richard Neely, Assistant County Attorney. As you said, this is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners accepting a trail easement from Crystal Basin Holdings LLC. I'm here with Sarah Oates, who represents Crystal Basin Holdings LLC. April 10th was the first reading of this ordinance. We are here on April 24th for second reading and public hearing. I was gonna plug this in just so you had a map of the property. I think you're all familiar with that, but because it's public hearing today, I wanted to make sure that this map was up here in case
Thank you.
it was wanted to be referenced. As you'll recall, the Crystal Basin's Holdings LLC property is located to the west of Redstone. So here's the vicinity of their property right here. I know this is kind of small, and Redstone's right down here, and it follows Coal Creek and then Dutch Creek up to here. So Carbondale's this way, McClure Pass is this way. Anyway, this action stems out of a prior Board of County Commissioners resolution of a land use application. It is BOCC Resolution 138, which approved activity envelope and site plan review for certain trails which are depicted on this map on the Crystal Basin Holdings property. I think last time you all heard some of the concepts for the trails, it being different levels of riders, an educational facility. It also included an extensive revegetation of portions of the property and some work on, was there actual stream restoration work as well?
There is going to be stream restoration work and some retention work on the retention ponds.
Thanks. We did have two issues raised by the board last time. The first one, Kelly, you asked about incorporating the master plan into the BOCC ordinance. The ordinance that is in front of you right now does not have that, but I did add in another recital to the ordinance that specifically recognized, and I'll read it in for you right now. It says, the BOCC and Crystal Basin have agreed in the trail easement agreement that use of the trail easements in the Crystal Basin property is subject to land use approval memorialized in BOCC Resolution Number 138, 2018. So I hope that addresses your question about, it was specifically related to signage, but incorporating that particular resolution and what was memorialized in the land use approval into this ordinance. So that's the intent there. I'll make sure Jeanette gets this when it comes time to get executed. The other question that the board raised last time had to do with insurance on the property, and we had a little bit of a discussion with Sarah about that, and I did reach out to our insurer, our underwriter, and they're comfortable with the language as drafted in the trail easement. I did add the monetary limitations of the Colorado Governmental Immunities Act in there to, I guess, strengthen that a little bit. I think the issue raised by Sarah was a good one, and our insurer appreciated that, and they were ultimately comfortable with Sarah's client insuring and indemnifying the county in this circumstance. Happy to answer any other questions. Sarah, do you want to add anything?
I don't have anything to add.
Questions? Steve?
At one time I went on a tour that we looked at a place where they had done a biochar project to kind of revegetate some of the area up there. I think it was on part of this property, but are you familiar with the location of that, Sarah?
Vaguely familiar, and I think all of that experimentation that was going on was on actually Forest Service land.
Okay.
So there's some to the east, and then there was a project to the west that was more revegetation of trees, but it was to the east, to the northeast that was done.
Yeah, they had done the cow stomp project in
Yes.
one area and then the biochar thing in another area.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Okay. So
Be nice to see.
thanks.
Yeah, someday it'd be nice to see what came of that, if it's restored, if grass is growing.
We did one up Castle Creek too, and it had great restoration.
Right, yeah, we've seen that one. Yeah.
It's getting there slowly. So,
a while.
Takes time.
yeah, it does.
I remember there was also just a discussion with the manager about, there were some water restoration projects are part of this, water clarity. It'd be great ongoing to have some information back on how that's going. Success, hopefully, in a couple of years, we'll have great news about what's happened up there.
Sure, definitely.
Looking forward to that.
I think we do have to do some reporting from
We have to
the
come back.
original land use approval, but we can do that.
Got it. Any other questions here? I'll open up the public comment. If anybody has a comment on this one. Seeing none, I'm going to close it up and bring it back to the board. Do
I'll make a resolution accepting a trail easement from the Crystal Basin Holdings LLC.
Probably want to make a motion instead of a resolution.
Accepting an
Do we need
ordinance.
to
Motion
adopt the
accepting an
amended
ordinance.
amendment?
Did I forget that
Did
part?
we need to amend it? I'm sorry, as amended?
I'm sorry, yeah, I did.
start
Thank
that up
you.
again.
I was going to say,
Okay, I'll start. I'm gonna make a motion
tape
to
back,
approve
grassroots.
an amended ordinance accepting a trail easement from Crystal Basin Holdings LLC.
And we're looking for a
Second.
second. We got a second. And any further conversation? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Great,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Board
Thanks for
members.
coming in. Great to see you.
Good to see you too. I've had a string of meetings. I won't see you for a while.
What?
Scheduled.
You never know.
Okay, up next, we've got an emergency ordinance amending Title 8, Chapter 4, Section 30-40, G3 of the Pitkin County Land Use Code regarding wireless
Do we not have
communication
Kara here?
facilities. Kara's not here yet. And Rye's going to get us started. Kara is running down the stairs. We need a video monitor on the
I
stairs.
think part of the problem is the,
We're so fast.
well, you're fast, but the grassroots feed it keeps
The
stopping
delay.
and starting, so it's getting behind,
Oh,
so,
the cable? Oh, really? Interesting.
We're getting ahead and it's getting behind.
yeah. Let me get rid of this for you. Anyway, Kara drafted this AIS for you, but I will start with, again, Richard Neely, Assistant County Attorney.
Pass something out? Oh, you just gave it to Gina.
Yeah, that
It
was
was
the
something
last one.
I thought you were handing something out.
No, so this is this is the confirmatory reading of an emergency ordinance that the board adopted on April 10th. Since that time, because it was a two-step review process, we took this to the Planning and Zoning Commission to get their recommendation to do the land use code text amendment. And Kara's here, which is great.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Where were you at?
I was just getting started, so I
Okay.
introduced the item, but I
Teed
think
you
we
up.
can keep going.
Okay. Kara Silvernagel in the manager's office. Sorry about that, everyone. So as I said, we did an emergency ordinance on April 14th about this item, and as some follow-up for some questions that the board had, we did look into what CDOT was doing as far as their small cell regulations, as well as some follow-up conversations about examples of what a good small cell tower might look like and what bad, kind of what small cell towers gone bad could look like. In addition to some very cursory work, I know that there's been some concerns about potential health impacts from those, and so we added those into the memo. And so just to bring those up today is CDOT is currently doing a rulemaking process of their utility code, and there's one small section that does address small cells, which pretty much just says that that CDOT will review them. There's not really much other guidance, so that it pretty much just allows it, but says that it will have a review. That's all that there is right now in that rulemaking process. And that's a much larger rulemaking process, so the timeline of that is less known, I guess. The other part is from the images, you can just see why there is a need for some of these design guidelines. Is really the way that the order is written is that once there is something established, it can keep being stacked on per the FCC guidance. So without having some design standards, that's really where local governments have the authority to kind of limit how things can get stacked on for future reviews. And then the last is doing some various different research on the health impacts. It's no different than some of the Wi-Fi that we have in our house. And so with that, it's in place. I don't believe we've had some comments from potential tower builders, I guess, on that. And otherwise, we are continuing to work with the city and look at other jurisdictions to see what the design standards are.
Question?
Health effects. Just recently, like very recently, one state, I'm not sure if it was Massachusetts or Maryland, banned 5G throughout the state because of concerns about health effects. That's significant to do a statewide ban. So I think that there are going to be evolving issues. I've also heard from the incoming mayor of the city of Aspen concerns, and from other members of the public who are just, we saw that with cell towers. So I definitely think we need to keep an eye on that and see if other states. Do you remember which state it is? Yeah, we need to find out what the language is on that and see if any other issues are coming up with other states that we may want to pursue in the state of Colorado.
And I would be remiss if I didn't relay the planning and zone. The planning and zoning did make a recommendation on this, but it was a tough. They only passed it 3-2. There are 5 members there, and I did promise them that I would raise certain concerns that they had with it and emphasize those to you, which they asked me to do. One was to make sure that there was ongoing monitoring of health and safety of 5G in particular. They had a really hard time with what they perceived as federal and state overreach with this particular issue, and they are imploring you to pursue any challenge that you may be interested in, so I promised I'd tell them that. They also thought that it was very unfair, and this kind of goes to the federal overreach, that these tower applications were going to go to the front of the line in the community development department. And this kind of dovetails with their last concern, which was they are very concerned about staff spending a ton of time and workload responding to all these applications. So I just told them I would relay those concerns to you all and express that it was difficult getting it through the P&Z. So I wanted to let you know.
So can I just, on that note, can we ask that if ComDev is seeing a rush or seeing a burden or seeing issues, that it come back to the board? I mean, there's only so much we can do at this time, and I think we're doing what we can do at this time. That's why we're doing it on an emergency level. We've done it on an emergency level, but I think that there's more issues to watch in the future, and we do need to really pay attention as we have been in the past.
George?
So those were all legitimate concerns that you raised. I guess my question is, it was just passed by 3-2. What was sort of the other side of the conversation?
I'm sorry, the side in favor or the side against?
Right, the side against. What was
the side against? They had the largest concerns about the unfairness factor with these applications going to the front of the line in community development. I would say that they were, and this is coupled with what they felt to be just a really unfair amount of federal and state overreach. And what ultimately tipped the balance in favor of it at P&Z was that this was utilizing what little bit of control we did have over implementing design guidelines and things like that. But that 2 of the members just could not be swayed as far as voting for the recommendation to this board. So ultimately it did pass, but there was a lengthy discussion about it.
So if it had not passed, I mean, if they had not if we did not move it forward, we would be losing any control we might have. So that's why we're doing whatever we can at this point.
That's ultimately where the practical side of things fell.
Okay, great, thanks.
Right. Steve?
Yeah, I'm very concerned about the health and safety issues revolving around 5G. I think it's unproven, untested technology at this point. Maybe the technology works, but we don't know what the effects of it will be. And at some point in time, I would hope that the Board of County Commissioners would write a letter to contact our congressman if we start getting issues here like our community development department having their whole schedule disrupted or various whatever fallout there is from this. And today we have to pass this because it's the only thing we can do right now. But in the future, I hope there would be more we could take a look at it over time and try to affect some changes in Washington about the issue.
Kelly? Good point, Steve. I appreciate that.
Sure, yeah. So a lot has happened in the news lately on this topic since we last met. I mean, the country Brussels said that they were not going to implement this because it didn't meet their radiation standards. Several hundred scientists have sent letters to the EU raising concerns about this. I haven't heard the latest state issue. I guess I'm just wondering if you know of any lawsuits challenging this authority that are happening, and then two, should, we have design guidelines that we have authority over, but do we have additional authority, for example, if these poles go up on any of our easements or anything like that, to control the operation of them once they're using part of our lands?
Sure, I'll take the second part of your question first, and then we can talk about challenges to the legislation. The first part is, just like any other private property owners, except for in public right-of-ways, to put a tower or one of the 5G boxes or something, you'd need some kind of an easement. Now, the exception, or a license or something like that, essentially permission from the private property owner. The exception being that there is an implied easement on public highways for 5G infrastructure. So in those areas, we can't really say no, but we can implement these design guidelines. With respect to the challenges, there is a current challenge, I think. Could you remind me about?
Colorado Communications Utility Alliance, which we are a member of, is challenging it, and we've joined a challenge with a few other states, including Washington State, and so we're part of a larger challenge challenging the FCC order, and so that is going through deliberations right now.
And then you want me to remind you of the legislative stuff too.
Oh, yes. And then as far as the legislative efforts, that then Northwest COG has written a letter to Senator Bennett's office about looking at trying to repeal the FCC legislation. Senator Bennett is actually taking up the option and is actually in the works with some different partners about drafting a Senate bill. There is a House bill right now, but in drafting a Senate bill to repeal the FCC order. So those are the different efforts that we're keeping a track on.
Thank you.
And I'm going to see John Whitney next week, so I'll follow up on it when I see him too. You'll see him too.
Great, I will.
George?
So since there are challenges currently, does that mean that we won't see any 5Gs going up?
What I saw with the current state of at least the litigation that's challenging right now is there had not been any sort of an injunction or a temporary restraining order or anything like that issued. I guess if there was something like that, it could potentially put it on hold, but that is not where it is right now.
The lawsuit has asked for those injunctions, but it has not been granted to date.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So there's still hope.
Did you have a question, or are you? I was just, it's an issue. It's making people nervous. It's about health. It's about safety, and it's about aesthetics. If the sides of our highways have towers with clusters of 5G apparatus on it, it's going to be very noticeable. It's going to change the landscape. The health concerns are daunting. I'm just wondering, is there anything else? It sounds like we're participating in some of these efforts already. Anything else we could be doing or should be doing proactively before we see an application come in? Is there anything else?
I think we're on it.
It seems like we're doing everything we can.
Mhm.
Just want to make sure the public knows that we're paying attention. Thanks to you all being vigilant, and we're watching it, and we're going to see where it goes. I believe we've got a public hearing here. Is there anybody who would like to say anything on this issue, 5G towers? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back, and I'll entertain a motion.
Think I can get it right this time? I'll make a motion to approve an emergency ordinance amending Title 8, Chapter 4, Section 3040G3 of the Pitkin County Land Use Code regarding wireless communications facilities. This is a confirmatory reading of an emergency ordinance passed at our last regular meeting.
Second.
Second from Steve. Further conversation? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Could we take a little 5-minute break before we start land use?
We can. Grassroots, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Let's make it, yeah. Let's make it 7, back at 1:45.
7, yeah, we'll be back here in 10.
Some people move slower than others. We're back with our April 24th County Commissioner meeting. We're in land use public hearings now, and we have before us a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners granting special review use approval for Huts for Vets Campground. Leslie Lamont is here with a distinguished guest.
So, hi, I'm Leslie Lamont, Senior Planner in Community Development, and this is
Paul Anderson, founder and
Welcome.
executive director of Huts for Vets. It's great to be here.
Glad you're here.
So I'm going to walk you through just a cursory review of the proposal and the code sections, and then I'm going to turn it over to Paul to talk about the mission and the vision. So the applicant has complied with all our public notice requirements, and I want to call your attention to the public comments that we did receive that are attached to my memo. This item is a special review for a campground on private property. The property is unplatted. The property is an unplatted, undeveloped 57.5 acre parcel and is part of the Light Ranch and is on the side of Light Hill. And right here, this is the 57.5 acres. This little area right here is where the campground is proposed, and then the access is proposed off of East Soapers Creek Road. It's a 2-track dirt road that you use to get up to the location. So, and the property is zoned RS 30. So my arms aren't that long. So currently on the property, there on this area that's been previously cleared, there are 3 teepees, well, the frames of a teepee, 3 teepees, a camp shower, a enclosed portable camp kitchen that's been built on a trailer, and then a pit toilet. So here's just kind of the site itself. We were lucky enough to catch a hole in the weather and do, to do a site visit. One of the teepee frames had blown over, and so that's why there's only 2 teepee frames. Here is the camp kitchen, and as you can see the upper Snowmass Creek and Castle Creek Valley. Here is the portable shower, another view from the campground. One of the teepee sites, portable shower that Paul and his son built. Mm-hmm. And here is the pit toilet that, they've used. And this is the camp kitchen that they built and is enclosed. So, so last summer was the first time that they used this for the Huts for Vets. And the purpose is to provide a wilderness experience as part of this program. And they're using this area as a staging area. So they gather the night before here, spend the night, and then they go off to one of the huts in the 10th Mountain Division. And then when their week is done, then they come back, gather here for their final night, and then that's when they leave the valley. And Paul has been running this program now for about 7 years. So the proposal is to use this area as a campground, summer only, from late June through mid-September. And as I said, it's intended to be this base camp area for veterans and active military men and women. So, and they gather on site, and then they take off for their wilderness experience. A typical group size is 12 participants and 4 support staff, and it's proposed that they would spend no more than 12 nights during the summer at this location. In the RS Zone District, a campground is a special use review. So our land use code provides a definition for a campground, an outdoor facility designed for temporary overnight accommodations for human beings in tents or shelters for recreation, education, naturalist, or vacation purposes. Then you can read the rest. So for special use review, the code sections that we have to look at first talks about Snowmass Capitol Creek Master Plan is the applicable plan to this location. And the goal of the plan with regard to recreation and tourism is to preserve existing recreational opportunities within our area. The Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus did review this application. Paul went and made a presentation, and they submitted comments to us. And in their comments, they said they're very supportive of the program. However, they have some concerns related to wildfire hazard, emergency access, and sanitary issues that they would like to be addressed within the application. The second aspect of a special review process is you look at all these land use policies that we have in the code. So I've grouped these together to just kind of show you what we had to consider. And with regard to this grouping, particularly the recreation, the camping compatibility with existing adjacent neighbors, the caucus and some neighbors are very supportive of the program. However, they both raised issues with wildfire mitigation. There were some residents who were not supportive of this location. Residents in Gateway were not supportive of this location because of the prevailing winds, and they are concerned about smoking and wildfire. Huts for Vets has a strict no smoking, no campfire policy when they're up on this property. And we have some conditions of approval that were suggested by a former retired Basalt Fire District captain, having looked at the site, and he's recommending removal of 50% of brush and grass, additional fire suppression capabilities, restrict smoking to a designated area, and post a map of an escape route. So then the next bunch of land use policies, staff found that the application is consistent with the land use policies. However, with regard to scenic quality, there were some complaints after this last summer, and this is how Pitkin County became aware that Paul was using the site for a campground. The teepees were white canvas, and so Paul has committed to dyeing the white canvas a darker color to blend it in with the surrounding area. With regard to air quality, energy, noise, staff finds that the program is consistent with those land use goals. However, with regard to wildlife, this is an area of winter concentration for elk and mule deer. However, this is a summer-only program. But the code does have a stipulation in it that there should be no activity in this area between December 1st and March 31st. So we've made that a condition of approval. With regard to utilities, water, sewage treatment, solid waste, there's no utilities that are required for this campground. They haul in and haul off, they haul in their water and they haul off their trash off-site. They've set up the solar shower that I showed you a photo of. They've dug a 4-foot pit toilet and put a little camo around that. However, the Environmental Health Department does not support using a pit toilet. And a vault toilet would be okay if they wanted to add that up on the site. And also they need to collect their wastewater, the water from the shower and the wastewater from the kitchen use needs to be collected and stored and hauled off site as well. And so staff is recommending that Paul get together with the Environmental Health Department staff and work out their issues, their sanitary issues and wastewater issues prior to this season. No housing is required. This is a temporary use. This is a nonprofit that's supported by local volunteers. And the site will comply with state and federal laws. So the other standards that we look at in the code, endanger public safety, welfare, substantially injure value of adjoining or abutting property. The Roaring Fork Fire and Rescue looked at this application, and as I say in my memo, and I've included their comments in the application, as long as the group on site strictly adheres to the parameters set forth in their application, which will reduce the risk of a wildfire starting from their presence, they're supportive of the campfire at this location. They also did not have any issues with regard to emergency access. Staff finds that this use is consistent with the intent of the RS Zone District to preserve environmental resources and maintain the rural lifestyle while allowing low-density, single-family residential development, but also a campground. Recreational uses are subject to special review in this zone district, RS 30. So then we have the character of the vicinity, location, design, operating. Staff finds that this is compatible with the rural landscape and complements the no-impact recreational and natural values of the area. Staff recommends that there be no parking allowed on East Soapers Creek Road. In the past, Paul has met people at the airport, or if people have driven in, they've used an off-site location to then gather participants and shuttle them to the site, and they go all the way up to the site. There's no parking down below. But we're making a condition of approval, no parking on East Soapers Creek Road. Adequate public facilities to service the site. Again, the pit toilet cannot be used. Water needs to be collected on site and hauled off. And Paul needs to get with our environmental health department and work out those issues prior to this season. So then we have specific use standards for outdoor recreational use. And so using a campground in our code, the definition of a campground has some specific timeframes related to it. Not more than 15 consecutive days, no more than 30 days in 6 months. Paul's application proposed 12 nights, 12 participants, 4 support staff for summer only. However, in reviewing the application and looking at doing our site visit and talking about this, Paul thought it would be good if he had a little bit of flexibility. So, for example, he might not be able to get up into the huts as soon as he hopes this summer because of the snow. So he may want to start and spend more nights on this campground this summer. So staff is recommending that this special use permit be no more for 20 nights a season in the summer. And we find that that this proposal meets with our specific use standards for outdoor recreation uses, again, working with environmental health. So if 20 nights becomes the standard, then Paul will have to check in with environmental health and make sure that he's still complying with their environmental health standards.
Leslie, quick question. When you say summer, you mean all the season outside of the winter closure, so it'd be spring, summer, fall is what we're
Yes,
talking about.
yes. So the application was for June to mid-September.
Right, okay, all right.
Right,
If
right.
you can't get to the huts this spring, it'll still be June, but it just won't be huts, it'll be there instead. Got it. You're not moving anything
Right.
into May, or just want to make sure we know what the time span is. Okay.
And then we're requesting that at the end of the season, the canvas comes off, the teepee frames, and environmental health in particular doesn't want the camp kitchen left up on site. And so we're requesting that the camp kitchen and anything that's removable be taken off the site at the end of the season. So limitations of use, a special use review requires certain limitations around this special use. So staff supports granting this special use review for 3 years, as well as we're asking for an annual report to be submitted at the end of the season by Paul. So gives us an opportunity, and let me back up, that report should be submitted to the Community Development Director. And so that gives us an opportunity to kind of assess how the season went, if we had any comments or complaints from neighbors, how can we work through that? And so we're recommending a 3-year timeframe on this special use review. And after that, Paul would have to reapply. So then we get into our rural character, environmental protection, natural hazards. Much of this was covered in the special use items. The only thing would be that this area is mapped Mancos Shale area. However, there's no permanent structures proposed with this proposal. And if they were to build a vault toilet, environmental health said there's no problem with installing that within Mancos Shale. The Roaring Fork Fire and Rescue, as I said, is supportive of this application as long as the camp kitchen as proposed is what is used. They implement and maintain the wildfire mitigation enhancements that were recommended, and as well as the no smoking, no campfire policy.
Could you just elaborate a little bit on the wildfire mitigation? I know they're talking about removal of fuels.
Extra industrial fire extinguishers.
There's adding extinguishers. There's the removal of fuels part is something I was hoping you'd elaborate on, just so we have that in the, I thought they mentioned that in an earlier
Right.
comment. And does that mean cutting back the sagebrush for a perimeter, or, what does it entail?
Right. So Bob Guyon, who is here.
He's here.
And if Bob wants to speak when you call him for public comment, maybe he can elaborate. But Bob is a retired fire district captain, is a Gateway resident, and he took the time to visit the site. And so upon that visit, he then thought to add some additional wildfire mitigation measures, which we've incorporated as conditions of approval. So the site is pretty cleared and is pretty denuded. Apparently John McBride did this thinking he was going to put up some cattle trough or something up there. So, but Bob has suggested that there's an additional removal, 50% more of the brush around the perimeter of the site, 10 to 20 feet around the full perimeter of the site. There's already a fire extinguisher on the kitchen, but he's requesting a couple of industrial fire extinguishers, creating a designated area where people can smoke. One of the concerns with the neighbor was that you can say no smoking all you want, but if someone really wants a cigarette and sneaks off to have a cigarette, then that could be a problem. And then posting the map for escape route through Gateway, so you have 2 escape routes off the site.
Questions, George, first?
So, yeah, and Paul may answer this when you do your presentation, but so what we're saying is no smoking, no campfires, and no alcohol are allowed at the campground, and that's in the reso. But then I'm also hearing that at least there's a recommendation to have a restricted area for smoking. So there's
a conflict, right?
A conflict there. So I'd like to know which way we're going, and then for Paul to respond, knowing the clients, the vets that come up there, how, are there going to be issues in terms of being able to adhere to those regulations?
Can I just clarify that too, George? Because it was Paul who was saying, I believe, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, that part of Huts for Vets says no smoking, no alcohol. And so that's kind of the provision of being able to participate in these events. But it does say in the resolution on page 2, restrict smoking area to designated area, or restrict smoking to designated area. So, yeah, so
we'll sort
I think
that
the
out.
mandate from Huts for Vets is no smoking, but and I understand that, especially vets, people, that have been under stress, cigarettes might be necessary to help them move on with life. So, but we do need to be very careful with that.
Right.
So,
And we need
I
to
would
be
like
clear.
to see no smoking, but I think we need further input on that.
Okay.
Other questions, Steve?
Leslie, I want to verify the ownership of the land where this is located. John McBride signed the sheet as if he's the owner, but it was my understanding that when he bought the Light Ranch, he split it up amongst his 3 kids. So I'm wondering if they still have a family corporation where they're all part owner of it, or does one of the kids actually own this site and should have been the one who signed the letter?
Well, in looking at the documents that we had to look at to create the public notice, all the properties are in an LLLP.
Yeah, Light Ranch
They-
LLLP.
Right, Light Ranch LLP, and they don't differentiate when you go into the deeds, they don't differentiate between Mr. and Mrs. McBride and their siblings.
And maybe
The
his
children.
intention is in his estate that each of the kids would get 2 of the 6 lots of that
In the door.
Light Hill parcel.
He's coming.
I just wanted to ask about that because
Okay.
that raised a
Great. If
flag.
he comes in, we can ask public
Also,
comment.
on the fire escape routes, Bob Guillaume mentioned the escape route to Gateway Mesa. If there is actually a wildfire in progress, I think the safest way to go would be straight downhill to East Soapers Creek Road.
Depends on where the fire is.
Unless the fire's coming up from that way, in which case,
Might not be the
I
same.
think if there is a map created showing escape routes, it should show
There he is.
going straight downhill as one of the possible, and perhaps in an emergency, that might be the best way to go.
So this application was referred to Basalt, who are they?
Now the Roaring Fork Fire Protection.
Roaring Fork Fire Rescue. It was referred, and Frank took a look at the application, and then Frank also considered Bob's comments, and Frank's, after, I think, looking at Bob's comments, he responded back to me that he finds that this campground and the use is appropriate, and he has, as long as the mitigation suggestions that Bob made were implemented, and and Frank had an issue with, he wanted to make sure he saw the details of the camp kitchen and the no smoking and the no campfires. Frank was then happy with that.
And also, this site is really near where the BLM did a controlled burn some years ago that got out of control. Luckily, they were able to stop it before it got anywhere near the subdivision, but that was a pretty concerning couple of days there when that happened. So a lot of, the fire probably did a lot of fire mitigation by burning
While they were
up
doing
more
it,
than was
yeah.
intended at the time.
Yeah.
Other questions? George?
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you on that, but
No.
the other question I had that you mentioned was, again, in the Kurt Dahl, I don't know if he requires or recommends that there's a vault toilet put in. And you said that, if a vault toilet is going to be put in. So again, I'd like to have clarification on that.
Well,
Is it required or not, or if not?
It's required.
well, it is required. However, when Paul and I talked about the conditions of approval that the Environment Health was making, Paul's initial thought was that he would just provide porta potties and not build the vault toilet. And I think that goes into, that's part of Paul's longer vision for this program that I'm sure you're gonna talk about a little bit. And the Environmental Health Department would not have a problem with porta potties.
Okay, and can a vehicle get up there to service those porta potties on that path,
The road?
that road?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
Be a little bouncy.
They got that little kitchen up there.
And again, one of our conditions of approval is that at the end of the season, everything is brought down off the site. Nothing's left up on the site.
And we don't see, of course, if it's on private land, the road could be improved, but is there a?
The proposal does not include road improvements.
All right.
Okay.
I have a comment.
Okay.
I appreciate the 3-year. I would just like to see a streamlined reapply process. So Paul and this amazing nonprofit organization, if there are no issues brought forward or issues of significance brought forward, that the 3-year review would be a modified process, maybe administratively. Can we do that? I'm looking around the room at people who.
I'm looking at Suzanne.
I think that's, for you to decide if you just want to, if you're comfortable saying if there are no issues, then Community Development Director could, extend the permit.
For another period,
or
another 3-year
if,
period of time.
Right, or if any issues have come up, that it would come back to you.
I would like to include that if the board is supportive of that, because I think, having Huts for Vets have to go through a process like this again, I'd rather the use of time and energy and funds go towards the veterans that it's established to serve.
Thanks, Patty. I was going to say that as well. Thoughts on that? Soliciting your thoughts?
Holding mine until we get to that.
Okay.
But we will still have, within that 3 period of time, we'll still have an annual
Annual
review.
report. Yeah.
And right now, in the resolution, that's set up to be just a report to us, to community development, not necessarily back to the BOCC.
Unless
So
there's an
again-
issue that you need to bring to us.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, I guess maybe a question for you would be if you want it to just stay at that staff level for an extension, if you'd want us to do any notice at that point or a referral out, just to bring it in as an administrative application essentially to extend, but that we would then at least run it through that process to
Yeah.
see if we get any comments.
Just to streamline as much as possible, I think is important.
We haven't heard from Paul. You have a presentation. You want to say a few words? I think we'll have some public comment as well
Yeah.
after that. Our board
Is
comment.
Leslie, are you all done?
I'm
Liz?
done.
Oh,
You're done?
got that impression.
Good job, Leslie. You made that clear. I'm done.
Okay, now we're looking for Paul.
Back to the folder.
Hmm?
The left
think it's
on the
that.
folder.
Folder.
Oh.
This one?
He's on the right, yeah.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
No, that was mine. That's my
They're
PDF.
both up there.
Oh, there we go.
Yep, there you go. And then just under slideshow, at the top.
From the beginning on the far left,
On the left.
up above.
Full screen, up.
There you go. Yeah, perfect.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, you've been evicted from the system.
Okay.
Great.
There we go.
Okay.
Make sure that microphone's close enough that
Okay, yeah.
grassroots can hear you.
Thanks for hearing my proposal. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge two of my board members who are here, both Marine Corps veterans, Colonel Dick Merritt and Amber DeLuca.
Welcome.
Thanks for being here. Jeremy Oates, another board member.
All right.
Thanks. And I want to also acknowledge John McBride, who offered this really generous use, because otherwise I'm scrambling in mid-season summer to house 10 veterans in a place where they can have a natural experience. And John, also one of my first donors, offered this piece of land, and we put it up in a rather cavalier fashion without a permit, but that's typically how I operate. Thank you, John.
Thanks for coming
Tim
in.
McFlynn, our founding attorney, thank you, Tim, and Mark Harvey, very first donor to Huts for Vets. gave $100. Thank you. $500. How quickly I forget. How quickly I forget.
500 the next time.
Anyway, we are a local organization, grassroots, locally supported, and locally based. You've already seen some of the pictures, but this was the configuration that my son Tate, who's my hut master on these trips, put together. Very simple configuration. We bought the teepees from Colorado Yurt and Teepee in Montrose. We set them up and paved the area. We covered the area with wood chips, and under the teepees is pea gravel. We lay out foam mattresses with sheets and pillows, and that's where our veterans stay. And my son, Tate, also designed this. He and I built it and hauled it up there, and it's our chuck wagon. One of the things we do, every participant comes up and puts their handprints in paint on the teepees. It's a way of identifying their role in our base camp and in our program. And it becomes a personal signature and a sort of little graffiti aspect there. We host communal dinners up there with our veterans. And for a lot of veterans who we bring in, they've never seen a landscape like the one we show them. And the view from this site is majestic. It's the whole Elk Range from Mount Sopris all the way over to Independence Pass. And the weather up there, the situation, it's absolutely stunningly beautiful. So we're really grateful for this site. This is what it looks like when we break down. And then just to give you an idea of why we do this, here's a short video.
Is this the one I worked on?
You have some footage in here.
I have some footage and stuff. As my full disclosure, I don't think I have to recuse, but I will disclose that I think I took some pictures for this.
I'm not getting any sound.
So let's stop.
Oops.
Let's see here. Yeah, so I've got it to go on automatically.
I hit that.
Here. Whoops.
Oh, I just switched back over to it, but otherwise I have it on the disc. That would probably be the best way to do it.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure why.
You guys are gonna have a long day.
It's saying it's 100%.
Yeah. Can you get back to my thumb drive?
Is it?
If you can just click on this one, double click on that one. Yeah, that would do it. Still no sound.
It is?
It's working in there. That's really bizarre.
Yeah. You may just have to give us the short narrated version.
Well, it is playing on grassroots. It's just not.
At least the public's getting to see it.
You know, without the
Hear it, I
sound,
should say. We're getting to see it, but not.
it's going to miss everything. That's too bad.
Is there there was a sound icon down there.
Of sorts. It's a place to enter with a new
I think we're all pretty familiar with what you're doing, and I don't know, Kelly. I don't know if you have much history, but you understand what they're.
Okay, well,
transformative experience is what we're talking here, and it's really valuable.
Yeah. Okay, we might as well just.
You can keep
up to the
talking through it if you.
11,300 feet in the mountains. It's almost 7 miles. There.
Small groups.
Let's.
Don't take any more than 10 veterans per program, and that's so we can really communicate with them and really connect with them.
Thanks, you guys. Thank you, John.
What was it?
Beautiful morning. Can't beat this. Yeah. Look at it. Just can't beat it.
The trailhead into the wilderness is really a portal of sorts. It's a place to enter with a new mentality. And for the next 3 days, we're going to be in the wilderness. Open your sensory systems. You know, a lot of us live in our heads a lot. So drop off that if you can. Walk like an Indian. We hike up to the hut at 11,300 feet in the mountains. It's almost 7 miles. We take small groups. We don't take any more than 10 veterans per program. And that's so we can really communicate with them and really connect with them. The wilderness affords us solitude for our group. We know that these men and women have been on the front lines. If they can be at peace anywhere, they can be at peace here. We look for veterans who are what we consider the highest risk. And we think combat veterans are among the highest risk. I mean, currently today, the suicide rate is 22 or 23 veterans per day. A lot of those veterans have endured soul wounds, traumas to their deepest selves.
I was the third Humvee in the rotation, and boom, IED. Killed my driver, killed my gunner, messed me up, got shrapnel cut. I hit the front of the Humvee. The medic that rode with us lost his arm. My driver was 19, my gunner was 18. My one guy, the 18-year-old, his mom, every year on his anniversary, he got killed. She sends me an invitation, and I still can't have the courage to go visit, because I think they're gonna hate me, because they're gonna hate me because I came back and he didn't.
I can still see the first guy that I carried and remember turning my head away to the window of the bus and letting tears roll down my face, you know? I had no idea the things that I would see.
When you come home, it's like we've got all this trauma built up inside of us, and we haven't yet even figured out what that is. I mean, we've been changed. We've seen hell. We've seen mankind at the most evil mankind can be.
So let's get into Stacey Bear a little bit. So Stacey Bear, former Marine. So Stacey Bear, returning home from the war or military service, veterans should have a first option of experiencing the great American wilderness to help heal any trauma associated with combat and overseas service.
You know, it really does reach, you know, the fact that he's trying to, you know, it's important for us to reach back and find what wounded us. And in order to heal, you know, you have to address the wound.
We don't expect gratitude. We just expect you to, in your mind, consider both sides. While you're at home safe, think about someone else is giving up for you to be there.
This whole trip so far, you know, this article woke a lot up inside me that I didn't even realize I was still fucking dealing with. Excuse my language, guys, but that's my favorite word. Anyway, never.
I've walked myself into my best thoughts and know of no thought so burdensome that one cannot walk away from it.
Between the readings and the connection with nature, inside conversations and down the trail and across the ridgetop, when you're giving people something to think about and then introducing nature or vice versa, the combination of those two things is just incredible.
It's been a great opportunity to be here and go on these hikes and backpack and learn the wilderness and meeting really great people, connecting and realizing how similar a lot of our stories are.
I just hope the whole world can see this and see the impact that it has on us veterans. This is the program, this is it. This is what needs to happen. This needs to be the protocol as soon as every veteran, every active duty, reservist, every member coming back from a war environment has gone through something like this gets the help, gets this program right away. This needs to be mandated.
All right, thank you for showing that. I'd actually forgotten about it. But
Thank you for being in on the filming of that.
Got my stash of Kleenex right back here. That
Yeah.
was beautiful.
Okay, where do we go from here?
Well,
You're still
You're still presenting, Paul? You have more for us on?
What we're looking at here really is a temporary site. I just looked yesterday at a 35-acre parcel of land in Eagle County that could be perfect for us. We're looking for a permanent site, something we can own and establish and actually build an operations base, a structure, something like what the 10th Mountain built in Leadville just last year. And so it may just be this summer. I mean, ideally, we have potential funding that could really propel us into a new stage that would be sustainable and enduring. So that's what we're looking at. Again, the need was there. It was expedient to put a temporary facility on the McBride's parcel, thanks to them. And it worked great. We're off the grid. We want to be as low impact as possible. So we'll answer and resolve any and all compliance issues we can to make sure everybody's okay with it.
Board comment?
Yeah, so Paul, back to my earlier question with Leslie in terms of the way this reso is being written and this conflict between no smoking and then a designated smoking area and the ability for the applicants to sort of adhere to those.
Yeah, we tell our participants no smoking. A lot of veterans self-medicate with marijuana, quite frankly. It's realistic what's stated that it's difficult to absolutely guarantee someone's not going to have a vaporizer or something like that, but it's certainly not anything. And our staff is up there when anybody's there, so there's supervision. The best we can do is announce the prohibition. I mean, there's also no firearms allowed. There's no drinking, no campfires. Again, we want to be as low impact and as low risk as possible. And so we can just do the best we can do to make the prohibition and then try to enforce it ourselves.
So the way this reso is written, though, it's should we have in a reso no smoking allowed, and you do the best you can, versus saying, well, smoking is allowed in designated areas, which sort of opens up a Pandora's box, right?
Yeah, I mean, if I could ask Bob, maybe Bob, what would be a designated?
Have him come up.
Bob could come up.
Could you come up and have a seat?
Certainly.
And maybe just describe what hi.
Never met, how are you?
Yeah. His son's in the 10th Mountain Division, by the way.
I interjected that it was a designated smoking area because I had not read their application, and I didn't realize that they had already said no smoking.
Bob, sorry, can you identify yourself just for the television? Just tell me your name again.
Bob Guyan.
Bob Guyan,
And
okay.
I'm a retired fire captain of Basalt Fire, which is now Roaring Fork Fire. I'm on the board of directors and president of Basalt Fire for many years, 18 years. And I was the captain for Old Snowmass for 18 years. And I live in Gateway Subdivision, so I'm probably the most familiar person in the country on the BLM and that area, having done all the fire work up there. And so I went up, and when I heard from some of my neighbors who were opposing this initiative, and I spoke to them personally, and then like an old fool that I am, I hiked up there in 2 feet of snow, which took me about 2 hours. because I really wanted to verify in my mind what the site really looked like. So I made that recommendation about a smoking area because I didn't realize that they had already agreed it'd be no smoking. But still, from a practical point of view, and looking at the participants, it seemed a little unrealistic to me. You tell people you can't have a cigarette if you really have to have one, But that's certainly Paul and his organization's call. But I was looking at it as a wildland fire guy. So I spoke to Frank Rudikoff at Roaring Fork Fire, who's the fire marshal for Pitkin County. I spoke to the fire marshal for Eagle County as well, and told them I had visited the site multiple times now and felt that there was very little, if nominal, fire danger. The site is well mitigated. It's down to what you call mineral soil, which is things that don't burn any longer. No matter if you pour gasoline on them, they're probably not going to burn. And after looking at the site, I made those 3 simple recommendations. Push back the perimeter 10 or 15 feet by fuel reduction. So cut the sage and some of the brush back about 50% for about 10 or 15 feet further, just to make the site a little safer. And then my second recommendation was a larger, commercial or industrial size fire extinguisher, because the fire extinguisher up there is about a 2-pound. You could probably put out a cigarette with it. So, more like you'd see at an airport or an industrial warehouse. And then my third was what you brought up, escape route. Well, escape route is not your main egress route in and out. So there's what I consider an all-weather road that is suitable for non-4-wheel drive vehicles. I think you could drive, a Honda Prius up to the site very easily. But the escape route is an alternative route because if there's a fire below, perhaps on McBride's property or off of East Cypress Creek Road, fires run uphill, walk downhill is the saying. And if there's a fire below their site, you want them to have a known escape route. And there is a trail that leads to a road, a BLM road, that then has egress or exits onto the Gateway subdivision at the top of Light Hill Road to a paved road. So just for safety's sake, and in wildfire, you always know which way you came in, and you always want an escape route. If when things go bad, you want to know where to go. You don't want to have to think about it and look for an escape route. And there's a very well-established weathered trail that would take them out if there was ever a problem. And I think with the road in being a good fair weather road, you could have ambulance service or fire apparatus could easily access the site. So I just made those recommendations from my my own point of view, having done lots and lots of wildfire, both in Pitkin County, Eagle County, and also all over the country as a federal wildland firefighter.
Great. Thank you.
That's my comment.
Bob, thank you very much. While we've got it open, I'd like to open it for public comment. If there's someone else who'd like to say something in a couple of minutes, we'd love to hear from you. Now's a good time. If not, we'll keep moving and bring it back to the board. But if you want to say something, now's your chance. Closing it then, and then Kelly.
Sure. I wonder if it would help to propose saying that we have smoking only in restricted designated areas, subject to county fire ban, to which we would ask that they would include that in their orientation to the attendees. I guess I'm just thinking about what BLM adjacently does in terms of their designations and restrictions and aligning it a bit with that.
Can I respond?
Okay.
I'm not necessarily opposed to that. I think when we have a fire ban, we have a fire ban. But in what Paul was saying, and in light of if you have a designated area that allows smoking, will you not then have more smoking? rather than to say we have a smoking ban, and no smoking during our activities to dissuade people from smoking. But like you said, sometimes they need a little encouragement to move through the day. But just with monitoring, because, I don't want to say, it's like when you used to go through the airport and they had a smoking room. That was horrible, because everybody and their mother went into that little smoking area, and it was like oozing out the doors every time somebody opened it. It was encouraging people to have that cigarette before they got on an airplane. So I don't necessarily want to do that by saying you can all go over here and smoke. So we're kind of encouraging people, I think, to have a cigarette up there.
George?
Yeah, I think Bob just brought something in without realizing. But Paul, just to confirm, I mean, your policy, Huts for Vets, says Huts for Vets prohibits smoking at campfires. Mm-hmm. That's your policy. Mm-hmm. So
we have a campfire at the hut, but we don't have a campfire at the base.
Yeah, so if that's the policy, I mean, just because we had utilized a resource that came up with a suggestion, but it doesn't purport to the organization's policies, and I think we should support the organization's policies and have that in our resol and leave it at that.
That's fine with me.
And then, there's always edibles.
How do you know?
I've heard.
We've had extensive discussions about edibles.
Okay. All right.
So
that would be item number 9 in the reso page 2, right, Leslie?
Right.
And then we
9,
just delete
bullet
that and
point.
put no smoking, no
Strike.
wildfires per
It
policy.
actually makes it cleaner for us too, and we tell our participants,
That's okay.
we're approved here on the grounds that you don't smoke here, and honor that, or, whatever.
Yeah?
Yeah, and then what I was going to say, the other issue that we would like to add to the reso is the process for reapplying in 3 years. Some statement as to what process we decide that'll streamline that if there's no issues that have been brought forward in the year or 3 years prior.
Right. Well, let's talk. We're going to talk about that. I think Kelly has something.
I just want to be, I'm fine with since this is a special use permit, with aligning with the use of the group applying, but I do just want to be realistic about smoking. I mean, people are visiting from different parts of the country, and when we had a fire ban last year that told people they could only smoke in their cars with the windows up, I want to ensure that sort of that information is getting relayed along, because, if smoking is a really hard addiction, and if you're going to go off and go into the brush to smoke, I just continue to have concerns about that.
Right. If I could, I like sticking to your own rules about the smoking, but I also, as a practical measure, is there some way that you have an area that, if somebody's overcome and has to do it, you want to steer them to a safe place to do it?
Easily.
I'm just
I think
thinking.
you already probably do that.
It's probably what you already do. Just clearly there's a big concern with wildfire danger in the area, and that's what we're trying to fix here. We also have to be realistic. We can make a rule, but if it's not enforceable, if it's going to get broken. So I spent, I think, one trip. I didn't see anybody smoke on the trip I was on, but that's anecdotal. But so I think they're doing their best, their absolute best to follow the rules. But they should all know how to stay safe.
Yeah.
Is that enough?
That's fine with me. I think Paul's dealt with it.
Right.
In either the high country, but the huts and on this property.
I got a couple. I'm sorry. I got a couple more public comments. I'm not sure if it's going to move us. We got to keep moving here. But if
you could consider him an expert because
we
he is a board member.
Well, we have a board.
on
If you've got a board member from Huts for Vets and the
think
first
he would be
donor,
appropriate.
Mark, you come up also. We'll try and if you want to make a comment.
Very quickly, I was just thinking.
You have to come up though. You have to come up and get it on the microphone. It's either all or nothing. All right. Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks for coming.
Real quick,
Jeremy,
Greg.
your name again?
Jeremy Oates, and I'm a board member for Huts for Vets, and I'm also a veteran. And my only comment, I think we maybe have beat the smoking thing to death, but I my one comment on that is, we sign these veterans up, and then we bring them all the way here. And, as Paul said, these are our most at-risk, the targeted audiences are our most at-risk veterans, suicide and substance abuse, self-medicating, et cetera. So I don't want to speak for Paul, but I don't think we're going to kick someone out of the session if they have to smoke a cigarette. I think that's counterproductive, and obviously understand the constraints of the fire ban and all these things. But I think that along with the pit toilet and the vault toilet and all that. I mean, all these things seem to be fairly simple engineering solutions and or standard operating procedures and briefings that the participants receive when they come about, what the expected modicums of behavior are. But I don't think that someone smoking a cigarette would be cause for us to return them to
We're not asking.
No, we don't want to do that.
Right. So I think it can be managed, and I don't see it as a big issue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Mark?
Mark Harvey, and I didn't mean to make this such a formal comment, but I was thinking Paul could show them a 1 or 2 minute video of the basalt fire last year to show them what happens when you do light a cigarette or shoot a tracer bullet. So, but I support his program very much. Great program, and hope you approve this proposal.
Thanks, Mark, and thanks, Jeremy. Paul, I wanted to ask if I could. Going through this whole thing, are you comfortable with recommendations and restrictions? It sounds like you're trying to do a temporary thing, but we want to make sure it's done well enough that it may not be temporary. We're just trying to figure out how are you feeling about it right now? Are we on track? Are you feeling comfortable that you can comply with what we're talking about? And
Yeah, certain things like wastewater draining into the sagebrush. I guess I question some of the impact. How egregious is the view of a teepee? But I'm willing to comply with anything because we have no other option right now.
Got it. Thank you. I wanted to ask another question just on when you're there 20 days through a season, which is nothing really. It's pretty low impact. But during the rest of the time when it's vacant, I'm guessing John or family or somebody will be coming around making sure that, say, someone doesn't stumble across the place and take up residence, regarding security and access, and because then that could be the one who lights the fire. I just want to make sure that it's not an attractive hazard or whatever.
Attractive nuisance. We'll have homeless people living in your teepees. I don't think we will. But.
And I understand you're going to color the teepees are not going to be white, which is, low profile.
We're going to have to paint them.
Organically dye them.
Okay. The escape. We've talked about escape routes. We've talked about the teepees. We've talked about the toilets. And it sounds as if they've addressed all the Snowmass Capital Caucus concerns. We're discussing that, and they've got approval pending on the discussion from the caucus. Is that right?
I met with them too and talked to them, and we had an agreement there. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, the wildfire hazard and the sanitary issues.
Right.
Those were the two biggies from the caucus.
And it sounds as if we can do a renewal that isn't a full-on reapproval process. Right. So
with public notice, correct. We'll do public notice.
Okay. Well, all right.
I was just going to make a motion so we can move on because you guys have a long day ahead of you.
We still have more to do, right?
Well, you could do the motion, then we could do
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve, and this is a one reading only. This is a resolution granting special review use approval for Huts for Vets Campground with as amended with the two issues regarding smoking and a streamlined process for renewal.
Do I have
second the motion?
A second further comment? Steve?
Regarding the fire protection and escape routes, there were wood chips on the ground there to cover the pea gravel, it sounded like, in the one photograph.
It just covers.
Are those wood chips actually on the ground? That's what it looked like.
Yeah, wood chips that we got from the landfill. They were just to cover the dirt, so if it rains, when it rains, it's not a mud scene.
There might be, in terms of fire protection, the wood chips are going to burn if there is a fire. And maybe there's some other just topsoil or something that could be put on in place of that to.
No, they use wood chips for a lot of wildfire mitigation issues in the forest. So I think that's the purpose of leaving wood chips on the ground in the forest. So
That's not a hazard.
yeah, so it's not a hazard.
So anyhow,
We can't have people talk from the
Yeah,
audience.
right. Sorry, Bob.
Just a
We got to
minute,
keep
Bob.
it.
I'm not going to say to change it, but I would say to look into it, and if there's something more appropriate, if it is potentially a fire hazard to have the ground burning right there, then something else might be more appropriate. The second thing about escape routes, there is a road that starts in the Miller's property adjacent to this one. I've personally gone up it in a Jeep. Years ago, it was considered a public right-of-way. I think the current owners of that land don't regard it as a public right-of-way, and the public quit using it. But that's another escape route to go a little bit to the east and then down an existing road that goes right down to East Cypress Creek Road. Just for your knowledge, it could, if there were a wildfire up there, that would be good to know that road is there just to the east of there.
Okay. That it? Or more?
In terms of, I really appreciate that you're going to somehow darken the tops of the teepees. About the upper half of the teepees is what shows from Capitol Creek Road. And last summer, everybody who lived on Capitol Creek was wondering, what are those teepees doing there? Because nobody knew what was going on. But I think everybody will appreciate if they're, that at least the top portion of the teepees is darkened, so they just won't show up so much. And I think that also would make it less of an attractive nuisance. And just so you know, this isn't the first time there have been teepees that you could see. There on other people's property, there have been teepees from different times. So this isn't the first teepees that ever were visible along there, but
I think the Utes might have.
Utes might have had them.
And I'm fully supportive of Huts for Vets, and I'm fully supportive of this application. If there arise problems that are become insurmountable for this site, I would hope that you would approach the community there and look for a potential different site in the area, because I know that the residents in general, they really support this effort to help the veterans.
Is there another comment, or can we vote on this?
I just want to circle back to Patty's suggestion about streamlining the review. I appreciate that. I think a way that we can lift some administrative burden. But Suzanne did raise some questions that I don't think we answered, including if we want to include any, if we're just letting this run through the community development director, or if we want to have any noticing or referral.
We did include
provisions.
noticing for the public as part of my resolution, my amendment to the resolution. Leslie chimed in on that and said we will include in that public notice.
Okay. How about referrals to similar referring bodies
I think that's
here?
probably part of the public notice to go to the Castle Creek caucus.
We can incorporate.
Not Castle Creek. They're a little far out, the Capitol.
Well, environmental health referral.
Right.
Roaring Fork
Yeah.
Valley Fire
Yeah, those same referrals.
referral.
Okay, go ahead, Leslie.
So we've also struck the third bullet under number 9, correct?
To put in no smoking, no fires per the
Per the application, right? So we're not at the same time creating a designated area. I was a little confused on that, sorry.
We're following the
Okay.
provisions of Huts for Vets.
Great.
We're not in conflict with ourselves on this. Right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Thanks, Paul, for doing that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for
you.
coming in. Appreciate you all coming in. Amber, Colonel
you so
Merritt, thanks for coming,
Okay.
and everyone else. Jeremy, thanks for coming, and Bob. Okay, On to the next thing. This is a resolution determining that the Harvey Steamboat Partnership Limited parcel is constrained and granting one constrained site TDR. Tammy's here. Hi, Tammy.
Afternoon.
Thanks.
I have a thumb drive just for some
Yeah, come on down. Have a seat. That works. Those two work. Once we're all settled, if you could all identify yourselves for our televised audience, our worldwide audience.
Mark Harvey, I'm one of the partners in the Harvey Ranch.
I'm Ann Harvey, Mark's sister.
I'm Kurt Sanders, applicant's representative.
And I'm Tammy Cochin, planner.
Great. Welcome. Thanks. Glad you're all here. Okay. What do you got, Tammy?
Okay, give me 1 second to bring up
Oh, sure.
the parcel on GIS here.
I don't know if they're going to close the door for us. They are. Okay.
No?
To Harvey Steamboat.
There we go. Okay.
Gosh, what did we do before maps and more?
I know, okay.
It actually took a lot less time. We just used paper.
Okay, all right, so, all right, so this is an application for determination as to whether a parcel is undevelopable or severely restricted and/or visually constrained in order to obtain a TDR in exchange for the preservation of a parcel. As we noted, Curtis is here, and I believe he has pictures, which he'll show after my presentation. And also, I'd like to note that Paul Holsinger here is here, and he can answer questions about any kind of conservation values in the area. So, as shown on this map, you can see the subject parcel is highlighted in blue. There's no development on the parcel. Access to the parcel is taken from Shieldo Road, and it's at the very end of Shieldo Road. And if you've ever been on that road, it's quite a climb, and it's narrow. And so this access to this parcel would be at the very end here, and it would be taken also through an access easement. Let me see if I can zoom in through the parcel just to the east. And as you can see on this map, the parcel to the east, actually, I don't know if you can see it, is, there we go, has a hatch over it. And so this hatch indicates that this parcel is a TDR sending site. Similarly, the parcel just to the south, here, highlighted in blue, also a TDR sending site. And additionally, this larger parcel, which is the Harvey Ranch parcel, has also has been determined to be a TDR sending site. So just a little history. In 2015, this was owned by Michael Vernon, and he submitted an application to the Community Development Department for an activity envelope. This application was objected to by the neighbors. It went to a hearing, and the hearing officer ultimately approved an activity envelope. However, he did note in his determination that approval of this activity envelope does not ensure site plan approval. He said there's some evidence that the property may be a constrained site. However, pursuant to Land Use Code Section 67020, only the Board of County Commissioners can make a determination that the property constitutes a constrained site for which a TDR may be approved. So the board is the decision-making body to determine whether or not preservation of the site is undevelopable or severely restricted. So if it is determined that this parcel is not developable, the board shall determine that principles of equitable mitigation merit the issuance of a TDR may be given, one TDR or more. So staff has assessed the site, and based on steep slopes, wildlife, wildfire, and scenic view protection provisions of the code, staff finds that this parcel is undevelopable or severely constrained. So as I just mentioned, one of the first constraint in the code is slopes. So most of this parcel contains slopes over 30 to 45%. I believe there is a map in the application that showed that slope analysis. There is a small portion of land kind of on the north of the property which contains slopes under 30%. And so that provision of the code states that if you have areas under 30%, you need to develop there. Further on in the code, it states that you can't have a driveway that is more than 100 linear feet on slopes over 30%. And so to get to that area of slopes less than 30%, the applicant would likely have to cross more than 100 linear feet of these steep slopes, and therefore that access would be prohibited. So what I'm trying to say is development would not be permitted under the land use code given the slopes. In addition, the soil here is mango shale, as we just were discussing earlier, and that's very difficult to develop on and would require extensive engineering, cut and fill, and retaining, which, could potentially also deem the site undevelopable. And then furthermore, access, as I also just mentioned, would have to be taken through this parcel just to the east, and that is a TDR sending site and has been sterilized, and so you would have to put a driveway access across steep slopes there as well. Another reason for determining that this is a severely constrained site. The next constraint is a scenic view protection constraint. So this parcel would be seen from Snowmass Creek Road, kind of on the very end of Snowmass Creek Road, up valley from Shieldo Road. In the application, the applicant states that it's also really visible from the Snowmass ski area, as well as the Harvey Ranch and some other notable areas. However, our code just regulates areas as seen from specific roadways in the county, one being Snowmass Creek Road. Likely the development wouldn't break a ridgeline, but as I said, you would need to do extensive cuts and development would be seen. And so therefore staff does not necessarily agree that development would severely impact or destroy a scenic view protection area. It would impact it, but it wouldn't be severe. The next constraint we reviewed is the wildfire constraint. This area is within a severe wildfire hazard area. Shieldo Road is a difficult road to access as it is, and so to further get to this site, you would probably be building a driveway that would not be compliant with the county standards for driveways, including slopes and width. So, emergency access, emergency vehicles would likely not be able to reach that site. As well as, winter access would also be very difficult. There's some letters in the application from the neighbor describing some of the conditions in the winter and the hazards that exist with that. And then the next constraint is the wildlife constraint. This parcel is not mapped within significant wildlife habitat, but that's not to say that there's not value to this land. Both AVLT and Open Space and Trails have commented on this application. Their comments were in some of the attachments in the packet. And I should also mention that, right, I forgot to mention, AVLT and Open Space and Trails currently co-hold a conservation easement on this larger Harvey parcel to the west. And they stated in their application that if this parcel does become a TDR sending site, that they would ideally merge these three parcels here and then eventually put them in under a conservation easement, theoretically similar to the one just to the west. So back to ABLT and Open Spaces comments. They did support the approval of the application, and stated that by sterilizing this parcel, you would protect and enhance the conservation values associated with the Harvey Ranch and the surrounding land, and it would also protect the Snowmass Creek watershed. So the principles of equitable mitigation, which govern the action of the board and does not require analysis based on the value of the land relative to the value of a TDR, consideration of whether or not to grant a TDR and how many to grant, that's based on the fairness reflective of the overall situation of the property and its history, if that makes sense. Therefore, staff recommends that the board determine that the parcel is constrained and grant one TDR for a constrained site.
We have questions, George?
Yeah, I'd like to sort of approach this from the larger landscape. So as you said, you've got, at least in the memo, 526 acres is already under a conservation easement. The neighboring parcels with this parcel, that's part of that conservation easement?
Well, we have 1,800 acres under a conservation easement.
Okay, so
and these all three of those lots, the two that have already been conserved, and this one we're proposing, join the ranch on the north side.
Right. Thanks. So, and I'm not opposed to this at all. I guess my comment, my point would be, why don't we, rather than use this as a sending TDR site that just puts development somewhere else, why don't we look at this through Open Space and Trails, place a conservation easement on this parcel as it's going to be merged, and come up with a monetary amount that would be amenable, and we don't have to deal with TDRs. I mean, we've purposely have gone away from TDRs in terms of as we're dealing with conservation easements, because we understand the impact it has on the other rural portions of our county. So I just wonder why that has not been considered or discussed.
Mm-hmm. I guess there's. Do you want to?
I'd say
I'm Kurt Sanders, applicant's representative. I guess my initial response to that would be, there is a path to getting to where we want to get to on this under the code. This process is fairly clear and straightforward, and that was the path that was chosen. I don't think that something that you describe would necessarily be ruled out. I think the path to that outcome is less clear than what we have contemplated under the code and the provisions for the code to get this property permanently sterilized. And that's, I think that's really why this route was chosen in the first place.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm just saying that I think we should be looking at another option, because Open Space and Trails, as part of their portfolio, does this consistently in terms of working with landowners, ranch owners like the Harveys, and Ann and Mark know this, and utilize those dollars versus utilizing TDRs, which just moves development from one site to another site.
We have talked to Open Space and Trails since about 2014, when the development was proposed on this parcel, when the activity envelope approval was sought. And they are, very interested in conserving the site one way or another, but they did say to us that they thought we ought to seek a TDR. I don't think it's ruled out that approach could be used, but at the time we were looking at it, originally the price on the lot was so high that it looked like we might need more than, more funding, basically. And then the price was lowered to a point where we felt we could buy it, and we would still be contributing significantly financially even if we get a TDR. So I personally wouldn't rule out working with Open Space and Trails, but I think they guard their budget quite wisely.
I mean, that's all right, but we ultimately have control. But to your point, Ann, I mean, we can come up with probably we know what TDRs currently sell for. We know an average, and it would be more beneficial for you because you'd have cash in hand without having to think about trying to sell a TDR and what that price might fluctuate. So I just think that's something that the board should be looking at.
That's a great comment.
Yeah,
Patty?
George, thanks for bringing that up. I did not even think of that. I too am supporting preserving this parcel. I've been part of preserving the last parcel and the last parcel and the last parcel, so therefore I have to continue to support it because it's a great opportunity. So I, since you're already this far in the process, if the board was to choose to remand this back to Open Space and Trails and have them look at an opportunity for a conservation easement, I would then think that it would probably be best to continue this one to see where we were going to go. I know, but if we don't, if we deny this now and send it back, then you got to start all over again, and I don't think we want to go there either.
Okay, I thought that's what you meant when you said remanded.
No. I mean, no. I mean, in other words, we pause this, go back to open the discussion again with Open Space and Trails and say, would you consider this, recommend this to the BOCC? Let's discuss that further. George is right. We've had major discussions about continuing to provide for TDRs where we don't know where TDRs are going to even land in many cases these days. It does further development in places that we once thought was deemed appropriate for larger development, but now we're having different discussions about the impacts of larger development. So it might be considered to be a better direction for this one to go is to a conservation easement. I just want to find the best way to do that for the applicant.
Just my understanding of conservation easements is that a parcel that small, you can't place a separate conservation easement on it.
We can put a conservation easement, I think, anywhere we want to.
We can make it very easy.
Okay.
You can
I mean,
make
it could,
priority
you
for
know.
Open Space and Trails to review it right away.
Good.
Try to get the thing closed quickly for you guys.
And flip back to us for.
That's reassuring. Our
I
thought
saw you
is,
panic there.
Our thought is that rather than putting a whole separate easement, we merge those three into the ranch under the rules of the existing easement. And I want to make sure that works with whatever you guys decide to do.
That doesn't affect it.
And would an option be, though, to go ahead and get an approval, if we were to obtain an approval today, and then vacate the approval, subject to negotiations with Open Space, and that way at least something is accomplished today?
John?
Contingent upon?
Do you guys, let me ask you a question. Are you under a time constraint that you're trying to work under?
Well, there's a bit of financial stuff. As Ann said, we certainly paid more at market price than what the TDR would generate. So financially, we'd rather do it sooner than later. Also, we've worked pretty long and hard on this and would like to see something happen.
If the board is inclined, the board can approve this.
With a condition?
Microphone.
It's on. The board can approve this application, direct that this go back to the Open Space and Trails Board for a quick turnaround. You can't sell the TDR, you can't remove the TDR from the property, in other words, record a covenant and then take the TDR, but you have that option if something happens in the Open Space and Trails discussion. But if you have that in hand, just don't exercise it, and then we would buy a conservation easement from you for an amount, I would assume, that's in the ballpark of what you'd be expecting anyway.
Or I think that we could stipulate to a holding off period before recording the sterilization, or recording the deed restriction and obtaining the TDR if we want.
Right, we would hold the TDR in our hands until the discussion
30-day or
happened.
60-day period, and there'll be no action during that period taken with respect to the approval, something like that.
Steve?
I believe a point of order is in order here. We're not following the procedure with having the applicant do their presentation. This is also a public hearing.
Right. Well,
we're way down the road on the discussion. We haven't heard what the public has to say at this point. So I'd rather follow our standard procedure, and then we can come back to discussing this point later on in our discussion.
All right. Thanks for the reminder. Is the applicant done with their discussion?
There's no point of order.
I do have a question of staff before we move to that.
We have a staff question, and then we're.
So with regard to this application in front of us, I just have a question regarding the scenic view protection area constraint. What does that additionally give the applicant that we defined it as a constrained site? What additional benefit provides to them from also finding that constraint? Because it seems like the resolution is written one way, but your memo suggests something else.
So really nothing. I mean, they're asking for 1 TDR, and staff would still recommend, even if it was visually constrained, that 1 TDR be given. I think it was, maybe speaking for the applicant, trying to argue that it's constrained in all these ways, and staff believes it's just constrained, per wildfire and all those things I listed, but not visually constrained.
Okay, thank you.
I might just add to that to understand there are 2 provisions in the code: constrained site under constraints, or visually constrained, and really it was intended to address a property that might have a visual constraint but not have the other types of constraints that exist under the code. So again, in this case, it kind of just becomes part of the ask under the constrained site.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to read, this is a public hearing.
Well, why don't you let
Let's see,
the applicant, if we're going to follow the point of order, Steve's been requiring us to.
Sorry. Thought you were done.
So what
Yeah,
we
I
had,
did
I recognize that I think that there's a sense that we'd like to get down to business on some of these other issues, but, and we'll get there, and I'll try and be brief. What we're thinking is I'll speak for a few moments just on the 4 corners of the application and just try and underline a few things that Tammy said. And then I would like Mark and Ann to speak with respect to their firsthand and historical knowledge of the property and things of that nature. So, and I figured out why you were staring at my feet. There's a monitor down here.
Yeah, sorry I didn't say anything earlier.
I usually clarify that, but.
I was baffled. I kept crossing my legs. So the picture that Tammy had up before from GIS, big picture. As you can see, Shieldo Road is coming down to the property. The property is that odd-shaped yellow feature. It has a tortured history. It is what it is. There it is. So Shieldo Road comes up to the property. It's a fairly flat section as you're coming towards the property, and then it begins to incline upwards towards that bend to the left. So where the road proceeds to the left, that is Eric Hansen's house. He's lived there for a long time. And then the current road dead ends there. And then so next to the left would be one of the Harvey family properties, and then then you get on to the subject parcel, and then south of the subject parcel is another Harvey family property. And then more importantly, to the left is the Harvey Ranch property, which is how it's referred to colloquially. That's really an 1,820 acre conservation parcel. So it's subject to a conservation easement administered by Aspen Valley Land Trust and Open Space and Trails. So Tammy, if we could just get to
Your slides?
Yeah. They're in a different order.
Mark, you got a lot of pictures on there.
I do, don't I?
Yeah, well, they're great.
Give him a drone and he.
That's right.
You got a license for that thing?
I have your tail number on there.
I'm looking for my picture from Ann, though.
Is it the one, was it the one with the steep?
Or the
Google Earth
Snow
one?
Creek Road or something.
Actually, the Google
It's
Earth
like a
one is the
good
one I was looking
Yeah,
for.
go down.
Right.
Getting rid of
Starting to look
Mark's
long.
drone pictures or from the back of a horse.
It says Google
Oh, this is it, yeah. Okay, so I think this really tells more of the story than anything. So to the pond to the left is on the Harvey Ranch conservation property. Subject parcel is outlined in yellow. Eric Hansen's existing house is shown there. That's the last structure on the property. So you can appreciate the topography of the property in this slide, and what it takes to get there, and then what lies beyond the Hanson property. And again, as Tammy pointed out, you would go across a separate property owned by a Harvey affiliate, and then you would get onto the subject parcel before you would get into a development and activity envelope. The current approvals have the activity envelope down right above the road on the subject property. So, big picture, the property is owned by Harvey Steamboat Partnership. It's a Harvey family entity. Connie's the boss. Connie's not here today, unfortunately, but we have two other Harveys with us, which is almost as good.
Almost.
8.5 acre parcel, RS 30 zone district, non-conforming lot size. The property is in what's referred to as Shieldo subdivision. It's not a subdivision in the sense that it was ever approved by the Board of County Commissioners. It's an assemblage of meets and bounds parcels that has an interesting history, but at any rate, the point is that this is a parcel with a development right now that wouldn't have gotten approved if this had come in through the front door. Michael Vernon owned the property for a period of time, and in 2015 was able to obtain site plan review, an activity envelope, approval of an activity envelope. The Harveys opposed that approval at the time, and so it went to a hearing officer hearing, and the approvals were granted, but a finding was made by Tom Smith, who was the hearing officer, that he said, however, pursuant to land, there is evidence that the property may be a constrained site. However, pursuant to Land Use Code Section 677020, only the Board of County Commissioners can make a determination that the property constitutes a constrained site for which a TDR may be approved. So an approval was given with respect to the property land use approval, but there was an acknowledgement, which I think is unusual, that it's a bit probably as good a candidate for a constrained site property. So the Harveys purchased the property after that approval was obtained in 2018. There's no secret, they paid $285,000 for the property. And the value to the Harveys is, as you can see from this slide, its proximity to the Harvey Ranch and what development on that steep hillside would do to the Harvey Ranch. And so from their perspective, it's really hard to put a price on it. But if a TDRs are trading between $230,000 and $250,000 right now. So if the play on this was to buy this lot and get a TDR out of it, as Mark explained, they're operating at a loss on this. To backstop, again, some of the requirements for a constrained site determination by the commissioners. What is a constrained site? The code defines it as a site that has been designated as a sending site because of the difficulty or impossibility of approving development on the site pursuant to Section 670. And the code goes on to state that, as Tammy explained, the considerations on your part is that of equitable mitigation. Again, I don't have a very clear grip on what that means, but I think it means you all have a lot of latitude in making some determinations as to what you would like to see happen with the property, and it gives you the discretion to utilize the TDR program creatively. So there are, as Suzanne explained, there are two bases under which a constrained site can be found. One is that the property is a legally created lot that is undevelopable or severely restricted as determined at the discretion of the board. So you all have a lot of leeway in making that finding. And then the other separate criterion is what's called a visually constrained site. And that would be a finding under the code that the development of the site would severely impact or destroy a scenic public view plane, again, as determined in the discretion of the board. So with respect to the first criterion, again, the applicant's position is there are three bases under the code which demonstrate that development of the property is inappropriate. The first is the steep and potentially unstable slopes. Again, it's mostly 45%. There is some 30% slopes on the property. To get to the building site and to get to the property, you're going to be constructing a road that's longer than 100 feet in width, over 30% slope. So that right there would eliminate development of the property, or should eliminate development of the property. And then the second criterion is wildfire hazard. Again, the property is located in a severe wildfire hazard area due to steep slopes and the vegetation that's on the ground. The other concern is, again, just access to the property. I think you tried to get to the property, were not able to get there a few weeks ago.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of snow. I did a lot of post holing.
So, you know, getting a fire truck up there, let alone a turnout, or and those concerns speak for themselves, and there's materials in the application supporting that. And then the third criterion is wildlife concerns. And again, you know, the code, the applicable section of the code is 72070 with respect to wildlife. And that code section lays out certain general principles for consideration of development in wildlife areas. And again, this is not a mapped wildlife area, but there is extensive wildlife on the property, and this is immediately adjacent, again, to the Harvey Ranch property. But again, those concerns that are described in the code, or those considerations, are maintaining large intact areas of native vegetation, protecting rare landscape elements, such as locally rare vegetation, maintaining connections among wildlife habitats, contributing to the regional protection of rare species by protecting their habitat locally, and minimizing the combined and cumulative impacts of activities and development on wildlife species. So all that dovetails with this property's proximity to the Harvey Ranch, and trying to create a buffer between the Harvey Ranch parcel and development. With respect to the second criterion, which is, can I get back to the main screen on those thumb drive pictures, which is scenic view. The application did point out that this property is visible from, say, Krabloonik and the Maroon Bells areas. Tammy is correct that is not a specific scenic review. Those aren't specific review considerations. But the view of the property from Snowmass Creek Road is, and so that's the property there. To the house that's up there is the existing house owned by Eric Hansen. The circled area is our understanding of where the approved building envelope would be. So that's what you'd see of the property from Snowmass Creek Road if it's developed. And then just finally, there is a provision in the draft ordinance that Tammy provided that addressed ongoing payment obligations with respect to Shiloh Terraces Road Association. And the Harveys, 3 properties are all members of that road association, dues paying members. The county implemented that program 10 or 15 years ago to carrot and stick into creating a way for the roads to be maintained in a safe manner up there, and not allow people to develop unless they join the association, and provided for the funding of the association, and it's worked well, and the Harveys recognize that. And the Harveys' only concern with the language that is in the draft reso, which as written would require those payments to be ongoing. I think all we would like to do is mitigate that language a bit, so that it provides that the Harveys will continue to pay the road maintenance fees unless otherwise agreed as between the Harveys and the association. And the thought behind that, again, is unless something else is worked out with open space, then the idea would be to find a way to bring these 3 parcels into the existing open space parcel and merge those in. And then at that point, the Harveys would then go back to Shiloh Terraces and have a discussion as to the road issue, whether it's appropriate for them to continue funding road maintenance when the parcels have been merged into the separate Harvey Ranch property and made subject to the conservation easement. So other than that, the draft resolution looks fine, and the Harveys are fine with that. So I've said enough. I'll let Ann and Mark speak. And Mark, again, I have some of your pictures here on the thumb drive if you'd like to put some of them up. I think they show what the Harveys are trying to protect with respect to the Harvey Ranch, but I'll let Ann and Mark speak.
Before I have a question.
Yeah, Patty.
I already had pointed out and pulled up the applications or the resolutions from the previous TDR on the other property, and the board did not put anything about the HOA assessment in there. So I'd actually written down here that needs to be deleted. It's really up to the homeowner, property owner, and the homeowners association. The county has no purview or authority over homeowners associations. So my recommendation, just for discussion further, would be to delete that provision at all, as it's not been included in any of the other resolutions. So to keep it consistent with with actions we've taken in the past.
And just to note, that did come from the HOA. They submitted
Right, they
comments
asked for it.
and they
Right, but we haven't put
requested
it in the previous reso, so I thought that would be more appropriate, but we can discuss that.
What's that?
Do you
Sure.
want to move over here? And I'll get out of it.
Mark and Ann, on deck. You're next?
Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Well, thank you for holding this hearing and hearing us out on this, and thanks Tammy and Suzanne for your work on this as well. I'll be brief here, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about the history of the ranch and where these lots fit in, so you kind of understand the setting. These 3 lots are kind of the capstone effort that we've been making to try to preserve this ranch since we bought it years ago in 1963 when my parents bought it. And we bought that ranch, 1963, and we've run it as a cattle operation ever since. We've run cattle on it every single year since then. It's high country. It's 8,000 to 10,000 feet. It's a very productive place in the summer, and like the rest of the high country, it's quite snowy in the winter. And we've tried to run that ranch so it's been a good place for wildlife. So it's been almost a wildlife refuge. We've tried to do that with good erosion control, with good irrigation practices, with weed mitigation, and with light grazing. We run fewer cattle than we could up there, and I can say confidently we've never overgrazed any part of that ranch. When we bought the ranch in the early 60s, as Steve well knows, this whole valley was still very much a ranching community. It was, sheep, cattle, hay production. And land continues to get chopped up, unfortunately. It continues to get partitioned and divided up. Things have slowly evolved since then, but in the old days, if you talked about conservation and ranching in the same sentence, you'd be considered a communist. So it's nice that things have slowly changed over those years. There's a few milestones that have happened since we bought that place, and what's led to to us purchasing these 3 lots and trying to bring them back into the ranch. The south side of our ranch borders White River National Forest. The south side borders White River National Forest. The west side borders Steve's old ranch, the Childs Ranch. The north side borders the monastery, and then these 3 lots as well. So it's kind of centered in this massive swath of undeveloped land, and it's really, as I said, become a wildlife refuge, and also a great place for these plant communities to thrive. So back in the 60s and 70s, after the Wilderness Act, a bunch of Aspenites, including Steve's dad, and including our mom, got together and worked very hard to get wilderness designation for the White River National Forest. And it took them years and lots of work, and finally, by 1980, they got designation. And so now our ranch borders not just the White River National Forest, but also a designated wilderness. So it's become even more of a entryway into this great wildlife preserve. And with every, anyone who owns a ranch knows that generationally you kind of have to decide at some point what you're going to do with it, whether you're going to cut it up and develop it, or whether you're going to try to keep it as a operation and keep it in the family. And we've been trying to keep it in the family and also to protect it for eternity. and to do that, we worked with Pitkin County Open Space and Aspen Valley Land Trust and GOCO Colorado. And after years and years of work cooperating with you and with all your help and AVLT's help, we were able to put a conservation easement on the property in 2005, 2006, which was a big deal for us. And it was one more milestone after the wilderness designation. These 3 lots are kind of the finishing touch, or all we can do to preserve this big piece of land. And in 1993, Ann had the foresight to purchase one of those lots. And 5 years later, she talked me into purchasing another one. And then with quite a bit of work, mostly Ann's work, we were able to get rid of the development rights there and get TDRs on those 2 lots. This 3rd lot is kind of the capstone. It's the, it's the part of our desire to fold all 3 of those into the ranch and into the conservation easement. And it took a while to buy this lot. Vernon wanted quite a bit of money, and we negotiated with him quite a while. We were quite pleased when we finally got to a price where we said we can do this last fall. And again, these are smaller pieces. These aren't thousands of acres. They're small pieces, but in this day and age, anytime you can add a small piece without too high a price, it's worth doing, I think. And this habitat, this land it's 1/5 of a mile from mapped critical elk migration ground. I've seen tons of elk up there. I've seen deer up there. I've seen bear up there. I've seen badgers. I've seen raptors. To me, it's critical wildlife habitat, especially in this valley where things are really getting chopped up fast. So just to sum it up, it's capstone piece for our efforts going all the way back to the purchase of the ranch. And we think they're small pieces, but we think they're important, and we'd love to fold it into the easement we have with Pitkin County Open Space and AVLT. Thanks. Ann?
Thank you, Mark.
I think Mark covered most of what I was going to say, so I'll be really short. And I also wanted to thank Suzanne and thank Tammy. You guys did a really nice job with this. So, and thank you, Patty. You've put in a lot of years working on all this kind of stuff.
Thank you.
So I just want to talk a little bit more about the wildlife values of this whole landscape. Conservation of the upper Snowmass and Capitol Creek valleys has been a huge cooperative effort over decades, and the whole will protect a big contiguous swath of both public and private wildlife habitat and open space in perpetuity. And the Harvey Ranch is an important link in a larger conservation landscape, as Mark explained. And it provides a buffer for the wilderness and a continuous corridor for wildlife movement from the wilderness down into winter range on private lands. And even though our request today does involve this relatively small parcel adjoining the ranch, it is an important part of the whole because of its prominent location on a high ridge and its visibility from a very wide area. And in addition, the vegetation community on this hillside, which is Oak Mountain shrubland, is considered one of the most important wildlife habitat types because of the abundance of food and cover that it provides for wildlife, including a lot of berry-producing shrubs like sarvisberry and chokecherry and snowberry, acorns from Gamble Oak, and a lot of songbirds depend on this type of habitat. It's a black bear concentration area, It's definitely used by elk and deer, especially in the fall for browsing. So it's, even though it's small, and even though some people think, oh, it's just scrub oak, it's actually a very important type of wildlife habitat. And from a wildlife perspective, the more fragmented habitat becomes, the worse off wildlife is. Large connected areas of undeveloped land are critical to all kinds of wildlife, and they're becoming scarcer every year. Just looking at the whole American West, we're losing habitat at a tremendous rate. About 432 square miles of natural land are lost every single year. And in the first decade of this century, about 4,300 square miles of natural areas in the West were lost to human development. That's an area bigger than all of Yellowstone Park. And Colorado alone lost 525 square miles of natural land during this period. And every 2.5 minutes, we're losing a football field-sized area of natural land to development, every 2.5 minutes. So it's just happening. And so the lesson from that is that natural areas that aren't given strong and permanent protections are being chewed up and degraded and destroyed. And wide-ranging and migratory species like elk and deer rely on intact ecosystems and the ability to move seasonally between different parts of their habitat. And we know that elk and deer populations in the Roaring Fork watershed have declined by 30 to 50% in the last decade. And what other species less well studied than elk and deer are also declining in this watershed due to the expansion of the human footprint? So it's a problem. And so it becomes more important every year to preserve what open space and habitat is left so that wildlife can persist and so that future generations will have a chance to experience at least a fraction of the natural world that we get to experience. And that's what motivates us and motivates Connie. And we really appreciate the work of Pitkin County Open Space and the Aspen Valley Land Trust, Great Outdoors Colorado, and the Pitkin County Commissioners. And we really do hope that you can support eliminating development on this last bit. This large-scale effort in the Snowmass and Capitol Creek valleys really is one of the crown jewels of open space protection in Pitkin County, and it's a great gift to the future. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so I think we're going to open it to public comment now. Is there anybody who would like to make a short statement? I see them looking around at each other. Tim, are you he's being deferential?
You don't have to beg them. If they don't want to speak, it's okay.
No, I see them moving. They'll raise their hand as soon as I close it. All right.
Eric Hansen, the contiguous neighbor. The road is almost unpassable in the winter to ambulance and fire. It was closed 4 or 5 days total to fire trucks completely this winter. They're even terrified to bring an ambulance up there. They take a skilled driver to do it.
You could do it.
I could probably do it, but I had a lot of issues getting home this year. The road closed too. Even the plow trucks, they fell off the road and had to be MacGyvered back. I don't think that affects this. Just adding another house up there, just another person falling off the roads. And it seems like the people that are coming out now to live out there are very city-like, very dependent on services. They call for ambulances and fire trucks, and I'm an anomaly, so when I leave, they'll have to revisit that road, maybe try to widen it some more. I have no objections. I think this is a great idea. The only concern I'm having with not these small parcels, but all this closing the building rights to open spaces, you've got these big areas of fire hazard, and they're growing, and nobody's mitigating the hazard. Like if somebody builds up there, you require them to cut down a big open space to protect the house and make it a little fire safe. These are tiny, and I have been trimming around the site regularly to protect my own home, but I just wonder if that's considered. You know, if a fire breaks out there, that whole hill is going to disappear in about 20 minutes. Mm-hmm. There's nothing the fire department's going to do about it, and I don't know what the answer is there.
Thanks for your comment.
Good to see her.
We are super concerned about wildfire mitigation, and yes, you nailed it, in many of our even more urban neighborhoods than this one.
We're actively, as a homeowner association, taking care of the road itself so people can egress in a fire safely if it is burning violently, just to get them out safely. That's all we're doing. But most of that hill, you can see it's 100% scrub oak, and it'll be gone in 20 minutes.
Right. Well, thank you. We got anybody else? We've got one more. Tim, come on down. You have to get to the microphone.
Yeah, you could go over to that seat there, Tim.
Right. We'll take a brief comment. We've got a long way to go tonight.
I know you do.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Tim McFlynn, and as I think most of you know, I was a longtime near neighbor of Harvey Ranch and got to know it very well, and Shield Hill. 24 years until this past spring. Also a longtime person with open space. Like 30 years ago, about this month, Connie Harvey came in and said, the county needs an open space program. It's 30 years ago. What I want to suggest here, and it's really building on what you said, Patty, and I eliminated 90% of what I was going to share because it's been said so well already, is that when I read the reso, I put a little sticky note, and I think the ComDev analysis by Tammy and Suzanne is terrific on the actual eligibility for a constrained lot TDR. What I want to suggest is that it would be terrific, I think, if when you start deliberating and get to making a decision today, that you kind of combine these ideas, and if you think it's eligible, grant a constrained lot TDR not to be recorded, to give some time for this other opportunity that George brought up. When I red tagged this, it was this continue to pay the dues forever. Forever's a long time. And your suggestion, Patty, was you looked at the last two TDRs that were given to this family, and that wasn't in there, and it should be deleted. I think they would be delighted if that is what you all agree. I've never seen that kind of a requirement of pay dues forever. Forever's a long time, and in another 50 years, you've had the ranch for 60. Who knows what'll be at Shield O? Who knows what those dues will be? Who knows where the gates will be? I mean, that could be a staggering number in the future. All they need is a board meeting to decide a whole new regime to raise money. So I would urge you consider Patty's thought, and if you don't have consensus about adopting Patty's idea, just delete it. A real common thing, and I think John would agree, a common thing that lawyers put into these kinds of agreements is, and Kurt mentioned it, unless the parties otherwise agree. I mean, this is simply, it's between the landowners and the HOA. Shouldn't really be dictated by the county, in my view. And lastly, I think wildlife conservation, I know the technical things that you had to address for a constrained lot, but I have had the good fortune of working with Connie for 33 years and working with the family and working with Wilderness Workshop and working with Open Space. And these lands, if you add the monastery, you talk to them about how long is forever. Forever. If you add the monastery, the adjacent ranch of the Child family, you have 6 square miles up against wilderness that these families have really committed enormous resources of their own to preserve forever, forever. And that's what is the capstone point that Mark makes. This is 8.5 acres, but it would be a horrible mistake to have this developed with 6 switchbacks through the scrubland to get to that flatter ground for a house. So, thank you very much.
Thanks, Tim.
I hope
Thanks,
we'll
Tim.
have consensus, and I hope we won't just not take action today.
Got it. Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, we're going to come back to the board.
Okay, I'm going to continue the discussion we had prior to the discussion we just had. And taking into consideration George's suggestion, I myself would support moving forward with granting a TDR, but make it subject to the TDR is not issued until such time as further discussions have taken place with Open Space and Trails about the purchase of a conservation easement. Is that where you...
Yeah, I think we probably want to give them some assurances in terms of a time frame, but I certainly, yeah, I'll make my comments, but I'll let you finish.
Yeah, well, that would be one thing. I'll let George finish up on that, and then I would again ask that we delete that provision about continue to pay. It's really not up to us. It doesn't mean we're saying you don't have to pay it. It's up to you to discuss it with the HOA. It just wasn't included in the other resos.
George?
Yeah, I'm certainly supportive of extinguishing the development right on this parcel. I just think there's another route to do this, and I think in terms of you having to deal with the HOA as part, if we were able to merge with a lot line adjustment or some sort of mechanism like that, utilize a conservation easement, we get to the same place. I think it actually provides you with more assurances because you probably get some cash in hand sooner with a confirmed amount, and it eliminates the development in someone else's backyard. So,
thanks, George. Steve?
I've been mulling over the issue while you were all doing your presentation, and I totally believe that this is a constrained site. You're totally justified in being awarded a TDR for sterilizing it. George has a good point. You could potentially get more by doing, making a deal with the Open Space and Trails. It might take longer.
Did I miss that part?
You might just end up with the value of one TDR as a result. I think it would be up to you guys to decide if you want to get the TDR now. You could sell a TDR this summer. Summertime's a good time. People are
With this provision
in the market for them. So, but I have a couple of other points. I was really kind of puzzled by the whole requirement that you pay the homeowners fees for maintaining the road, and then I know that road up there is terrible, and Eric reconfirmed that today. He's the one who has to deal with it. I've always been concerned about the fire safety in case of a wildfire at Shield O. And at one time we had looked a little bit as this being an egress point, a fire evacuation route to go through the Harvey Ranch from up by Eric's house for residents up there. If there is a really big wildfire, it's potentially all their egress roads are going to, their 2 egress roads are going to be potentially blocked. People would have no other way out of there. And so I just have a suggestion that something that you could look into in the future. That would be in exchange for you not having to pay the homeowners fees anymore because you don't have any need for using the road. You would grant an emergency egress for the residents of Shield O down through your ranch from somewhere in the vicinity of Eric's house.
On that hill?
It would be down through there, it's kind of a field going up there or something.
Yeah.
I don't know
Straying
the
off track here.
topography, but it's better than people dying and not.
I'm not sure if there was a fire we could stop people anyway, but and you could drive down through that sage field the way it is. It'd be rough, but in the case of a fire, people would do that, and I don't know if it requires granting them egress. I imagine they'd take it if they had to, but maybe that's a discussion we have with the HOA.
Yeah, so anyhow, I just put that suggestion out there. It's not going to be any condition of the what's before us today, but that just seemed an odd thing that came up in our packet.
Yeah.
I talked to Dale Will. He thought the same thing. He called me up and said, this sounded crazy having this homeowners thing, and I would fully agree with removing it from the language of it, but going forward, you might talk to the homeowners association.
About an egress, sure.
About that issue.
Sure.
So anyhow, what I think in the light of George's suggestion, I think the best thing to do would be to continue this item to the perhaps the next meeting and give you time to have a discussion with Open Space and Trails.
Well, we have had a discussion with them, and we've had various discussions, and I don't know how formal they thought they were, but we arrived at this route because honestly, it didn't go very far. And like it'd be much easier for us just some sort of cash basis on an easement if it was similar value to a TDR. We'd love to do that, but we did try, and we have very good relationships with Open Space. We, we've dealt with them for years and have a great relationship. This particular conversation, I don't think went very far, did it, Ann?
Well, it's kind of been a moving target because the price was much higher. We talked about a three-way sort of arrangement where we were trying to convince the Vernons to apply for a TDR. We thought Open Space could put up some of the money, and then our family could put up some of the money. So that was one of the packages that was kind of looked at. But like all these land use things, there were many moving parts, and things changed over time. And sometimes we were kind of given encouragement that there was open space money, and then other times we weren't. And this seemed like the cleanest kind of approach. And they were encouraging of us asking for a TDR. And it doesn't mean I'm closed to the other option, but we were kind of encouraged to do this.
I just want to see if Kelly you had a question? I want to keep moving this.
Well, I just have a couple of comments. Thanks, George. I knew you were going to come up with some great idea because I sort of was struggling a little bit with creating opportunities for intensifying development somewhere else from a place where development is potentially very unlikely. So, I'm supportive of moving forward and encouraging Open Space to pursue this conversation while we balance that against some assurances for the applicant. I would look to John to maybe provide us with some timelines to abut that with. And I also just want to say that, Patty, I support your idea of removing the HOA language. It seems appropriate. To do this very cleanly, I'm not super compelled by the scenic view area protection constraint. If we pass this resolution, I would like to have that just taken out.
Just called a constrained lot?
Let's call it, support it based on the constrained lot provisions, not based on the scenic area protection constraint provision.
I don't know if we have.
I think that's what it says right now. It doesn't include it as a visually constrained.
Look at this.
Right.
It's just included as one of the various constraints. They're D, what is that, 7D?
Well, there's not a finding that it's visually constrained. I know that.
It's right. It's not a finding that it's visually constrained, but it does say it would be visible from the road. Is really just
It's
basically
under D
statement.
on page
7D.
2.
Yeah.
So you could take that out, or again, it's sort of part of all of the pieces we look at in terms of a determination of the constraint. That wouldn't constrain it in and of itself, but as part of all of those other things. So again, you could decide if you wanted to keep it or not.
Paul, did you have a comment? I see you've approached the bench. If you have one, great. If not, I think we're ready for a motion. But
Sure. Paul Holsinger, Agriculture and Conservation Easement Administrator. Yeah, I've been texting back and forth with Dale Will because of the comments that came up, and the timing seems pretty nice to bring this discussion back up. We can get this on our next meeting on May 2nd and get you an answer rather quickly.
Okay.
If you'd like to move forward that way, or if that's what you'd like to do.
okay, thank you. Thanks for adding that. It's nice to know we can move expediently.
I just wanted to add a bit on that road association. So it is abnormal for sure to put that in, as the county doesn't want to step in and enforce covenants. It's just the Shieldo Terraces was somewhat of an unusual road association when it was created in the county. Like Kurt did mention, there was a road, carrot and a stick, I think he said, in creating that road association, and the county is somewhat a party to that. And we do review, when a development application does come in, we do make sure that those fees are collected because that road is such an issue. So that's I just wanted to give you a little background.
The county actually put a moratorium on development until road district was
it is
created to maintain those roads and improve those roads.
So that's where that came from, is some of that background on that.
I remember that one.
Great. Thank you. Are we ready for
I'm going to make a motion. And this is going to, so help me, guys. I'm going to make a motion to approve the granting of one constrained site transfer development right. As part of the resolution, I want to delete one on page 2 as far as the issue regarding the HOA dues. I would like to, and I don't know how to, I'm looking at you, John Ely, how to create a provision about the issuance of a TDR after such time as a conversation is held with Open Space and Trails regarding a conservation easement purchase.
The easiest way to do it is with a timeline.
Okay.
Simply say that the resolution cannot be acted upon until 60 days.
60 days, is that enough?
Yeah.
I would like to have 7BD.
And delete the language.
And you want to delete, you want to add that, the deletion of D as far as the scenic? Even though it just says would likely be visible.
Who wants
I
to?
just don't like that it includes language that refers to scenic view protection area, because I don't feel like that's a finding.
Still mid-motion here. Are we still constructing the motion?
I'm looking for creation of the motion before I actually confirm my motion. So is there any other issues that I may have missed? So we have the HOA dues, we have the visually constrained issue in D, and we have a time frame of 60 days before the issuance of the TDR would be granted based upon conversations with Open Space and Trails Board of Trustees.
I'll second the motion.
We've got a second. Any further discussion?
Cover it.
George, is that hand up?
Well, the only thing I'll add is at the Open Space and Trails meets on May 2nd, it would be great if perhaps you could attend that meeting and tell the Open Space and Trails Board that we strongly encourage Open Space and Trails to work with the Harveys on a conservation easement for this parcel versus a TDR, and they know that we've gotten away from utilizing TDRs for those particular reasons.
That doesn't need to be put in the motion, that's just.
That's just a comment.
Just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything
Just
here.
a comment, just so.
Appreciate that.
Open Space knows that this is a consensus by the BOCC. We feel it's very important.
They've already got it by text.
Not the
further
board, but the trustees.
conversation.
Further conversation. There is an interesting thing that is happening here with regards to the caucus boundary. The Harvey Ranch is in the Snowmass Capitol Creek caucus area. Shieldo Terraces is in the upper Snowmass Creek caucus territory.
And are you asking why that is?
And then you would be,
We know why that is.
so you would be owning land in
They currently do.
either both, or the boundary could be adjusted so that the entire Harvey Ranch was in the Snowmass Capitol Creek caucus area.
Yeah, I
Do you
think.
have any comments about that?
Well, you remember we were sort of war buddies on that whole thing. When that caucus got split up, they gave us the option of being in either or both. and being a good patriot, I went with the Snow Cap Caucus. And, you know, I don't know if it's gonna, I don't know, you know, how that affects your business, the county business. We just chose it because, you know, we support that caucus and tradition that's been going on forever. So that was just our choice. I don't know what it has to do, you know, how it affects you guys.
It's up to you.
Okay.
And it has nothing to do with this motion either.
Nothing to do with the motion. Okay. I'd like to,
Decide that today, but
Okay.
that's something that could be
Considered,
thought about
yeah.
and maybe changed.
Sure.
any other further conversation? Well,
Call it.
we could call the vote.
My only thing I want to make sure this has been thought through. My only question for John would be, let's say we go through the scenario, we engage in good faith negotiations with open space and a deal is struck. What's the process for unwinding the approval? We walk away with an approval today. What would the applicant have to do?
Nothing.
Nothing. We pay you one way or give you something one way, and then you're
Okay.
done.
Okay.
No more lengthy meetings.
I don't want to come back, that's all.
No, no. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for coming.
So are we going to do open
Okay,
discussion?
I'd like to do open discussion, then a short break, or do you want the break and then
No,
open?
let's do open discussion, and then, if that's okay with the board.
Okay,
It's a short, open discussion.
And we keep
And-
it focused?
okay, open discussion.
Yeah, I do
John,
have a
thank
few
you.
items. I'll try and move through them quickly.
Guys, we're
Hey,
continuing.
we're gonna keep going here. You guys gotta clear out. Thank you.
Just confirming with you guys, we did cancel the joint meeting on May 7th with City of Aspen. The board was going to review Healthy Rivers and Streams applicants
I watched the
for
videos.
Tuesday. It would be beneficial to get some direction. We won't be able to appoint until the next meeting, but we'd be able to give them notice of upcoming, for example, joint meetings with.
So we could give direction on that now.
Right, and then the rest would come back on the 8th. And I'm going to support both Chris's, the last two applicants that we interviewed. Chris,
I concur with Patty's.
Yeah, I definitely, I really liked Chris Wheatley. He was
Chris
my
Wheatley.
number one choice. Between Chris and John, they both have ties to fishing kind of things, but I thought that Chris was the better choice there.
I also like he's from Aspen, so, you know, we were sort of looking to recruit a little more up valley
Get some more.
representation.
Are you okay with that, George?
I am.
I agree as well. I think we have a consensus.
Also,
Appreciate everybody coming in.
Yeah, I thought, you know, we need to tap into both Cindy Kerr and John Prosnek for possibly serving on other boards, because they both really want to help, you know, volunteer in the community, and maybe we could offer,
Cindy has already applied for the Senior
approach
Services
them
Board.
about that.
Great, that's great. What else do you need there?
All right, Greg, I think Julie McCluskey's office had contacted
Right.
you about a potential meeting with the board on May 15th or 16th. Neither of those days are regular board meeting days.
Right, they'll be in, she and crew will be in town on those 2 days, and I'm sure they'd love to meet with any and all of us.
As long as
They're
you
gonna
just
be in-
put it on our future agendas or something.
Right.
so we-
So,
we know.
yeah, so perhaps what we can do is if the board could just, individual members could contact Charlotte and, you know, whether
Choose a date.
15th or 16th works, and we'll try and get that set up.
Got it. She's also going to the schools and elsewhere. She'll be in the community
15th,
for a
it's our
couple days.
highway cleanup day.
Thank you, you're right.
Oh, we can invite her.
She can join us.
She would love to do that, actually.
Photo op.
She's a great lady.
And then last thing, we already talked about a little bit, but the joint meeting with Basalt originally planned for May 14th. We were not able to get our landscapers, designers for the kayak park there, which was the main point of the meeting. So we're now looking at June 11th or 25th, and we'll get back to you on that.
25th, something else is happening that day. Something big, other than my daughter's 30th birthday, there's something happening that day. I'll
Tell
do,
me.
Right.
I'll try.
What was that
remember.
date, John? June?
Right now, we're looking at
11th or
June
15th,
11th
25th.
or June 25th.
I think I have a COG meeting on the
Postponed from May 14th.
Correct. Yeah,
Is that a
postponed from
Thursday?
May 14th.
No,
so.
it's Tuesday.
The 25th is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
And that
great.
is all that was I really needed to cover with you today.
That's all we've got. Great. Okay, then.
Before we take your break, I'm going to just declare that I am going recusing myself because of a conflict of interest with a family member. But I will be watching from upstairs.
Got it. Okay, so after we come back, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Is that good? Grassroots 10-minute break, then we come back to our last item. Thank you.
You guys could probably, Dave, you could probably set up in the meantime.
Yeah, there's
Right.
going to be setup time.
Okay, we are back, and it's Monday, or it's Wednesday, April 24th. Board of Commissioners regular meeting. We're in land use public hearings, and the item up before us now is the continued Aspen Mountain Ski Area amended and restated ski rec master plan, rezoning, activity envelope, and site plan conversation. And Suzanne Wolf will be kicking us off here. Thank you. And our guests, we have our guests here, Dave Corbin, Heather Henry up front. Okay.
Okay, and I'm going to kind of jump in, and I think maybe some of Heather's slides actually correlate to what I'm going to say, so I'll let her throw those up as it seems appropriate, because I didn't get graphic, so I'm just going to talk a bit. But just to start, I thought we'd sort of backtrack just a little bit and talk a little bit more clearly about kind of the ski rec zone district, how that works in the master plan that's associated with that, and just make sure, that's clear. So we have a ski rec zone district in the land use code, which our ski areas fall within that. Ashcroft actually is also a ski rec zone district as a cross-country and Nordic ski area. So Aspen Mountain, Buttermilk, Highlands are all in the ski rec zone district. That zone district requires that you have an approved master plan that specifies activities and uses that will occur within that ski area or within the ski rec zone district. The code does in the use table, I think that's, people have looked at that under the use table where we usually list, what's an allowed use, what's a special review use, what's prohibited. Under the ski rec zone district, we use an M for a master plan use. So there's certain uses that are potentially allowed in the ski rec zone district, but only if they're approved under your master plan. So there might be something listed as a possible use under the ski rec zone district, but it's not something that is part of the approved master plan for that specific ski area. So again, I think that's, kind of just the basis for the zone district. There is potential for uses as with any zone district, but again, that then gets narrowed and specified in their master plan. So it's very specific about what can occur within that ski area. So then when you have your master plan, only those uses that are listed in the master plan are allowed for that ski area. And then there would be some uses listed that are by further review. So here, this is great. Heather's jumping right along with me. So I don't want to walk through the use list for Aspen Mountain Master Plan at this point. We'll get there, but I just want you to kind of understand the framework. There is a use list attached to the draft resolution that's in front of you. It's Exhibit B to the resolution. But basically what we do is then put uses into these categories. Activities and uses allowed all year, allowed by right in the wintertime, allowed by right in the other seasons, uses that would require a special event permit. And then uses allowed by further review. Further review could be various things. Could include special review. It could include activity envelope or site plan review. It could include growth management competition or potentially a growth management exemption. So depending on what what is applicable to a certain further review use determines the process. And I think that was one of your questions kind of last time, Kelly, is if it's further review, what does that mean? What comes back to you? What is administrative? And that, it depends. If something just requires a site plan review, it may just be an administrative with notice, that kind of a process. Growth management goes through scoring at the P&Z. Allotments are granted by the BOCC. Special review is a BOCC review. So again, we'll talk more about this. I mean, Heather kind of put it up to just sort of say, here are the types of things. Summer attractions would have to come back. That being, I don't know, zip lines. What are the other types of things you threw out there? Canopy tours, whatever that might be. They'd come back for special review and site plan to show us where they're going to happen, and the special review would address what are the impacts of that use. So again, that's just a quick rundown on what further review uses look like. And I guess just to be clear, all of these things, this is what's proposed in the master plan now. All of those are up for discussion, in terms of either what's allowed, what's listed as allowed, and what's listed as further review. But again, there's various items in there that we'll definitely be talking about as we continue through this review of the master plan. But I just thought it would help to be clear about where the uses, how the uses show up for the ski area, that it's in that list. And in that list does include these further review uses that would have to come back through some type of process. And just, I guess, last thing there is that with or without the Pandora expansion, I mean, the rezoning that's proposed is for an area to add to the ski area. The mountain, as we know it today, is zoned ski rec, and it has a master plan that was approved in 1998. They have things they'd like to do on the existing portion of the mountain, and that's part of the amended and restated master plan that's up for discussion. In addition, they're asking to rezone Pandora area to ski rec, and then by rezoning it, add that to the ski rec master plan. So I think just to make sure it's clear that most of the mountain as today is ski rec, they're asking to add an area to that zoning and then include that under the master plan. So just sort of a little more, I guess, basis for that, but maybe any questions there?
Can I add one thing? So the other piece to just understand as well is the list that falls under these buckets is really a 4-mountain list developed for all of the mountains in Pitkin County. And then a few of the items as you go through each of those in the bucket become specific to Aspen Mountain. So it's a list that doesn't get developed from scratch. This has been transferred mountain to mountain, and because many of them you see lift operations and very basic across all 4 mountains. And then you'll see some that are specific to Aspen.
Thank you.
And again, I think our intent at some point is, we can walk more, very specifically through that whole use list, but we weren't going to go there just yet. So next we were going to jump into having a bigger discussion about the Pandora rezoning and kind of the other items associated with that, the new lift, the ski terrain, and then some of the issues that definitely came up at the last hearing regard concerns about the snow road and access for the public. And the construction management. But I'm just going to start with the rezoning and walk through the code criteria and kind of our responses to that. And then I guess maybe see, how you guys want to proceed, if you kind of want to, hold there at that point, have questions on that, or kind of how we want to go through all of that. So, so just to start, again, Heather's with me on her on her slides. Thank you. So the request is to rezone areas out of AR10 and rural remote to ski rec. The numbers are up there, so it's 35.2 acres from AR10, 131.83 acres from rural remote to go into the ski rec zone district. Of that, so there are 2 privately owned properties owned by the ski company, portions of which would be rezoned to ski rec. and then some area of Forest Service lands. So those numbers, there's about 113 acres out of the Ski Co properties to be rezoned, and 53 acres out of the Forest Service. So the split on that is almost 68% of the rezoned area is Aspen Skiing Company property, and 32% of that is Forest Service land. The total area to be rezoned then is 167 acres. A question that came up at the last meeting about the private property in rural remote to be rezoned was, has that been sterilized through TDRs? And the answer to that is no. The two ski company properties have not come in and gotten TDRs to, in rural remote to sterilize those properties. So that has not occurred. The area to be rezoned is defined by the area that's to accommodate basically the lift and the proposed terrain. The map they've got up there on the left shows where the new Pandora lift would be, the new runs, the gladed areas, the hatched area. And so you can see at the top, where at the top terminal of the lift, there would be a small patrol hut, I think similar to what's at the top of the Ruthie's chair, for staging there, basically up on the top of the ridge. That's really the extent of the development proposed up there. And the rest, the bottom terminal of the lift, the runs, the road gets a little bit cut off there, but there is the new service road that I know came up at the last meeting that goes to the bottom of the lift. And that's, encompasses the area. I think once I go through kind of these rezoning criteria, I know Victor's here and can walk you a little bit more specifically through the terrain and what's within that area. So the code has several sections that we respond to with regard to rezonings. And just to kind of summarize what those criteria are, it's comply with the land use code and land use policy. Are there changed conditions affecting the property or the surrounding area that support the rezoning? Does it have an effect on traffic generation, road safety? Is it consistent with Pitkin County master plans? In this case, the East of Aspen Independence Pass and Maroon Castle plans are applicable. Is it compatible with surrounding zone districts and land uses? Impact on public facilities, impact on the natural environment? Is it consistent and compatible with the community character? Does it conflict with the public interest? So those are the specific criteria in the code that have to be addressed as part of a rezoning. So rather than walk through each one of those, I've kind of sort of put it more broadly into kind of the findings that we've made with staff recommending approval, the Planning Commission also supporting the rezoning based on those criteria and based on some of these findings. So the land proposed to be rezoned is adjacent to the existing area. Expansion of existing ski areas preferred to establishment of new ski areas. That comes out of our land use policies. Also kind of gets in the master plans, those applicable master plans, they say, we agree with, some of the policies. So again, that plays through there. The land would remain rural in character, though the intensity of use would change, obviously, due to the introduction of developed recreation with new ski runs, the service road, and the lift. The area does currently experience consistent human activity with backcountry use, snowmobiles, and snowcats for powder tours, but there is no other development proposed. So essentially, there is somewhat of a change in character as it does bring developed recreation to this area where it's been, obviously non-lift served, but used in the same manner. Other than electricity to run the lift, there's no expansion of municipal water and sewer lines in the area to be rezoned. There's compatibility with the adjacent ski area and surrounding Forest Service land. The top terminal of the lift will be located about 950 feet south and slightly east of the gondola building out on Richmond Ridge. And the skier use would occur on the east side of the ridge, where it has limited impact on the surrounding privately owned properties. So most of, again, the rural remote area goes out the ridge and drops over into the Little Annie Basin side. The ski activity will be from the ridge and dropping down onto the east side. The rezoning does not result in significant adverse impacts on the natural environment. I'll speak a little bit more about wildlife. It's not anticipated to generate additional traffic. You know, they've looked at Aspen Mountain really being served by the city of Aspen and all of the transit options that are available in the city, as well as, you know, parking and all of those things, kind of, that this wouldn't further impact those. With regard to visual impacts, the analysis has showed that the top terminal wouldn't be visible from Highway 82 or Castle Creek Road. So in terms of that, you know, visual impact from our perspective of visible from public roads. The bottom terminal is on a bench, kind of below Walsh's Run, and there's basically a buffer, so you really would not see it from Highway 82. Because there's an area for where it lands on this bench where you're not necessarily picking up the lift terminal itself. There will be, you know, a change in the visual, you know, what you see when there are some ski runs there, and some of the gladed areas, but you know, they're looking at trying the glading to try and minimize that visual impact of suddenly going, oh, that's ski runs, rather than, you know, a gladed area, a forested area. They've tried to utilize natural openings in the terrain that are there today, trying to keep clusters within the trails, tree clusters in the trails, to again minimize that just big swath of, you know, a ski cut. But again, so there will be an overall change visually, if you're looking for it, I guess. But in terms of those top and bottom terminals, those really don't have visual impacts from those public roads. The east of Aspen and Maroon Castle plans didn't really have specifics for the ski area that's within their caucus areas. But they did both recommend basically a conservation zoning of public lands to preclude residential development. So that was to be applied to whether it's Forest Service lands or, you know, potentially, you know, any other government, you know, held lands. We, in 2006, created a zone district in the code called the RSG, which is Resource Government, that was a step towards, you know, that idea of putting a conservation zoning. But the rezonings of any areas under that zone district has never been applied. So any areas, publicly owned lands, you know, within this area, you know, were never put into that zone district. But so then I guess taking that step to the intent of that was to preclude residential development on those public lands. In this case, where they are taking lands, public lands and private lands out of rural, remote, and AR10, the only use they're proposing in that area is the lift and ski terrain. There's no summer use proposed. There's no other uses proposed in the master plan that's in front of you. There was.
I'm sorry, you just state the last sentence again. There's no other use proposed in this.
Oh, right. All that's proposed, in, you know, as with the rezoning, what the use that's proposed back there is the new lift and the ski terrain, and for winter use only. There's no summer use included. There was a question, or there was, I think, some numbers last time about, right, how much development might be extinguished. It's a little awkward to go there because some of that land is Forest Service land, and it doesn't necessarily translate directly to development rights. But in terms of the ski company land that's zoned rural remote currently, let's see what we have, 111 acres of that. Under rural remote, you know, that's basically the minimum lot size there would be 35 acres. You know, so potentially, again, the development right today would be one unit, one cabin. Under rural remote, you know, they have the opportunity to compete in growth management, so there's the potential of 3, you know, cabins on that property. By rezoning a portion of this to ski rec, essentially that does take the development right off of that parcel, because that would be the most restrictive zoning on the property. So essentially, there's not really a development right left on those private ski co-owned lands.
So you're saying the ski rec zoning is more ski rec zoning is more restricted than R&R?
It depends what you're talking about. In this in this specific case, all that's requested, all that's in front of you as part of this master plan, is the lift and in the terrain.
Right.
They have not asked for any of the other uses potentially under ski rec.
Right, but 20 years down the road,
They could ask to amend the master plan, unless maybe that, if there's the possibility of restricting and saying this rezoning only, is to accommodate this only.
so we
basically.
could have that as
I think
part of
so,
the-
and I think
Okay.
maybe John could add to that.
Okay, great.
That'd probably be ultimately a suggestion.
Yeah, great.
So, anyway, okay. And so that was just a couple more things. With regard to wildlife, Colorado Parks and Wildlife did review this, obviously, through the Forest Service process, as well as our referral. Their primary concern, they've raised was proximity to mapped elk production area. There's a lot of analysis of that in the Forest Service documents in terms of the suitability of the terrain, the value of the terrain given the amount of use it's had over the, all of those types of things. But I think where we've landed again with the limited use that's proposed, construction would have to occur outside of May 1st to June 21st, and those are the dates in our code when we restrict development, activity in those elk production areas. Again, this is proposed for winter use of the lift. There would be no activity during those times once the lift is built. And so this addresses the issue of not having impact during construction. And again, right, only winter recreational use is proposed, so it avoids those production times. So again, that's a very simplistic response to what's been a lot of analysis, again, with the Forest Service and CPW being involved. But those are conditions in the resolution in terms of mitigating those impacts. And let's see. Actually, I think, George, your question kind of answered my last piece about the concern about are there other uses that could be allowed in ski rec that would not have been allowed in rural remote? And I think that's something you could restrict with the rezoning. So that was kind of my piece on just trying to walk through the rezoning criteria, since we didn't really get to that last time.
Maybe we could, we have questions right now on this piece before we move on to the next one. Any questions from this side of the aisle? Nothing at the moment. Regarding, I just had a rezoning question for you, but easy. Rezoning to ski rec has these limitations, that it's only ski area, ski trails and ski lift. Does that affect any of the other zoning, other properties in the surrounding area? Like, for instance, we have other properties on the ridge that are rural remote, but we have a grandfathered parcel. I think
There would, yeah, I mean, it's only, this area that is proposed. Again, maybe if you could go back to the slide that shows the
This isn't
the
going to
rezoning
affect
area.
the-
I think this is the one, yeah, that, right, no, that, it shifts the boundary of where the ski
Shifts
rec
this
boundary is
and that's
today.
it. Right.
Behind the gondola or building or what, somewhere in there, and pushes it out the ridge and down to the east. But then everything around it remains zoned rural remote or AR10.
I guess the question is, by rezoning this, are we altering or opening up a Pandora's box, so to speak, with other land use approvals or covenants on property and along the ridge? Whether it's private holdings or other lands that could be opening the door to the future development.
And any rezoning request is subject to a review under these standards in the code. And so that's, I don't know that one rezoning then implicates anything further down. Each one has to be reviewed on its own merits.
All right. Okay, then, so should we hand it over to?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, they were gonna kind of jump in on talking a little bit more about the train. I don't know if there was anything you wanted to add into sort of that piece of just the rezoning criteria, so, okay.
There are a couple of things. David Corbin on behalf of Aspen Skiing Company. And as you noted, Greg, Heather Henry's also here from Connect One, our land planner, representing ASC. Also, Victor Gurdon, Mac Keeling, David Clark are all present for ASC, as is Tom Todd from Holland and Hart representing us here today. So we've got a variety of folks here. Today you won't hear a soliloquy from me as much as you did last time, so there'll be other voices speaking to this. But we did want to touch upon the zoning in the first place before moving to the next topic. Add to that with both Heather touching on our view and look to some of those same issues that Suzanne raised, and I'd like Tom Todd to speak to some of the history on the rural remote creation and the implications at that time that it had with respect to a ski district, then different name, but same function. So I'd turn it to Heather, and she'd touch on a couple of these points.
So I think Suzanne really went through a lot of this, but some of the discussion, questions from you all, as well as public comment, talked about the characteristics really of rural land. And so as you take something from rural remote, put it into ski rec, are you changing the characteristics of the land? And so we pulled a little bit of the intent of both of those districts, as well as directly out of the Aspen Mountain Master Plan submission to the U.S. Forest Service, and ultimately their final environmental assessment that really supports the characteristics of those lands. So rural remote, talking about allowing for limited recreational, limited residential, preserving the small scale nature, the ability for a backcountry character, etc. And then as you look through the intent of ski rec, thinking about not just the ski rec and this broad list of uses that's in the code, but the master plan that ultimately dictates the uses of those lands, which is really what's before you when we talk about rezoning, is what is then proposed in the master plan. And so you look at the character of gladed terrain, some limited ski runs, and one lift, bringing electricity only and no other utilities, et cetera, and really reinforcing the characteristics of rural land. The top quote is directly out of what's called the U.S. Forest Service Recreation Opportunity Spectrum, and they have a spectrum that goes all the way from urban to a very remote backcountry with limited access entirely. And you can see they talk about rural lands as being characterized as culturally modified setting, yet where the natural environment has been substantially modified, but there is still a natural environment that is present. The structures are apparent, but there's a pastoral, agriculture, intensively managed wildland landscape, et cetera. Access is via conventional motorized roads. Contact might be frequent, but it might also be moderate when you get further away from that development. So the final environmental assessment then essentially said, yes, that is absolutely right. The addition of these areas maintains that U.S. Forest Service class of rural. So it's really talking about between that, taking away these residential uses, it is, are we maintaining the character of those rural lands? And when you look at this progression of design intent for those zone districts, we say absolutely the support of recreation in those areas. And while none have been zoned, RSG, really achieving as close as you can while still being adjacent to this existing ski area is one of the kind of the key factors of this rezoning and the intent of rural lands. Tom?
My name is Tom Todd of the law firm of Holland and Hart. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak a bit on the history of the Rural and Remote Zone District. It's a great honor and privilege to be here to be talking about this iconic ski area and the activities that are proposed as part of this application. And Greg Pochman, I'd like to congratulate you. We were wondering when somebody was going to bring up the.
Oh, here's your mic on.
Just bring it close. No, you turn it up.
Okay. Great, thanks. We were wondering when somebody was going to bring up the Pandora's box analogy. You did?
I know,
Thank
I
you.
couldn't help it. And I apologize.
Well, you know, Pandora's box, for those who didn't have that Greek myth as part of their evening reading from their parents before they got tucked into bed, was about a box given to Pandora with instructions not to open it because it contained the troubles of the world. And we feel that we're really not doing that here, and instead we're sort of closing that box, if you will, or keeping it closed. If anything that we could trace back to the troubles of the world was 25 years ago, before rural and remote zoning on the backside of Aspen Mountain. Those of us who were here at the time recognized that there was this tremendous development interest, and in particular interest in building these rural cabins and chalets on the backside of Aspen Mountain, whichever way it could be done, maybe without permits, without water service, without utilities. And building was rampant. It was hard to police. And finally, your predecessors, the county commissioners, called a moratorium on all these activities and directed the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff to come up with a new zone district to deal with this area. And it was really interesting going back through the public records in both the county commissioner records as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission records to see how the county commissioners had the wisdom to say to the Planning and Zoning Commission, come up with a new zone district to deal with this. And the primary goals and instructions to the Planning and Zoning Commission were to help minimize development, because at the time they identified as many as 227 different housing units that could be built on the backside of Aspen Mountain by right at that time. Shrink home sizes, because this was before the adoption of maximum home sizes in the county, and to inaugurate this groundbreaking concept of a TDR program, where TDRs could be harvested from these properties and relocated elsewhere to more appropriate sites. And I know you just went through a TDR discussion, so you guys are familiar with it, but it is a concept that I think originated from buying airspace in downtown New York City in Manhattan. So it's at the time, I think it was a pretty out there concept, and it took months and months to debate, but I think the Planning and Zoning Commission came up with a great plan for using TDRs to help shrink and downsize the activities in the rural and remote zone district. And as a real estate practitioner for 33 years, I can tell you I've got a lot of happy clients who are able to buy and sell TDRs out of the rural and remote zone district. That's just a little bit of history. I think it's sometimes nice to go back and understand what initiated this process for a new zone district. And the other thing that was really, I thought, instructive in the minutes of both the P&Z and the county commissioners at that time is the county commissioners specifically directed P&Z to keep in mind that development of ski uses should not be precluded as part of this process. And that was that made it to the P&Z resolution as well as to the two county commissioner ordinances the next year adopting the rural and remote zone district. And interestingly enough, this again is in 1994 when rural and remote zone district was adopted with these recital paragraphs embedded in those in that resolution and those ordinances. Just a few years later, the ski company came in for the 1997 master plan, and in the master plan from back in 1997, the Pandora's expansion area was shown, and there was text in the master plan that said the Pandora's area was contemplated for future ski area expansion. So I think the community conversation, if you will, back 25 years ago contemplated this expansion from taking place. So I hope that dispels the notion that this is, again, opening the Pandora's box, with some drastic and revolutionary inconsistent use with the top of the ski area. And I also was thinking, this area maybe is not necessarily the appropriate term, rural or remote. A lot of people would say it's neither rural nor is it remote. It's the top of one of the most popular ski areas on the planet. There's a gondola and two existing lifts that are nearby. There's a long history of skiers, both lift-served skiers and non-lift skiers accessing this area. So all that kind of goes to this evolution and change of conditions that we think support our request for rezoning. Some other things about rezoning. It's important to bear in mind that the neighbors in the rural and remote zone district don't have vested rights to maintain the zoning of their neighbors. In this case, we don't see any loss of values associated with those neighbors' properties. In fact, they're getting, or they will have access to more top-of-the-mountain summit-oriented lift-served skiing, which I think if anyone was to analyze this, they'd have to conclude that, if anything, those neighbors' properties are being enhanced in value. So it's not like we're proposing a gravel pit expansion here. This is a natural and sequential and logical expansion of the ski area that was contemplated back at the time, 25 years ago. So I think with that, I would turn it back to David and Heather in terms of just bear that in mind as we go through on the discussion on rezoning.
Thanks, Tom.
So our next slides move into the more technical aspects of the terrain and Pandora itself, so I would say we probably stop here again and see if there are any other questions on the rezoning in particular.
Questions? Steve?
One of my biggest concerns about Pandora is the county road that runs through there from Midnight Mine Road and swinging around up onto Richmond Hill, and it goes right under the new lift and right in the middle of the ski run coming down there. And I know a lot of that is sort of a more site plan consideration, but and I don't think there's any problem in terms of the zoning that would affect the county road.
We're definitely going to touch on those issues. Kind of actually after this piece about
three slides from now?
In a couple of slides, so yes.
But the zoning doesn't affect it in any fashion whatsoever, does it? The location of the county road
necessarily. I mean,
or changing it if it has to be changed?
The use of the lift then implicates this change in the shift to a snow road, again, but so definitely everybody's prepared to discuss that, and GR is here as well, on that topic to be able to talk that through. So,
it's a great question.
We'll get there. I think we're almost there.
The master plan improvements impact it, exactly.
Right.
It doesn't
Well, I know it's
impact
more the site
rezoning.
plan.
And so, yeah, we have effectively the site plan version of about 3 slides.
No, I was just looking in terms of the rezoning, if that in any fashion affects the county road location or relocating it. And if it doesn't, that's
Okay.
okay.
We'll keep
Just verifying that.
Yeah,
quick.
Is
Kelly?
the service road that's referred to in the rezoning criteria one in the same in the county road, or is there a certain component to that?
The new service road, I think, is the reverse road. I don't know what you're calling it.
And you can get to that in
Boy.
the rest of your presentation, but I'd like that question answered.
Regarding that road.
I think we'll answer that as well.
Okay.
Okay, so
we'll
Kara,
jump
keep
in.
going.
All right. Victor?
Hi,
So,
Victor.
I think, Greg, you asked a question.
Tell me your name first for the audience.
Victor Gurdon, sorry.
Thanks, Victor.
With Aspen Ski Company. And some of the discussion that took place last week was knowing that the steep terrain on Walsh's and Hyrups and Christie's goes across there, and that whole band goes across. How much intermediate skiing can there be? And like every time we've gone through a lift planning project, you know, I've always tried to see what we can incorporate into the new plan. You're going to spend a lot of money on the lift. You're going to spend a lot of money on trail development. But what can you do to enhance and include and, you know, add to that lift project what exists already? So with Pandora, what we had in the master plan, it's kind of a cool slide here, because this is a topographic map that really is color-coded to tell you how steep the terrain is. And the pinkish red colors are obviously the steepest portions. And you can see, can I run there?
Cursor there, yeah.
If you go right through here, you see, oh boy, that's gonna be tough. You're good. I need driving lessons. But if you, here we go, that's red. That's red all the way through there. And here's Christie's, Harrips, and Walsh's right there. But you know what we found is there's a way to sneak through here below that pitch called the Kine. It's kind of slightly out of bounds. And and what you can do is you can get from there, you can ski the top part of Walsh's, the flat part, before it drops off where the hang glider launch site is, and then get to this train down below. I'm done with that.
And that's the blue. That's going in
so
the
blue trail is essentially what you can do. And the other thing that's kind of neat about this one, and the way we designed this, was we wanted to incorporate as much of the existing terrain that is repeat skiable by the Gents Ridge lift, and see if we can get to there as well, back to Pandora. So where the cursor is now runs like 1 and 2 Leaf and Copper Trail and even Silver Bell. But with that, as you come down towards North Star, towards the bottom there, towards the bottom of that area, then that trail that goes back towards the bottom of the lift is essentially the return road that will take you to the bottom of Pandora's. And from there, to ski back down to the Gents Ridge lift, you essentially got a long, flat trail that's the North Star Flats, and this road will actually keep you going faster and longer than the North Star pitch will. So, and what I've also done is that dash line around the outside kind of indicates the intermediate pod portion of Pandora's, and then the blue dash line around this Ajax Express shows the intermediate pod skiing of Ajax Express. So in context, you know, there's a lot of terrain there. And of course, Pandora's goes a lot further out to the south and includes all the steep terrain back toward Cherris Wall and the Glades and everything else that'll be there as well. Then if you go down to the bottom of Pandora lift, the treed areas between those intermediate runs will be gladed so that intermediate skiers can get a tree run, a gladed experience, and make that work as well. So I think when it's all said and done, with Pandora being a high-speed lift, access back to the sun deck, that the Gents Ridge chair may be obsolete.
Interesting. Thank you for that. Well, while you're talking about that lift, I did want to bring up just that, you know, getting stuck at the bottom of the lift at the end of the day is still the question that pops up, obviously.
Right, and as we said last week or 2 weeks ago, it is a dead-end lift, and what we'll do is come back. If we have to evacuate that, we'll evacuate that out the road that comes back towards North Star, the trail that actually brings all the people down there, and you know, have snowcats and snowmobiles and be able to pull people out of there. Right.
Okay.
But you know, of the 10 years that Temerity's been there, we've had to do it once.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say Temerity is a much longer evacuation.
Yeah.
And it's a one dead end lift, and there's
doesn't happen that often.
Once in 10 years, so it's
right.
We've walked out there.
Good point.
I've walked out there.
Oh, it was you.
Before the lift was in.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Sure.
Great. Any other questions? So Suzanne mentioned briefly some of the visual impacts. These were some of the tiniest visual simulations we've ever done. So 3 of these will be before and after visual simulations from multiple mile markers along Highway 82, primarily starting at the very first pull off from North Star and then working our way up the road about 1.5 miles. So looking up towards this terrain and the bottom terminal, part of what you see now, so this is the area you're going to be looking at with the Pandora terrain. And looking down here, the about where the cursor is, the bottom terminal is set effectively on and slightly behind that knob. And so you see some of this is just existing open area. And
That's
some of
Walsh's
the-
and Christie's right there.
Exactly. And then some of the gladed terrain, it'd be skiers right, left as you're looking at it, of those lower intermediate runs. So that's this view. We work our way up the road slightly. We're just kind of starting to come around that knob a little bit, and because this lower landform is really now starting to be more prominent, you're barely seeing some of the clearing on that second horizon of those gladed runs, again on skier right. And then lastly, this would be one of the least impacted views, again, really because now you're looking at the face of that lower landform, effectively almost a false horizon, with your lift terminal slightly behind that, and only breaking that second horizon line slightly with the tree clearing.
Great, thanks for that.
Okay.
And we might just add, in terms of the lower terminal, as Heather mentioned, is hidden, but likewise that top terminal is up and over and behind, so likewise doesn't reveal from, the Highway 82 along these mile markers that have been noted. So it's, kind of remarkably hidden in a sense.
Suzanne mentioned a little bit about our wildlife impacts. We pulled a couple of quotes. I think one of the other important things to review would be the overall. These are specific to the elk terrain. However, the overall wildlife impact begins on page 61 of the final EA. I have page 388 in your supplemental information. I don't know what page that is in the 1500 packet, but page 61 of the final EA reviews all of the major species criteria. However, these are some of the key quotes regarding the elk habitat and vegetative cover overall for the elk. So really revealing no substantial impacts to these areas.
Oh, would you mind going back just one page or read the bottom quote?
So the last quote talks about the transfer of the special use permit lands. So lands that were now were previously Forest Service were being swapped for other special use permit lands. So really, it's a net neutral in terms of that overall terrain within the special use permit boundary. And so that's what that last quote refers to, is that because of that swap versus just adding land to the special use permit boundary, that's where you kind of said, okay, it's adequate because of this swap.
Would also point out that in the environmental specialist report that did the biological evaluation on wildlife, that expert looked at a couple of different issues. I mean, he looked at calving, he looked at the vegetation impacts, they looked at the question of whether or not timbering would in effect really reduce the viability of elk up there. And they also looked at cumulative impacts. And again, in all of those aspects, their conclusions were that there would not be any impacts to the elk, the health of the elk population in this data analysis unit, which is how, Parks and Wildlife breaks them out. So I know that there's a ton of detail in there, but,
Right.
Heather's highlighted some of those quotes. But
I think it is important to note that this would really not impact calving. The loss of vegetation doesn't impact the viability of the elk population. Specifically, they said the proposed action would also not impact winter or transition range. They didn't find evidence of calving and in spring in this area, and the conclusion was, it would not add any cumulative effects, and that the proposed action would not have direct, indirect, or cumulative impacts on elk. It really is pretty definitive analysis, and we think that federal review was comprehensive. So we feel comfortable that we're not doing anything that irresponsibly damages the vitality of the elk herd as a result of this terrain.
Any questions? And this is specific to the rezoning of the area, and then the grading and the work you'll be doing for ski rec only, for winter use only. Is that right?
Essentially, as Suzanne noted, we're not proposing any other developed summer recreation.
Right.
People do hike in there now. We expect that will continue. But we are not proposing other developed summer recreation, again, on the order of,
That would be a future proposal. That would be a different review.
Oh, if we were to propose it, yes, it would be a different review. And to that point earlier in the subjects, into those other possible proposals that would be subject to further review, that was listed. So you would, in effect, if we were to suggest anything, you'd see it again, and there would be a thorough review.
Kelly?
I have a question. Can you help me connect this to the maps that we've looked at with this application? So, what does DAU E15 cover?
DAU is enormous. The data analysis unit, Aspen Mountain, is located within DAU E-15, also known as the Avalanche Creek DAU, and consists of game management units, GMUs 43 and 471. DAU E15 comprises 543,879 acres, or 850 square miles of land.
Thank you.
So it's big. Yeah,
I just want to be clear, we're not just talking about a little sliver
it's
that
big.
helps to support what you're arguing.
It's big, and so in the context of that management unit, how they look at the herds within the management unit, how they're provided for, we are tiny. As they noted in a couple of spots, it's hardly discernible in terms of what you're looking at or the impacts associated with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any more questions, or we will move
Thanks for
on?
that.
Sure.
The graphics are very helpful. Go right ahead.
I think it should be Summit Road is next. So the next item we're going to walk through then would be the questions surrounding the snow road, summit access, reconfiguring how all of these uses, both winter and summer, are going to interact now with lift terminal and skiing at the top of the mountain. So introduce yourself, Matt Keeling.
Hi, Mac Keeling with the Aspen Skiing Company. And this is a slide here that you saw very briefly at the last session. And I just wanted to highlight it because there's a note there that says grading to provide access to Sundeck from Pandora's. There's been multiple questions, including today, about what does that mean? And we, at the time, knew we had an idea, but that idea hadn't yet been put to paper. So over the last couple of weeks, we've been sitting down and basically been talking to engineers, surveyors, et cetera, and have kind of figured out, put at least our first go at it on paper. It's by no means perfect, but it accomplishes kind of the 5 points, and you can head on to the next slide here. Kind of the 5 points that we think kind of encompasses the residents of Little Annie, backside access, front side, et cetera. So I'll go kind of into that. So this is the detailed activity envelope that we submitted included in the packet. And it shows the Pandora's Lift, it shows the proposed ski patrol facility, the relocation of the existing ski patrol building to a new PHQ, and a whole bunch of other things that are all included in the project.
Can you, you're gonna have to.
No
orient
problem.
Me, I'm lost here.
Okay.
Describe existing conditions on here.
All right. So the existing conditions there, so let me drive if I can. All right. Touchy, huh? Okay. So here is the Silver Queen gondola.
Got it.
Okay. And
gondola would run down to your.
Yeah, this is a
To your left.
north is to the left on this page.
Thank you.
And this is where everybody currently skis, and the gondola line this direction. Here is the sun deck building right here, and then the gondola storage building, and then what you don't really see in the woods when you ski by it, just the vehicle maintenance facility off this way, and then this large area here will be the newly incorporated into the ski area Pandora's section. And so this will be the Pandora's Lift, where you'll come down and basically the intention, so here are kind of
Top
the
terminal.
top
Correct.
terminal, yeah, the top terminal, and then just a smaller ski patrol facility. It would not be the PHQ. This is more to service the Pandora's area. And then also shown on this is the proposed location of the new ski patrol headquarters, which would then replace, this would be just removed and regraded to allow for better ski access around it, adjacent to the top of the Ajax Express. So,
Roads, orient the roads.
yeah.
Thanks.
So here is Midnight Mine Road, and then the intersection of Richmond Ridge Road, and then the Aspen Mountain Summer Road.
And that's your regrading area.
So this, yeah, so this is what we have currently today. And so this is here are the 5 criteria that kind of put all this in motion for the next slide that you're about to see. So our goals in the changing of the road alignments would be to provide a better ski back experience between the top of the Pandora's Lift, as people get off this lift, to be able to ski to the sun deck. Currently, there's where the Midnight Mine Road intersects, it goes down into a 10-foot hole and then goes back up to the sun deck. So it's graded for a road, it's not graded for skiing at this point. Number 2 would be in the winter to allow for a separation of motorized vehicles and skiers. So if you are a snowmobiler heading up the trail, we'd like you to stay on your side of the fence, if you will, and then the skiing public, for safety and for many other reasons, would be on the other side. We would also be able to separate any uphillers. We would be able to separate the potential of cross-country skiers in the future, or any ACEs, nature trail hikes, etc. Third, in the winter, to allow for a continuous connection between the Midnight Mine Road and Richmond Hill, or Richmond Ridge Road. I accidentally clicked. Sorry, Heather. All right, there we go. So currently today, our motorized guests or anybody hiking will come up the road, and then they have this whole field to connect to Richmond Ridge. And we would like to maintain that access and that connectivity. Number 4, in the summer, to allow for larger trucks to be able to continue to use the Little Annie's Road and access as a means of getting larger trucks to the top of the mountain. And number 5, in the summer, to allow for continued connection between the top of Midnight Mine Road and Richmond Road, as well as the connectivity to the front of the mountain and the Aspen Mountain Summer Road. All right, next slide.
Can you go back? I have a question on that one.
Yeah.
Because you talked about snowmobiles. So right now you've got the marina up there.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're accessing all this area that your proposed expansion. So how are you going to segregate snowmobilers from your skier traffic?
Let's look at the next slide.
Okay.
All right. So what we're looking at here is same area. here's our Silver Queen gondola again, and the gondola building, sun deck. This is the approximate location of the upper bull wheel for the new lift. Okay? So down here on Midnight Mine Road, we currently would propose to start regrading pretty close to, you're about 200 feet away from the gondola building as it stands. And currently let's just call it the marina, is for the most part located in this area right here. Okay? So what we would do is we would propose to begin the turn to go up to Richmond Ridge Road a little lower on the road. So currently the intersection is right here. And so we'd go roughly 100 feet. And we believe that we could properly grade this to allow for skier access right behind this, and then to segregate the road from the ski area. Oh, I can't move the mouse. I broke it. All right, thank you. We would place a permanent, just a wooden fence of some sort that would go on the east side of the road.
And that's just specifically to keep snowmobile traffic away from ski.
It'd be a ski area boundary, if you will. So it'd just be a similar ski area boundary fence that you see in some locations. And right here, we would have a gate. And because in the summertime, the actual road itself would do that turn, and then it would come straight. And I don't know if it's a Y intersection like it's shown here, but there would be an intersection of some sort to Richmond Ridge Road in this area. So in the wintertime, that gate would be closed, and then we would have a snow road that would follow the fence line around and up until you intersected with Richmond Ridge Road once more. Okay? So, and then we would also have a spur, this Y down here, to keep an access road to the sun deck for trash, maintenance, whatever.
So you'd actually run a fence line that entire length, and what would that look like?
What would that look like? It would be a fence that we've recently done is up at the top of Elk Camp in Snowmass, and that's just a split rail fence, essentially. Just you can see through it, you can see around it. It doesn't provide any wind protection for anything. It's just a 6 foot tall or 8 foot tall post with 2 or 3 rails in between. So
But how long is that in length and distance then?
I haven't measured it, but if I have measured this section here, just because we needed to make sure that the ski trail would be wide enough. So from the building right there to right here, we have 100 feet. So I'm just looking at that. It's probably 1,800 feet, roughly, 2,000 feet.
I guess I just wondered, this type of road alignment wouldn't have needed to go through as part of your EA process?
For the road itself?
Well, to set up this new alignment that's not following a current
in this
road.
particular case, we're on private lands here. So we're not on the federal land, so there wouldn't have been and isn't a need for a federal review of the environmental impact of recutting a new drive in this segment that you see here.
Okay.
So it wasn't in the federal review. And in this particular case, most of this impact that you're seeing here in the longer extension, remember, is winter snow road. And the return to the existing summer road and that right-of-way is actually comparatively quite short. So again, there isn't disturbance associated with everything along this line to the end of the page. So even then, what's shown probably appears more impactful than it actually is, since that's really all about winter access over snow, and the return to summer right-of-way in existing condition is actually quite modest.
Right. see you've got the summer road, winter road are not the same.
Right.
Steve?
So is that road something that you would actually grade a road there in the summer to provide a more or less flat,
So,
even
I'll let
platform
Max
for
speak.
snowmobiles to go on?
so where my cursor is right now would be the extent for that connection for the winter summer distinguishment here. The summer road would go this direction, and so there would be additional grading up to the connectivity of Richmond Hill Road here. There would not be any grading this direction over. It would just be the install of a fence.
So the winter road, I mean, the one where the dot is now, you would just
That would
plow
be
a little
graded with
snow to
some
make
snow.
a
Snow.
We have
even
snowcats
platform?
that would be using that same access, and so they would be maintaining that winter road, essentially.
So- And I can't really, I mean, I can tell it's on a bit of a side hill, but I'm not sure
Yeah,
how steep that is.
Side.
It's,
If you will, speak to cuts and fills or lack thereof.
yeah, so for the most part, we're talking about especially from in this area here up to right there, we're talking about a fill project. And then from this point across, we're talking about a cut. And what we're talking about is basically it's more of a fill project. We'll be bringing in material from one of our pond excavations is the current game plan. So not using Little Annie's Road to bring materials up or anything like that, just using frontside access to bring
Then
materials.
for getting the skiers from the top of Pandora lift to the sun deck, how much fill would you have to put in there?
So this right now is shown as at this spot right here is the deepest fill, and that's shown with 12 feet of fill. And then it goes less this direction and less that direction. So it's either we're playing with grades right now, but we're talking about either something that's flat with a cross slope for drainage or something that's 2% in the direction of the arrow that you see there.
So you can still glide.
So it would be, you would get your speed from, the actual skiing from the lift to roughly here, and then from there it's just on something
Up
flat.
pass again.
Yeah, but at least it saves 25 feet of steps. Instead, you've got, half that, 10 feet, 8 feet, whatever. Like I said, we've only been working on this for a short time, but it appears that we'll be able to check all the boxes that I described.
And then that fill, the 12 feet of fill, are you like regrading the slope up above there to push stuff in, or are you gonna try to truck
No, and
stuff in from somewhere else?
yeah, sorry, that's what I was saying a second ago. We're going to be, we have 2 snowmaking ponds that are associated with this project, and those
To excavate those?
you have to excavate those, and so that is that's our strategy.
Okay. So that's coming kind of from down
That comes
somewhere
from the
other
North Star
direction.
ski run.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
yeah, but it's our hope not to have to import soil up to top of mountain to make this fill. So we're trying to balance between, excavations elsewhere on the hill and how this is recontoured. But from our purposes, again, that we're at the earliest stage of what might be, a excavation permit, building permit kind of drawing. We're trying mostly to depict the land use here and trying to show that we're maintaining summer and winter access for ourselves and for others out on Richmond Ridge in both of those seasons, while likewise protecting the skiers and other users so we don't have conflicts of use.
Right, got it. So the conversation about the fence and what it looks like, and is it
That's
permanent or
all
temporary,
future.
it all comes
Yeah.
later.
That'll, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my question on the fence is, because that's sort of a new thing I hadn't seen before, that would have to conform to our wildlife friendly fences standards?
I think it would make sense to have it,
And so if that were the case, I was just curious because you get a lot of snow up there. you've got a certain height limitation, you could be skiing over the fence, right? And so it's
Yeah,
just,
and obviously that's
right.
down the road, but
But,
just that's why I was saying 6 or 8 feet tall. That's what we've done elsewhere. It's to accommodate for a 4-foot snowpack, typically. So it may look a little tall in the summertime, but we'd figure it out.
Which that height would be taller than our standard wildlife friendly,
right.
but I think it would be a conversation with CPW to get
Yeah.
more about being able to go through as
okay.
opposed to over, I guess, to accommodate.
And if it's a bamboo fence or something, I mean, well, it's something that,
Okay, I
that
was
can be
just
determined
curious.
later.
It'd be great if you only needed it in the winter. It's the only time
Right.
you need it.
Exactly. It's not needed in the summer. Yeah.
Right.
So.
Okay, all right. Let's keep moving.
Okay.
Do you want to do we should do
Yeah.
construction management?
I guess, I don't know, I mean, GR is here, so I don't know. Jen's
We
spot,
kind of
but
skipped over
so
GR in the
would you
road.
Want to jump in on?
Come on down. We
that-
skipped over you.
Because there were questions last time about what does this mean, the county road, moving the road, those types of
Right.
pieces.
Can we go back to the road slide, just if that helps? I don't know. Since we brung him in,
Since you're here.
we flew him in for this. Thanks, GR. And I guess Steve was wondering about Phil. I was wondering just about the width of the ramp, and it sounds like you're going to try to have enough glide to get people as close as they can to the sun deck and the other lower part of the mountain. What can you tell us about the grading and the way this is going to be a sharper corner, and the connection to the summer road? What's your take on that, GR?
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a hot take because I've had this drawing for about 24 hours.
Yep.
So
Right when it came off the press.
yeah, we did perform a site visit. I believe it was in February. We walked a bit of Midnight Mine Road and looked up through this area, identified some of these areas where the snow road is identified and where the rerouting of the summer road would be. From a staff perspective, that mixing bowl area behind the gondola building is messy right now, both summer and winter, where we have our over the snow use for snowmobiles during the winter. They kind of come right up behind the Ski-Co's building there and then peel back off. And there's never been any sort of good delineation of where you're going to be back there. I think this would actually improve that delineation. From a summer standpoint, I think that it's going to be pretty difficult as far as a grading project. I think there's going to be a lot of challenges associated with it. I don't think that they're not overcomable. There is a solution there. It's going to be, but it's going to be a good deal of work. There are several things that through the process we'll have to take care of as easements for the snow road, new right-of-ways for the Richmond Hill reroute portions, and probably clean up some of those pieces moving forward as well. I think the side hill comment's a good one. I think that finding that sweet spot in here is going to be difficult because you're going to be dealing with varying snowpack. You're on a ridge top, so depositions and things like that. But they've done a really good job in other areas, kind of making sufficient over the snow roads. One of the things that we hear about sometimes, though, is sharing the road during the winter between the tours and the public and things of that. So that'll be something to consider as well. But I don't think that through this section that should be too difficult to manage. But that was our hot take on taking a look at this for the last day, but also in reviewing the application as it came through during this winter.
Great. I appreciate that. Thinking, about the fence idea again, it's just, certainly the fence is only needed in the winter. Sure would be great if it disappeared in the summer. Just a thought that might make it a smaller, it's a delineator. That's really all it is. If the motorized traffic respects it, then it seems like it would work, even if it was a bamboo fence or something else.
Yeah, there's one other piece that we've discussed and that we'd like to get captured at some point, and this map be a good place to talk about is the approximate bull wheel location, and then we also have the existing Richmond Hill Road. One of the things that we've discussed too is just to ensure that there is going to be ample vertical clearance from the road to the bottom of the chair during summertime. So making sure that if we're doing road and bridge operations on the top of the mountain, that we can clear one of our vehicles underneath the chairlift.
Your road grader, for instance, who has been, I've
right.
seen him up there.
We have, over the last few years, hauled material up there to make repairs to Richmond Hill Road and things, trying to eliminate some of the mud bogs and stuff up there. So we do have occasion to bring up the larger equipment and the larger trucks.
Right. We're familiar with roads passing under chairlifts on the front side, so as somebody pointed out today.
Yeah, there's multiple clearances that where the road goes under, and we'll accommodate. You can even tell by this this little contour drawing here that the natural grade is roughly 20 feet below the bull wheel of the lift, and then the lift will have the towers, obviously, so it's even taller. But that is definitely one thing that when we finalize the lift profile in September or October this next year, we are going to absolutely make sure that we provide the county that. So.
Got it. Okay. Moving right along. Is that it, JR? That's it for?
That's all I have.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming in.
All right. Okay. At our last meeting, a few of the public comments that came back were with regards to lack of clarity of what will the CMP look like. The CMP is typically something that's submitted with the building permit application and at that stage of the process. But we know a lot of the things that will be included in that document when it's submitted, so figured we could touch some of the key points of it. So first, dates of construction, and this is all with respect to 2019. This is obviously a multi-year project when you look at it, so we just focused on the first one. So dates of construction, June 1st through November 26th. And those are conservative. On both the front end, will snow be gone, and the back end, will snow be here. But if you put something earlier or later, depending on which end, you're not giving yourself the flexibility you may need. Again, just CMP is required. It will be per the county code. Construction time, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Saturday. And those times would be physical work up at the site. So trucks would be seen leaving the mountain after 7 p.m., but they will have stopped work.
So we're thinking it'll be 8 o'clock by the time they're at the bottom of the hill, or depending on how big and slow the truck is. So
potentially, yeah. Yeah, so, and again, that's again on conservative, but there will be times on Saturdays that work is occurring. There will be times where late evenings happen. 7 a.m. is typical for a project like this.
So that's probably a 6 a.m. start at the bottom of Little Annie Road.
We'll get to that in the truck trips here in a sec. We are not proposing any plowing of Little Annie's or Midnight Mine roads. We talked with GR earlier about dust mitigation on Little Annie's Road, and we'll be participating in assisting the county with that. We haven't developed the exact program together yet, but we'll have that in before building permits. There will be a communication plan. During our outreach with some members of the Little Annie's community, I committed to basically posting a once a week, here's what our game plan is. Obviously, it's construction. Things change, but we'll do our best to do that in an email form. Will happen once a week. And I'm happy to send it to anybody in any community that is interested. It's something that can be public, and if they want to get in touch with me, I'm happy to provide my contact info. And then the truck trips. So the logging total is 169 trips. This is not all on Little Annie's Road, because the logging trucks that we'll be using it's an interesting truck, and it's a two-part piece where the front half is 24 feet long, and then the back half is literally using the crane on the truck, is hoisted up and placed on the back bed during travel. So when it's not loaded up, the back half of the truck is literally a part of the front half of the truck. So we'll be heading up the front side from the Lift 1A access point up the mountain, and then loading up the truck, and then going down, they'll be fully loaded with 30-foot long logs and going down the Little Andy side. Snowmaking will be 150 roughly round trips with snowmaking pipe materials. And again, those are long sticks of pipe, so that's the really no option on that one, unfortunately.
That's up.
For snowmaking, you mean during the
Snowmaking
construction of
yeah,
the...
getting the long sticks of pipe up the hill, and then the big trucks back down the hill that took it up there.
And those are going up and down.
Up and down.
Little
Yep.
Annie.
Yep.
Right, so they're not going up the front side.
Not going up. The only one that's the exception is really the logging truck, just because of its special nature.
Due to the length or the heavy.
Yeah, due to the fact that logs change in size, so instead of having a bed that's too long, you have this kind of portable piece.
Got it.
So.
And a trip is an up and back.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
One trip is up and back.
150 trips is up and back for snowmaking. 169 trips is just down. And then building construction, roughly 15 trips, and that's up and down the backside roads. Road construction, roughly 25 trips up and down. And what will be included in the CMPs, we have a mountain safety plan that every contractor will be responsible to sign. On that, it talks about speed limits, it talks about rules of the road, right-of-ways, who's going uphill or downhill. And it also will discuss if you have a truck under 30 feet, unless there is some weight reason that you can't get up the front side will be your access. And so all contractors will literally, not just the owners of the company, but every single person that steps foot on the job will sign that document.
So this truck trip is specific to Little Annie Road.
That truck trip is specific to Little Annie Road.
That list.
As far as the front side road, just guessing the nature of construction is you go up and down with the number of people that you have on the job site every day, but an average would probably on the front side would be 10 to 15 trucks a day that would be going up, accessing, working, and then coming down. That's carrying mostly construction workers, tools, smaller material deliveries, that kind of thing.
And then how about on the backside, Little Annie's Road?
If you're under 30 feet, you'd be going on the front side.
No, but you gave
So
a number of trips on the front side. So
on the back side, if you add up all of these trips and then divide by the number of working days, you get 4 to 5 trips a day. So, and I'm not saying that, if we have a concrete pour, it's going to be a lot more. But if you just do the straight up math, that's what you get.
But pretty much spread out throughout the day.
Yeah, because
it's not sort of.
Yeah, you're bringing up a load, you're loading it, and then you're coming back down. I mean, those are hours in between trucks. So.
Do you anticipate any dust control on the front side?
Yeah, and we currently address that on the front side.
You do that?
Yeah,
because I know you're up and down there a lot doing summer maintenance stuff.
Yeah, typically we rent a water truck or hire out a company to do that sort of activity. We'll have a water truck full-time on the job. That will be basically from July on. Once it starts getting dry, if we have a drier summer, we'll be dealing with that.
Okay. Got it. Great.
Okay. All right.
Keep going.
Okay. So to that effect, the number of our timbering methodology is that of, in a nutshell, we would like to haul off as few number of trees from Aspen Mountain as possible. And the 169 trips that was previously defined was a number that the Forest Service came up with as as their calculation by measuring the density of the forest versus a ski run versus a gladed trail and all that. But it doesn't take into consideration the diameter of the trees. So with this, we've got some means and methods, if you will, that is intended to improve the soil quality, protect the native species by not just clear cutting an area, getting rid of undergrowth completely in areas, et cetera, just keeping pockets of habitat, if you will, and accomplishing our ski goals. So some of the techniques are, if you look at any of the drawings that show the ski runs, on some of the runs you'll see pockets of trees physically remaining in the ski runs.
Right.
There you go, for example. So that's not your typical cut 180 feet wide trail through the middle of the forest. This'll then second, we have the gladed terrain, and the definition that the Forest Service gave us was that we would be cutting up to 40% of the trees. It's our intention in these gladed areas to first go through with a masticator and take out anything that's less than 6 inches in diameter, with reason, if you will, to leave those pockets in certain areas. The Forest Service is going to be out there with us and identify areas that they want us to, even if it's a tree island in the middle of a glade, something that's difficult to ski through, we're still going to keep some areas that are a little too tight, if you will, to keep the wildlife flourishing in this area. So the process is we go through first with a masticator, take out anything 6 inches or under, and then literally do not cut a single tree in the gladed areas, then come back reevaluate, because the number of either fallen dead that are back here or the number that are under 6 inches are, in our estimation, 50 to 60% of the trees. So
you might already have your gladed area.
You might already have your
taken out
gladed
the little
area
stuff.
without actually needing to take out much. So then in that process, you're creating the mastication chips, which are just big wood chips, right? And those will, with the tracked vehicle that will be doing the work, will be grinding it and mixing it with the soil, and it'll kind of help the re-veg process. So it's all a good forest health method. Then trees between 6 and 8, because a 6-inch tree, or a 7-inch tree, if you will, as an example, just creates just too much mulch or wood chips. And so you would end up with just a giant bed of wood, and, versus spreading it, that's better used as firewood. That's better used as, whatever. Like, literally, there are piles on the mountain every year that are giveaway, and that will just continue that process. So we'll sort it, we'll separate it, we'll move it to another spot on the mountain where there's a burn pile, and then people throughout the summer can pick at it as they choose, and then in the fall, we'll have a burn pile. And then over 8 inches are what the Forest Service defines as merchantable lumber. And so that is the wood that will be coming off the hill. And that won't just be, you're 8 inches at the base. No, it needs to be a minimum of 8 inches. So you've got 12 at the base, 8 at the top, and then you cut the top, you masticate the 6, and then you move on. That way you're dealing with uniform lumber size, and it's as compact and tight as it can be. So when it's loaded on the lumber truck, we're minimizing our trips that way as well. This was all, this plan, we can't say we're the geniuses that invented any of this, but we did kind of take the best of what we talked to the ski area timbering team over at A Basin and Breckenridge that have done some projects recently, and kind of took what their lessons learned were and then presented to the Forest Service. And so we have their buy-in, we developed it with them, and we think it'll be the most efficient way to kind of stay in our zone, if you will.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Next.
Good question. Does, do you know if the Forest Service aligns this with any mitigation efforts or goals they would have for this area?
They haven't per se. There was not a requirement in the EA for us, for example, to go out and undertake some other reforestation effort. In part, and we had this conversation at some length in front of planning and zoning, in part because the Forest Service looks at it and recognizes that timber stands that are too dense are not necessarily healthy. You know, wood or tree density doesn't automatically equate to forest health. In fact, it might actually be the reverse. So if it's too dense, too old, it's subject to illness, infestation by beetles, you know, subject to further drought, et cetera. So it's not atypical that in the Forest Service point of view, they actually believe in thinning the forest. It may indeed result in a healthier forest to begin with. So it's not typical that we see some condition or responsible mitigation requirement from them to go out and then replant, say, another area within our special use permits or outside of those special use permits. Sure. We're exploring that and may undertake that at our own initiative in collaboration with them, but that hasn't been completely finalized yet, but that will likely happen.
I appreciate you answering that. I was thinking in terms of like a overall forest health or fire mitigation or that kind of alignment.
That indeed we have done and do, and among the 1,560 pages or whatever you have from us, there's a separate or a second EA in there that is our, if you will, forest or vegetation management plan. That was a separate environmental assessment that we undertook with the Forest Service a few years ago on all of our mountains. And it set forth at that time a series of analyses and prescriptive treatments for forest health. So we are already subject to that and are sort of required to follow those prescriptions and those design criteria or standards of forest health improvement, no matter what we do on any of the four mountains. So when Mac mentioned before some of the treatments or types of treatments that are supposed to be done and sort of the means and methods of how it's done, those are indeed already in existence, and we are bound to them and perform according to them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we ready to move on to snowmaking next?
Right, snowmaking, which will look at water and stormwater.
All right.
So
do you want to jump right into that, or did you, I didn't.
Are we okay on questions? Are you thinking, I was thinking we would get through that presentation and questions and then.
Well, the one question I had brought up the idea of reforesting somewhere, I'm doing a mitigation thing. And actually doing the chipping and mastication there puts a lot of the organic material into the soil there. So it's not necessarily lost and trucked away. So that actually is a part of mitigation of that. I think it'd be awesome if the ski company, you could use this as a one-up on Vail maybe, but do a big tropical rainforest reforestation project somewhere in the world with the Aspen Ski Company name on it. I think that would be awesome PR for, and you can turn Auden on to that maybe for sustainability kind of a thing.
We're looking at something closer than a rainforest, but yes, we are looking at it, Steve.
Okay.
Suzanne, did you have a specific, just to keep us on track? Remind me.
No, I mean, I just didn't know right before we went into snowmaking if you wanted to
stop and
pause there at all, or.
So I'd say let's keep going, get this presentation through.
Would this be the last part of today's
so
presentation?
The snowmaking review is two-part: water, so water availability, Basically going into a little bit more detail from the overview we gave the last time, and then stormwater similarly, just a little bit more detail, and we'll just make Mac talk fast and get through it quickly.
Doesn't look like
Okay.
you read it.
I'll be concise. We did look at these briefly at the last time, so I'll go into a little more detail.
So first slide, just to orient, right, is just blue. So the blue hatch below is existing snowmaking. The green hatch is going to be new snowmaking. So that sort of sets the stage for then the water.
And what's almost easier to follow on there is the orange lines that are really thick are the existing snowmaking lines today. So the blue hatch is what area it covers, but the orange lines are easier to see, and
That's the pipe.
those are the pipes. Yeah. So you see that it pretty much, it goes a little bit above Bonnie's, but not far, and it goes down, and it does connect to the existing snowmaking pond off North Star Run on the east. So,
And then thin purple are the new snowmaking lines.
and so, basically, bottom line question, in a drought year, is there enough water to handle the municipal demands in 2065 at a full build-out for the city of Aspen? And is there enough water to, at the same time, supply snowmaking for what is being proposed while keeping a minimum stream flow? And the answer is yes, and in fact, there'll be additional water than what the minimums require. So, big picture, all summed up, that's the takeaway that we received from the snowmaking water availability analysis created by Resource Engineering as a request by the Forest Service and in conjunction with the City of Aspen. The report in this slide that you're seeing here is something that was included in that report, and the city has seen it and has had plenty of time to discuss or comment or dispute, and we haven't heard anything. So the current water that we're using for snowmaking is 184 acre feet. With the new snowmaking lines being proposed, it would add an additional 57 acre feet of water. And that's enough water to put 18 inches of snow on all those trails that were with the green hatch on the upper portion of the mountain. Currently, for water storage, we have 10.7 acre feet of water storage that's in that North Star Pond. And in this development application, we're proposing an additional 16.9 acre feet. Now, in our opinion, the water per acre foot of water that would be stored in these ponds is it is better than the water that we would receive from the city, even if it comes from the city, and we fill it when we're not pumping water up the hill, simply for the reason that snowmaking is more efficient when the water is colder. So when you receive water from the city, it's at a much higher temperature than if we allowed it to sit outside in the cold. So this helps us with our energy usage. This helps us with everything. And part of the construction in 2019 would be to add another 10.7 acre feet of storage instantaneously with the first phase of snowmaking being proposed.
Excuse me, you said you're adding 10.7, or is that what exists now? I'm sorry.
The second pond, currently there's one pond at 10.7. The second pond is nearly identical.
Okay.
So out of that 16.9 being proposed, 10.7 would come with the first phase, even though the first phase is 25% of the total snowmaking on the hill. I hope I didn't confuse anybody there. I may have gotten too deep into the weeds.
Third pond that
And then
makes
there's a
up the
third
delta.
pond that would make up the delta of that, which would go with, it's a lot of snowmaking to install. We wouldn't be able to get it all done in 1 year, essentially, so.
And that's the water storage is going to be a percentage, a fairly small percentage of the water used. So you're still relying.
We still rely heavily on the city, and the water to fill these ponds would come from the city as well. It doesn't reduce it, other than the fact that we would be more efficient with our process.
Right.
So.
And your timing.
And our timing.
Right.
Yeah.
And
But you would deplete and then recharge the ponds, that's correct.
Right, okay.
And then just to kind of highlight when would we be placing demand on the city system and the creeks. Typically, 90% of our snowmaking occurs in the months of November and December, unless we're hosting some sort of like the World Cup event or something like that, where we need additional snowmaking later on. So, and then to address George's question from last time when we were here regarding minimum stream flow versus, I believe you said healthy stream flow, or in-stream flow. So we sent that question off to the hydrologist that prepared the water sufficiency report, and I'm just going to read from that just because it's not my area of expertise, so I'd rather read it from an expert's opinion. So, so this is again with regards to healthy stream flow. Maintaining adequate in-stream flow preserves the natural environment and other important stream habitat types such as pools and runs. In-stream flows are identified for their ability to maintain sufficient width and depth in the river to facilitate fish passage. In-stream flows must also be sufficient to sustain a velocity necessary to convey insects and other food sources downriver to deeper resting pools. The in-stream flow, however, is just one aspect of a healthy river system. Equally important is the maintenance of spring flows with sufficient energy to mobilize and convey fine sediments, gravels, and cobbles downstream. Both Castle and Maroon Creeks maintain healthy high flows during the snowmelt period, which facilitates the conveyance of naturally occurring stream materials through the system. An in-stream flow there, he's saying, is actually the real term. Instead of minimum bypass flow, it's called an in-stream flow. They're equivalent in what we're talking about. And so he's saying that the minimum bypass flow that you see on this table is actually an in-stream flow, and the flows that are being provided are that or greater than what that minimum or in-stream shows.
Mm-hmm.
So,
with those standards basically set for the preservation and kind of functional health of the riparian habitat.
Yeah.
So that's really the source of the standard. And I'll give Suzanne a copy of those comments from Resource Engineering, so you've got a written copy in your record.
Right, and I think the public also should know just that the 1978 drought year was indeed a big drought year. I don't know how it compares to
It's the biggest one that we've had since, essentially, so the last 40 years at least, and it's the
significant,
most significant drought year that's where the stream flows were recorded.
George?
Did John have a question?
I just want to make a comment to the board. If you want us to evaluate the...
you need your mic on, sorry, or close to it.
If you want us to evaluate the water consumption data that has been provided, we need a running start. So just let us know, let me know.
Right.
That might be helpful because I don't know why 32 sticks out for me as what the healthy limit is for.
Well, how would you do that,
what we've
John?
heard.
I mean, you say you need a running start. What?
Well, for the underlying calculation, which is not fully developed here, I would use our water engineers. And then beyond that, I would use an individual that I typically contract with for evaluation of fishery sustainability, and that's a biologist.
Yeah, and did the city of Aspen sort of do that extra step? Do we know?
I don't know that the city separately commissioned a secondary study to look at the resource engineering data. We did share it all with them and basically distributed it and had conversations with city and forest during the course of the environmental assessment. And I think everyone sort of accepted and worked from the Forest Service specialists' work and the report and submission by Resource Engineering. But I don't think the city then commissioned again another study.
Yeah, and in addition to that, the report was distributed in May of 2018 to all those aforementioned parties, and at the Aspen Skiing Company, we recognize that if there's a drought year and if something's going to be turned off, we're at the whim of the city at who they turn off, and we recognize that snowmaking is probably low on the list or high on the list of things to be turned off.
So just let me understand. So you're essentially, this would represent a little bit of like an agreement or contract between SKICO and the city as to what water you would buy from them. It's not reflecting like a water right that you have access to from where the city municipal supply?
Correct,
Okay.
correct. We are a customer of the city for these purposes. The source of the water is indeed Maroon and Castle Creeks, comes into the city system, and we are a customer on a long-standing contract.
Thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, I was thinking, and if there was really severe drought and even worse than 1977, you could probably still make snow on part of the green hatched area, still get top to bottom snowmaking, but just not on as many runs if you had 2/3 of the water. So that could be a backup plan to not try to put this much snow on all the runs, but skip some of them and put a good base on others.
Right.
Yeah.
At that point in time, you're correct. We'd be working essentially with the city as the provider as to how much water we might be able to draw even in a drought worse than the record years, and we'd be then trying to respond to it as best we could. But recognizing, as Mac notes, we would, in all likelihood, among those types of uses, quite understandably be the first use turned off.
Right.
And we
Not
accept that.
Priority.
Yeah, we know that.
Lowest priority.
Yeah.
Recognizing that. Yeah, Kelly, go ahead.
Oh, in slow to start snow years, do you ever run the Bell chairlift? Because that's kind of within your current snowmaking purview, right?
I'm sorry, say again?
So do you ever just start off opening the mountain with just the Bell chair, since that's within your current purview for snowmaking?
You mean not go to the top?
Yeah, operationally,
been a while.
I frankly don't know how we've responded to that in the last decade or so. We really haven't had such a crisis that we've had that severe a problem with it. There have been a couple of years, again, I've been here 14 years, there have been a couple of years where we were worried about connectivity at the top, but we were fortunate and got a natural snowfall that indeed gave us connectivity at Thanksgiving, but we've been very close a couple of times.
Yeah.
Victor can elaborate, but 2 years ago, I believe he was shoveling snow from the forest onto the trail.
I just want, because in the master plan, I think you contemplate possibly removing that chair at some point in the future, so I just wondered.
If that was part of a solution. I would just love to point out that we did receive a letter, part of the package, back in March 12th from Chelsea Congdon Brundage, who's deeply involved in water issues, and I think it's in our packet. And she just brings up the possibility of what could climate change and future demands bring, and how it could alter the situation with increased frequency of low wintertime flows. And that's a great conversation. We don't need to have that one now, but it's certainly something that resonates when we're looking at a regular draw from the river. It's on page 265 of the packet, on my page numbers here. And I think all she's saying here is that there might be a reason to start a conversation with all the stakeholders about water development in the basin consistent with long-term goals for protecting flows. And one option she puts forward is, for the CWCB and our other community might be to increase protected in-stream flows, only because she's trying to connect it to reduce demands over continuous years. I just wanted to call attention to that letter, and we'll might want to dive into it a little bit more later. But regarding the water supply, it's something I wanted to point out. Where are we going next? Water. Here we are in water supply. More on water supply for your peak day demands. We've seen these are the charts we saw.
This is just another way of looking at the chart or the table that was on the previous slide that then shows what the recorded flows of the creeks were in 1980, which is an average water year, as well as 1978, which was the, again, biggest drought that that's been recorded for the streams. And these are the combined flows of Castle and Maroon creeks. And the orange on the orange bar represents the municipal demands by the city at build out in 2065. The yellow or gold bar represents the minimum bypass or in-stream flows in Maroon and Castle Creeks. And then the third, the purple, is the snowmaking total by month, if you will, that would be used for the proposed and the existing totals combined for snowmaking. And as you see, the closest it gets is around December 20th of 1978, but there's still adequate room and additional flows going through the stream. So that
looking pretty close.
Yeah.
Before we switch over from that, I'm just wondering, is ski company still actively looking for other water sources, regarding mines, old mines and streams and things up on the mountain? Is that still part of the conversation, or has that been exhausted?
I don't think there are very many more places to look in terms of senior rights that might be available and for sale. I mean, we'd certainly consider buying rights if we thought that, they were, one, affordable, and two, just simply available. But for the most part, we're continuing to rely here on the contractual relationship and the municipal supply, since the city largely dominates the service, if you will, in the urban growth boundary, of which we touch. So it's probably our best physical and functional source.
Okay, thank you. Let's go. Keep it.
Good question.
Thank you.
Where's the snow go?
Okay, so yeah, once the snow is made, what happens in the springtime? So this is the figure you're looking at here represents the 4 drainages that are within the ski area and the current and proposed ski area boundaries. So we included this green boundary out here called Tributary 3, even though no water from snowmaking is going into this. It's just shown because it's currently, or it will be, a part of the ski area boundary. So the snowmaking water for existing snowmaking currently goes into Lower Spar Gulch, Upper Spar Gulch, and some of it goes down the Summer Ditch over into the Keno Gulch side. Because currently some of that snowmaking that we looked at goes above Bonnie's, and that Summer Ditch is between the lower terminal of Ajax Express and the Bonnie's restaurant. So in addition to that, we have Tributary 1 that houses the snowmaking ponds, and Tributary 2, which will receive some of the runoff from the Upper Mountain new snowmaking. Next, please. So this figure here, figure 1 on this, just shows where the new proposed Pandora ski trails will be, the tributaries, the drainages that they're associated with, and then the proposed and new snowmaking and kind of where they go. And then, so what we did with the Forest Service and the City of Aspen was create, I should say, we've submitted it to the City of Aspen, and they have reviewed it on a couple occasions, but we submitted a drainage master plan for the front side of Aspen Mountain. Currently, there are some drainage improvements, but adding some more snowmaking up there, it's prudent to not only enhance the ones that exist currently, but also create some new features as well. So with the new snowmaking that will be occurring on Upper Spar Gulch, the hydrologists and everybody that was there essentially wanted to limit the amount of water that was going into the summer ditch due to the events that have happened, the mudslides and et cetera, in Keno Gulch. So the Forest Service hydrologists performed the calculations and determined that the runoff provided by 18 inches of snowmaking across the trails up here would add roughly 11% to the summer ditch, 11% of water to the summer ditch. So one of the BMPs that would be installed in the summer ditch is a splitter box, which is just a steel box that has a wall in the middle of it that would segregate 11% of the water and have it flow down the front side and back into Spar Gulch versus the other 89%, which would go down Summer Ditch, which would keep Summer Ditch at or near its traditional historical flows. So then from there, everywhere from that's on this blue line right here, if you will, that goes right down the middle of Spar. If I could drive better, it would go straight. Heather, you need a new mouse. So throughout Spar Gulch, my apologies, throughout Spar Gulch, different BMPs are going to be employed. The ditch is going to be reestablished. For years, it's had different erosion issues. It carries a lot of sediment down it. It's going to be cleaned up for that entire area. Water bars will be installed. A vegetative kind of riprap mixture, which will help absorb some water and not just pass it through. Because infiltration into the ground and slowing the water up is the main goal on the upper portion of the mountain. That way the sediment settles, the water goes into the earth, and it never hits the city's storm sewer system. Next, please. And then at the bottom, this is where the major improvements will happen, just above where it will tie into the city's system. So currently, there's the, you have Kleenex Corner here, right there. And there's the skier's right, if you will, access that takes you down to the bottom of the bell chair. So the bottom of the bell chair is roughly here. So number one, we're going to decommission the access road through here. Water bars will be installed. Other BMPs will be put in place for the ditch. Again, slowing up water, allowing infiltration, capturing the sediment before it ever gets down to the system. And then there are some existing sediment traps that were installed years ago that will be enlarged to accommodate for the uptick in flow. And then at the end of the day, the water that is added to the city's system is negligible. So even though up top 11% will be added, by the time it makes it down to the city, it's 0.1 CFS or something like that.
So the stream coming below those sediment traps is actually quite low volume. Is that what you're?
No, not that it's low volume. The increase to what the condition is today will only be increased by 0.1 CFS.
Got it.
So, by doing all these BMPs, basically.
Was Bingo Slot ever wasn't a county road, or it's a public access in the summer? Will that change the nature of that? That access will go away, or
that access will go away. It'll remain in its skiing condition.
Right.
Sometimes open, sometimes closed. Right? We've all experienced that. But yeah, in the summertime, we have the only reason we only need to access the bottom terminal there. So we have access to that via the road just off here to the right. So,
got it.
And then we can get around and go up Spar Gulch by taking the Kleenex Corner itself. So that connection in between, although it was a nice to have, it's not a necessary operational thing, and it was a private road.
Right. Got it. Thank you.
Did you look at the possibility of taking some of the runoff water and putting it in the ponds over on Gentleman's Ridge? And maybe they're already full at that time of year from snow melting over there, but
Yeah, we did.
And Bell Mountain's also kind of in the way from the summer ditch to over there, so.
That was part of the analysis that went on when we were researching these BMPs, and also the amount of water that would be going to those ponds in in drainage number 1, unnamed drainage number 1, I should say. And the thought is that between the supply that, because there's also a pipe that goes from the Lucine Reservoir currently as an overflow when water isn't being pumped for domestic water up to, because our restaurants and our restrooms are serviced by Lucine's Reservoir. And when that is over capacity, it then drains into those ponds. We also have the storm runoff that will be going in unnamed tributary 1 that will be feeding those ponds. And once the calculations came back that we wouldn't actually be adding, or we'd be adding a negligible amount of water to the city's storm sewer system, it seemed that this was a better solution. So.
And how much extra water is going down Keno Gulch?
None.
No more than it is already?
Just the natural cycle. That's all it is. It's diverting 11% of the water at the splitter box, which is the calculated.
The whole system, you're just adding, from melting the man-made snow at the top, you're only adding 0.1 CFS going into the city stormwater system.
And
that's the full impact.
That's the full impact.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, this has been sent to the city. We've gotten multiple comments back from their engineering department. And as recently as Monday, I think, or last Friday, and they're really negligible comments. We'll incorporate them in our final plan. So,
okay.
As well as the Forest Service hydrologist as well. So, okay.
All right, is that it?
That
Are
was
we
it.
at the end of
All I've got.
No more pages
End of the
beyond
list
that
for
one?
today, at least.
Right, okay, so, I think we've pretty much asked all our current questions moving forward. We're going to need to decide how we're going to move on. We have still a lot more to go through. Regarding...
We should also do public hearing tonight for those who are here.
That's true. We do have public hearing. Maybe thank you for recommending that. It is a public hearing, so maybe this is our chance to open it up. Would anybody like to speak? Now is your chance. I'm not going to keep it open too long. We've got one. Thank you. Please come on up and tell us your name.
Hello, I'm Chris Bryan. I'm an attorney here in town. I was before you 2 weeks ago. Just wanted very briefly to talk about two positions. I represent two different clients that have interests here. The first is Big Four LLC, and I told you about the mining claim that had been recently adjudicated through a quiet title action. We've had an opportunity to review some of the materials in further detail. Unfortunately, we do not have a survey yet for that property, and we hope to get one after the snow melts and there's some more warm weather. However, I think the only thing that my client, Big Four LLC, would ask with respect to this application is that it does not oppose the application. We have communicated that to the Aspen Skiing Company. We would simply ask for an acknowledgement in any approval document, whether it be an ordinance, resolution, or otherwise, that approving SKICO's master plan does not preclude a separate master plan on behalf of any other adjoining landowner or property owner that would be affected. I don't think that would be too much of an ask, either for the applicant or for the county. We think that if there's any other private property owner in the ski rack zone, that such an application would need to stand on its own merits and obviously be evaluated both by staff and by this board. So we're not asking for any preclusive effect, positive or negative, with respect to that. We would just ask that approving the Aspen Skiing Company's master plan would not deleteriously affect that other master plan that might be submitted later. I don't think that's unreasonable at all. We would ask that apply to any property owners generally, and we're just the ones that have had to think about it recently. So I hope that's not too much of an ask, and we can work with staff and with SKICO offline before the next meeting if we needed to incorporate some language like that we would propose.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused on that because if we're looking at rezoning to a ski rec, and ski rec requires a master plan, but for an individual owners in rural remote, we don't need a master plan.
So, sorry.
No, you-
Yeah, so the property that Chris, the owner that he's representing, is on the front side of Aspen Mountain. It's not in the area that is proposed to be rezoned. It is in the area that is already zoned ski rec. But I think as you're all aware, there are, privately owned properties on the mountain, this being one of them. So I think the issue is, this is Aspen Skiing Company's master plan within the ski rec zone district, but I guess what Chris is saying is, could an owner come in and propose other uses under the ski rec zone district for their property that's not part of the SKICO's master plan? It would be essentially a separate master plan.
Can they do that, John?
It's interesting, though, isn't it?
It's an interesting discussion.
We'll just take that as public comments and we'll move on.
We would just ask that there be no preclusive effect so that we could have those discussions later if they're ever necessary.
Sure.
We can talk about that, I think, offline, but I wanted to make sure that got on the record. I'm also here on behalf of Valley View Ajax LLC, which does own property on the backside. I think I talked at length about that. And that's Lusheen's Road, and I know this board is familiar with that property. We are happy to report that it looks like we're very close to reaching a private agreement with SKICO. I think we've reached agreement or consensus on almost every issue. There might be one or two issues that we still need to work through. I know that one of my law partners and one of the SKICO lawyers had been in communication as recently as last Friday about that. I'm hopeful that we can work those out and that shouldn't have any problem with this process. But I just wanted to make a record of that. We would ask that any approval, obviously, acknowledge to the extent it needs to any private agreements that are made between the applicant and adjacent landowners. With that, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Was there someone else who'd like to make a comment?
Yes.
Please come on up.
Hi, I'm Claude Salter. I'm a property owner on the backside, and I spoke last time. And I'd just like a chance to continue the conversation. So my concerns are that the ski company is not representing this as an upzoning. And I have to say that I agree to that in the extent that they are showing things that are consistent with not being upzoning, just chairlifts, just patrol headquarters, just things that are consistent with the mountain. But I want to caution you in saying that if you approve that zoning to be rec ski versus rural and remote, you are opening up the opportunity in the future for them to ask, by way of the code, for a lot of different things, including lodging, including roller coasters, including, the zoning difference between the two is there are 55 things they can ask for versus the 16 in rural and remote. And the ski company is right in congratulating the county in achieving the rural and remote in such a successful way. And I do caution you that taking away from that rural and remote, you may be setting up a board in the future for having a very hard time to say no to the county for a lot of development. If you say yes to this ski rec upzoning, you may well see the things that they are asking for at Ruthie's. Like, well, they call it a cabin, it sleeps 20 people, and it probably has a commercial kitchen. To me, that's not a backcountry cabin, that's a destination luxury chalet. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, and as a property owner, I don't think that would decrease our property values. I'm just saying, look forward to what you are potentially allowing in the future. That's one of my concerns. The other concern I have is the public access. I would like the board to consider asking the ski company for a dedication deed for the public roads that cross the ski company land. I've seen it in another document that CCI worked out with the county, and that is document Resolution 17, series of 2000. And I'm concerned about access because we have property on the back, and this is one of our public accesses. We can use Little Annie's, we can use Midnight Mine, and currently we can use the public access that goes up Aspen Mountain. And I would like that preserved, and I think it's important. And I didn't get any answers from the ski company, not that I expected to hear back from them, but I am concerned that the road at the top of the mountain will be privatized. Right now, there's parking up there. There's a road up there. What happens to that access? Where do people park? Are they going to accommodate it on some private property? I want to see a detail of that, and I want some assurances that those public accesses are protected. It's important to me. I mean, say there's a wildfire back there and I've got to come down the front of the mountain and the ski company has it locked. Okay, let's say that's drama, all right? But it's an access point that I want to maintain. The other thing is affordable housing. You know, when they said that they are not, if the zoning gets changed, they won't be able to do single family or duplex, because if they were, they could only do them as deed restricted affordable housing. I look at that as a positive opportunity. I know that the ski company is unlikely to put affordable housing on their mountain. It seems unlikely, but I say, wow, what a cool opportunity. Think outside the box. Even one unit at patrol headquarters to look after their increased amenities up there. Okay, that was just a digression, a slight digression. And I would like to see them held to the requirement of having a CMP every 3 years. And particularly if this upzoning or this change in zoning, let's call it a change in zoning, if you approve it, I want to see a very detailed construction management plan. The impacts to our roads on the back are intense, and it has changed a lot back there. We have a lot of people coming up Midnight Mine hiking every day in the summer. It's like a destination hike of its own. It rivals Smuggler. So you have to understand that there's a lot more activity back there with people enjoying the backcountry. So a construction management plan is very important to me if you do approve this zoning change. And when Suzanne spoke about, are there any conflicts, the criteria for approving this type of zoning change, is there a public interest conflict? There might not be, but I do have an interest in maintaining the roads. I don't say that it's necessarily a conflict, but it's an interest. It's a desire to see the board make sure that everybody can enjoy the back of the mountain as they do today, and maybe even with some forethought about where are those people going to park? What is that road going to look like? Where is it going to be? Let's see, my last comment, that was it. I think we covered it all. I did make you some handouts that show, I'm sure you've seen the code, but in here is rural and remote, and here is rec ski. Anything that is blank is, a blank cell is considered prohibited. A, of course, is allowed by right, and the only thing that is allowed by right with the ski rec is a bus stop. Great. I don't know how that got on there. I'm just saying that was kind of funny. And then there is an S represents special review needed, and an M is, of course, master plan, which also has its own review criteria. But I did print them out for you and highlight them just to show to you that, yes, there is a change, and I wouldn't say that it is not an upzoning. I would proceed with caution. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Claude. Appreciate it. We'll distribute those. Public comment? Come on down. Don't be shy.
I'm John Doyle, Claude's husband.
Yeah.
Have property on the back of Aspen Mountain. I just want to start by saying the master plan affects us both at the top and the bottom because we have a place near 1A and we have a place on the backside. And with the recent vote about Lift 1, we know that things are going to change in town as far as traffic goes, and now it seems things are going to change on the back as far as traffic goes as well. Dump trucks. Shout out to Burt Myron. I'd like to ask, what is Aspen and its surrounding environment's carrying capacity? How much bigger do we need to be? We're going at a rate that's affecting everyone's quality of life here. A few questions about water use. I noticed on your graphs that the depletion in the water was not shown for Buttermilk snowmaking operation, just for the other three mountains. I want to know who's going to be monitoring the runoff. Is that going to be ski company or the city? And with more snowmaking, there will be more runoff, so I think that's an important question to ask. And who will be monitoring the minimum in-stream flows? And with the increased water use, with the W Hotel is coming up online soon. I'm assuming the Aspen Club eventually will be coming online. Reopening Ruthie's, proposed Lift 1 Lodge, and Gorsuch House. Has all that water use been calculated into the city's water use? And how does that affect snowmaking? I mean, where's all this water going to come from? I agree with my wife that changing the zoning on the backside is really, I got involved with this board in the 90s when rural remote came about because I lived up there full time. And I am happy with the way the down zoning turned out and what we ended up with up there. I think it's the best of all possible scenarios. I don't understand why we changed it to rural and remote if we're going to change it back. What's the point in that? I also noticed just sitting here today that another solution to all the regrading at the top of the mountain that's being proposed and changing the marina could be solved just by moving the top lift tower below where the road is now. All those problems go away. The road stays right where it is. And you could put in the ski lift that I saw in the master plan, a short rope tow that was possibly proposed to get from the top of Pandora's back to the sun deck. And that's all I've got for now.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Okay, public comment is still open. Marcella? I knew she'd show up. We knew she'd come.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Marcella Larson. I've been here before, but let me just briefly tell you who I'm here today on behalf of. I'm here as the manager of of Larson Family LP, which owns approximately 35 acres on top of Aspen Mountain on the ridge, and owns that iconic turquoise A-frame that most people are quite familiar with. Larson Family Interests also have a minority interest in a partnership, a Texas partnership called A&B Partnership, that owns another approximately almost 90 acres closer to the gondola and I am not here representing A and B Partnership. It is my understanding that they will, in subsequent proceedings here or in another form, be represented by counsel. And anyway, I do not speak for them today. So I want to remind you all, and I know I kind of don't need to do this, especially Kelly just ran, so this is something very current for you. But a number of you ran on platforms regarding environmental protection and preservation of rural lands.
The current volume is 100%.
Shut up, Siri.
I don't know what that means. Okay. And we're imploring you to really take a hard look at what is very clearly one of the largest rezonings that has happened, at least in my tenure here, and certainly since Aspen Highlands. We're also very concerned about the corporatization and privatization. Oh, I pulled those words off. Of that strip of land between the gondola and the SGM plans that we saw here today. And it's hard to look at a plan like that for the first time when you're sitting in a public hearing like this and really evaluate it. But I like what John Doyle had to say about looking at realigning that lift so there's not so much impact on what is a really special experience right now when you get off the gondola, particularly in the summertime. And you know that you're going out there, and I think this is very true for tourists too, and they're embarking out on this adventure, and many of them walk much farther than they should. That experience will change dramatically. It's if I have my numbers right, it's within 900 and 1,000 feet between the gondola and the Pandora lift, and that is another very large area of land. And you can sort of recall what happened in the early days when the gondola was built, and then like more and more things were built around it. There was the climbing wall, there was grass, up there, and it had a distinctly non-rural feel, particularly in the summer. And so I think you can expect that sort of treatment to occur, and that should be a problem. So I wanted to focus my comments here today on the rezoning and the criteria. Suzanne, who is very well versed with the land use code, made an oral presentation today that is not really contained in any staff memos that I would probably like to get into greater depth on in a subsequent meeting. I do think that it's important that you do focus, and Ski Company talked about this, and I appreciate this, but this is an area that the BOCC, not only did they seek to downzone this area back in the mid-1990s to the very restrictive rural and remote zone, but some people were almost recalled for trying to make that effort. It was a very controversial, bold move on the part of the county. And the first iteration of that zone district only allowed, by the way, by special review, 300 square foot units per 35 acres. Now that's morphed into, a more permissive zone of 1 unit per 35 acres. But again, it also goes through, a land use process that is, I think, quite a bit more rigorous than the master plan process. And so what are the, just briefly, compliance issues regarding the rezoning criteria that I wanted to point out that I don't think Suzanne spent enough time with is the master plan, which is the east of Maroon Plan, which was adopted by the Planning and Zoning Commission and incorporated into its comprehensive plan. That plan clearly demonstrates that the upzoning from rural and remote to ski rec is inconsistent with the county's requirements for rezoning. First of all, and I have a handout I'm going to send you, which is has some code provisions to put you to sleep at night. But at the end of it is a future land use map that was contained within the East of Maroon master plan, and again adopted by the county. That future land use map delineates the areas that Ski Company desires to upzone, both the conservation zone that Suzanne talked about before, and also as rural and remote. And they go farther beyond the future land use map and state in section 1.C3 that the county should, and I'm quoting, maintain rural and remote zoning on the privately held parcels, i.e. mining claims across Richmond Ridge and to the east of the AF ski area boundary, end quote. And indeed, this is something Suzanne did talk about. They wanted all of the formerly AF10 zone to be rezoned conservation, and it wasn't just. It was a real effort to conserve those areas. And then farther, there's been a sort of funny conversation around like, oh, this is okay because it's expansion of an existing ski area, and that our code or master plans somehow support that. When you go look at the actual language of the code, which is policy section 1-60-110, it provides as follows, and I'm going to quote again. Pitkin County favors the expansion of uses within existing permitted ski boundaries with a focus on expanding uses during non-peak periods, but does not support new alpine ski area proposals. I think a reasonable reading of this is that the county wanted the Ski Company and any other developer within the ski rec zone to focus on maximizing use within existing boundaries and not expand them. Okay, so at this point, I would really like to urge you to hit the pause button. You're asked to send this along on first reading. When you still have not heard a full presentation regarding the various components of the plan, I think it's incumbent upon you to have a very rigorous discussion about what this rezoning means for the backside. And to really focus in on the legal criteria contained within the code. And I'm also intrigued and hopeful about Johnny Ely's comments that perhaps there's a way to condition, or I'm not sure exactly what the legal form is that's contemplated, the rezoned areas on, this myriad of really highly incompatible uses that are contained within the ski rec zone, and that list is long, and Claude passed it out to you, and I have it in my materials too. But it's kind of crazy. It includes universities. It goes on and on and on. So if there is a way to, and assuming SkiCo would buy into this, and it isn't just part of a future plan to come down in 3 years and propose resort cabins all over, Pandora, if they're really committed to having this just truly be a ski area, and there's a way to have a condition that is permanent and cannot be changed. I know that Larson Family LP would be interested in that discussion and would probably withdraw many of its comments and concerns. So I'm not going to delve into this because I think others have actually discussed this in good detail about whether this is an upzoning or a downzoning, et cetera, et cetera. But I think the proof is really in the point that wasn't made is in the pudding. So we've had this zone district out there for a long time, and you can look at what the results have been. There's been significant development on each mountain, and that's provided for in the ski rec zone. So if you do that here, and you don't have this safeguard, whatever form it is that John Ely might be able to come up with, that is what you're asking the public to bear, and I do not think that serves the public interest in the long term. Okay, so I think I'm going to stop there. I have quite a bit more, but it's been a long day for you all, and I thank you for listening to my comments. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be here last time, but I'm hoping that I'll be able to be here for the rest of these hearings. And again, please do not pass this along on first reading. Thank you. And I'm going to pass these out. This is fun reading at home.
Thank you, Marcella.
Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment? I see one.
Hi, my name is Mike Kaczynski. Grew up here and wanted to express some opinions relating to this project. Was watching online earlier. I think it was you maybe ask a question about lift usage and snowmaking and whether or not that's been an issue over the recent past. And it turns out not just but a year ago, that situation did occur and the bell chair was exclusively used to provide that service. So might want to check some facts on that, but it has happened very recently. So there is some past to that situation. My interest in this is twofold. One, somewhat greedy in that I am an avid user of this Pandora's area and do feel that it is a very special place. It does provide a very unique skiing experience for people that is outside the boundaries. It is a relatively safe environment. The ski company obviously does not maintain any of that terrain, but it does get skied regularly, and there is a contingency of us that do work on that terrain regularly to keep it safe. And it is a unique experience, and losing that would be a real travesty. I once skied Walsh's before it was also opened as terrain, and yes, that's another situation, that one could say is similar, but unfortunately Walsh's was much better suited to become a run than the terrain that Pandora's currently is. And the amount of terrain that is, in my opinion, being gained throughout this process is, in comparison to Temerity, a much different situation and a lot less usable terrain. The terrain that really opens up is terrain that really supports the folks that use the Aspen Mountain Club, not the people that are really the people that are using the mountain in that form. So I also did make comments with the Forest Service. I do know that there are issues relating to elk migration that haven't been completely sorted out at this point in time, need to get dealt with. Summer Road is a huge contingency of mine as well. I do also use that road both in the summer and the winter. Summer for access, the winter for snowmobiling and skiing on the backside of Aspen Mountain, and maintaining usable access through that is going to be extremely important for the community. Change in zoning for me is a real slippery slope, and I had a real problem with that with Lift 1. And again, I implore you to look at this, very closely. This opens up a whole Pandora's box here in terms of what might be happening down the road. And really encourage you to put a pause on this process and take some time. This cannot be approved in a first run. We need to get all the facts. We need to have the answers. There's too many questions here to allow this to go through in such a fast format. And taking the time to do it right with everything that is relating to this project, I think needs to happen. So all of these changes are going to add more people, more cars, and degrade, potentially the quality of life to our entire infrastructure here. So I hope you'll take that all into consideration as well as you make these decisions going forward. Appreciate your time tonight. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Okay. Okay, more public comment? Is there anyone else out here? Doesn't look like it. Okay, we're going to bring it back to the board.
I would close public comment.
Closing public comment.
For the day.
What?
For the day.
For the day, yeah, we're going to reopen this. And I'd entertain a proposal.
So what I see here in front of us, we have two items. We have an ordinance amending the zoning map, and then, which we continued for today, first reading and public hearing. And then we have a resolution approving the amended and restated ski rec master plan activity envelope and site plan review. And that we haven't even really delved into yet. All of the.
Not all of it, certainly.
A lot
I
of-
mean,
there
we're
was a lot of
starting, I mean,
specifics in
snowmaking
there.
starts to be a piece of that, again,
But
they're
in terms
clearly.
of the infrastructures and we haven't really talked about that. So I would, well, two things. I want to reiterate what I heard from Marcelo, in which I asked John Ely early on, in terms of our ability to, if we rezone to ski rec, then we can, within that document, we can restrict to ensure that there's no further development that goes beyond just the lift and what's proposed. And if that's the case, well, I guess what I would suggest is rather than, because we have a lengthy discussion here tonight, which I'm not going to have. So I would make a motion to continue first reading to a date certain, and then perhaps have John Ely come back with some specific wording that may try to address that concern that's been raised. So I would start with that.
I would second that motion.
Are you, George, is that motion for both items?
It would be for both items, because as I say, we haven't really even been able to delve into the resolution. So do I have to make us two separate motions?
Before you make it, just for date certain, can we, we're talking,
Well,
we're
I-
talking
the next
more than a week.
regular meeting?
I saw May 8th, and May 8th right now is fairly light on the agenda.
That's 2 weeks?
That's pretty soon. I think that's too soon.
Well, I guess what we were thinking about May 8th is, I mean, again, we have lots of topics to continue to address. It might, maybe not, that would be quick to turn around some changes to the ordinance, but in terms of continuing to go through some of
More
the master plan
information.
issues, I guess that's what I envisioned at that meeting, to be able to keep working through some of these topics, or,
The
getting them
impression that
presented.
I had was that we're not going to be able, that's not going to give us enough time. So hearing from you, I just want to make sure we're.
Well, I think there's two things that are being talked about. One is the amendment to the ordinance, which I think would require more time. Then
We
the
even had a
other
discussion
thing,
about what uses we might want to include or restrict in such a language of an
Right.
ordinance.
and the review, the fuller review of the master plan components, I think is the other thing that I heard, which may be appropriate for May 8th, but it may mean another continuance.
The two items are
Are they linked at the hip?
inexorably linked at the
Are
hip.
they really linked at the hip? We really can't make a decision on one without a decision on the other?
Using the other.
Okay.
I think we want to do it all at the same time. Is that right? That's the ambition, is when we're going to rezone, we're going to rezone, we're going to keep it together in one piece.
So then so then it'd be easy just to make a motion to continue our first reading and public hearing for the ordinance and the resolution to May 8th.
Too soon.
Again, I guess again, what I'm thinking is you could continue the ordinance, but it may not change in form at that meeting, but we could have discussion on some of the master plan items, and the ordinance and the resolution from there, could continue again. I mean, I see your point is we won't have time to change the ordinance by the next meeting, but we have a list of topics to still present and have the board start to discuss that aren't necessarily specific to the ordinance.
So we
that are-
continue to,
Again,
Right.
Can I be specific?
Yeah, okay,
Because I'm
okay.
getting the eyeball from John.
Or we continue to May
The
23rd.
further topic, I mean, the things we haven't
Is that
discussed
the-
yet, again, to George's point, is we haven't really done everything in the master plan yet. You know, talk about Ruthie's, the lift replacement there, the restaurant, the huts, summer uses, gondola, sundeck events, other facility replacements, the Buckhorn Cabin, the patrol headquarters, any other sort of environmental issues, employee generation mitigation. I mean, those were just the ones we kind of, you know, there are probably other things too. So again, some of these topics still need presentation.
We have to flesh them out and
sort of
present them.
Discussion.
So what you're
We
saying is
could move-
continue that dialogue for 2 weeks, continue the ordinance
Right.
out for 4, and you're gonna have to be, they'll be aligned 4 weeks from now, anyway. I get you.
So we do two separate motions.
Brilliant.
So two different dates, so 2 different motions.
Oh, okay, that's, okay, so, I'd make a motion to, continue the ordinance amending the zoning map for citizen-initiated rezoning on private property owned by the Aspen Skiing Company and a portion of National Forest Service lands. That will be a continuation again for first reading and public hearing, and that's the one we need a month out. So that would be. what date?
23rd,
22nd.
22nd?
May 22nd.
22nd.
May
I'll
22nd.
second that, George.
Was it the resolution to,
No, it's the ordinance,
or the ordinance to the 23rd,
22nd.
22nd, actually.
22nd, and the,
We haven't
We
gotten
haven't
there
gotten to
yet.
the second part yet.
because we haven't discussed, so the next meeting, we can continue discussing the Ruthies and the different issues.
You have a motion on the table
Right, we
now
have a
and a
motion and a
second.
second. You got
And
a
now we
second?
can discuss it.
Discussion, all right,
Right.
further
Yeah.
discussion? So we're going to separate the two.
Yeah, I was just making sure I had the date, which we're doing first here.
Okay, all in favor on that?
Aye.
Aye,
And then I
okay.
would make a motion to continue our public hearing for a resolution approving the amended and restated Aspen Mountain Ski Area Ski Rec Master Plan, Activity Envelope, and Site Plan Review to date certain of May 8th.
May 8th.
Second.
We have a second on that, further discussion on that, and that will continue the conversation, we'll keep it moving forward, and it gives us enough time, we've taken care of our time constraint. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we know where we're headed. We know when we're headed there, wherever we're headed. Okay,
To adjourn our regular meeting of April 24th.
we have a motion to adjourn,
Second?
a second, further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Make it happen.